the Pukers. One, the Snotter. I am the type of person that once it gets on something, I can't let it go. Don't get me started on something, what it does to me. I like a good mystery, me and Ma and the rest of the brownies. We get ourselves all settled on the sofa for a right good time with Father Brown. He visits us each day and gives us a good seeing to. No, not like that. It's a TV show, you idiot. Father Brown, solving crimes. I like my detective stories. Go on, Father Brown, give her one. You know you want to. Look at the stiffy in his trousers, Ma. I reckon he's got a big one hanging there, down his boxers, and peeping out, no doubt. Priests always have big ones, especially Catholics, is how they start it with choir boys in the vestry when they're changing. Always interested, little virgin boys in, is my cock a proper cock? Let's ask Father. And bang! You got a sore body before you knows it. We spout our shit on the sofa, feeding up, legs up. Go on, Father Brown. And what's up Father's brown hole? I'd like to check his brown hole out. I'm not well at the moment. Bunged up. The next minute a running nose cold. So I'm on the sofa with Ma, but when she's not looking, I have a good pig and a rummage to clear the snot out. We pick away, and what to do with it? Fucking wipe it anywhere when no one looks. Fuck, she does it as well, Ma. Well, telling us what a useless fuck Dar is. Then off again, shouting at the TV. Father Brown's church cold hands, and I'm snotting away, me, and need something to blow on. 'Cause I keep picking out wet, juicy runners no end, it seems, and half the sofa is caked and crusted in me flaky snot now. Well, it's fun to pick it off later, during countdown. He looks around. There's nothing at hand, except if you reach across, I can just reach the radiator with Dar's Y fronts thrown there. They ain't clean from laundry and drying, no, as I look, but I suspect thrown across the room. One time Ma and Dar did the dirty. They always try to do it when we're out, or not noticing, or how many times I caught them, God knows. But he's no matter. You need to blow me nose, like right now. And despite all whatnots in his gusset, stains and man stains and God knows, I clamp that nasty crotch to my poor nose and blow away. breathing in a big one of his essences, no doubt. Then out all me nasty springs piling in his bollock holders. I scrunched them up and saved them for a horrible trick later. Put them back in his drawers or something. Ha ha! I can breathe again, and I takes one more peek at the mess, just a checkin', and I reckon I can read the future or something by the shapes and things, or checking the offering, like hankies and such. But I still got a shit up my nose, and I reckon I'll be at it all day. I do like a project, I do, and even now, here comes one, this time I don't care, and I let it drip out and hang, it's fucking hanging and swinging, inches of a snot stream dangling. I swing it down, he's funny. Go on, fall, why don't you fall? He's no good. He's not going anywhere. Well and truly lodged, and it smacks my face some and off. So I suck it back up. Save that for later. Ha ha! Now, as I sit watching TV on the sofa and looking around at the snot smears streaming down the walls. Oh, what a life. Oh, Mill, I tells you, I can't help it. They don't give me any bog roll, and I ain't gonna get one. I mostly don't pee anyhow, is my right powerful bladder. Drinks dry me up, I find. Real drinks, that is. Ha ha! Well, there's me nose bubbling away, and I even, if I snort up real hard, can find I can spit it out, lob it out, a big luminous vein of a bogey. And there on the wall, old Nana, bearing stern serious at us. Oh, Nana, how we miss you. Look, your seat and stain is still on the sofa. We don't sit on that spot. That's Nana's place. She's still here, still sitting here, watching TV. They want to taxidermy her and plonk her still with a cup of tea in her hands and a poking accusatory finger still. Well, they talk about digging her up, but no, everyone is useless and lazy here in this house. But Nana, everyone loves you. Am I your favourite? Must be. But Nana, last I see of her in the hospital, all mangled up and ripped right through, silver paint specks on her. They need a relative to identify her, and I am the only one who can be bothered. But Nana is a sorry sight. What a car metal does to the human body is beyond the pale. Shoved right through her stodgy old flesh. Nasty, nasty stuff. But they keeps up the pretence of mourning. Well, does. Goes the whole hog in black shit, top to tail, like he's the bee's knees. Or finally I get to wear this suit like proper important now, idiot man. Always in his home office, doing God knows tax or equity or whatever that is. but I have been festering, and it is almost changing rooms a time, and finally, my nose is feeling drier, but it is full of God knows. I got a lot of picking to be doing, keeps me busy. I gets to the job like a good un, and out it all comes. My fingers are fine wrangling up there, rootin' and tootin', each a finger in turn until all are boozed upon the muck. Next, I likes to roll it all around me palm while watching TV. I roll and a roll is fun until it solidifies into a nice plaster same chunk of body and brains. I likes that when that happens, and I can now flick it wherever. And boy, it goes a fly. I can't see where it lands, but it will be a nice surprise for whoever. I don't care. Mill, you twat, I tells you. But don't get me started. Boy, like that last time, it is Nana that teaches me all her ways. Always a glint in her eye at some memory she got in her head. God knows what she did, but she did stuff all right. He's always laughing at her mention of it. Ma never talks about it, refuses to, so God knows what they on about when I half hear things, like all in a coded language so the kids don't know. But some shit went down, and Nana always a fun one. Remembers that time. Me nose is playing up again, and I's picking away, picking like I do. And Nana sees the spread of snot on me shirt, and me rolling them up, and she says, roll them into a ball, a big fucking ball, why don't ya? A big ball, eh? That gives me an idea, and I's doing it like she says, and I is making it big, and we is laughing at it. Go blimey, Guinness World Record, it's a go for child, she says, the glint in her eye. And so I'm straight at it, and I love it, picking away, plenty, ripping away I do to do it, and I believe it sometimes, taking too much away, even me own nose with it, all me little sharp fingernails, and I is picking, and we is laughing, and then helping the roll up, and it's getting bigger, like in me fist, but getting all hairs and all sorts and dirt and shit. But who cares? I love it. We love it, and Nana and me. And Nana telling me shit, something about an ancestral bogey handed down the generations, or a sacred, or a quilt made of it. I never finds out, but we have a laugh, Nana and me, and I even sprinkle some of it in Dar's soup, seasoning, you could say, but he's all hoof, I got work to do, the fucker. Oh, Nana, where you go now? And that bastard that runs you over, if only we knows who it is. but that does get me thinking. Me a big bogey thing, like now, the size of a tennis ball, mighty thing, and what with what she says, bogeys are the livelihood of our family, or some shit, and I reckon there's some magic in them, I do, something in Nana's eye, but what? I wouldn't know. Some philosopher's stone, Harry Potter shit, is it? I wouldn't know, but highly concentrated sheet, or make me invisible or good looking, yeah, I likes that, I does that, and then I smear it all over me face, and I goes out, and everyone stares at me. Yes, it's working. Fucking good looking now, I is. But mostly, I is thinking as I pick away, I roll away, and of course I licks me fingers, 'cause it tastes so good. You can't deny it. A good shit. I wanna, and I keeps trying to stretch me tongue up there, but I can't do it. Damn. And often I ends up watching Father Brown on the sofa and end up eating me own gunk when the chips and chocky run out. I likes me eats. We all do. Who doesn't? But mostly I likes picking me nose to high heaven. And every day you never know what you'll get. Oh, great stuff sometimes, and well worth it. Fucking A. Now, since one time I is right into a big old nosebleed is a thing, an occupational hazard, you could say, for I surely do like to pick away after all the red crust bogies, but careful, mind, not to restart the bleed again. A little bit of jeopardy there. We all need some in our lives. When, bugger me, I got me head back, and when I look again, me snot ball is moved, like not where I left it. I's got a secret place down the side of the sofa. Well, I wouldn't know, but so I don't think about it, but of course I do, and I's keep an eye on it now. But, and this is the thing, I's watch it, and the fucker only starts to move, or roll, or whatever. No. But yes, I'm fucking watching the bugger roll across the room. Fuck me. It's fucking going about all over the place. Fucking hell. And I'm thinking, yes, magic it is. I told you. I knows. And Nana tells so. In thinking Nana, praising Nana, or Nana would know, and I remembers sacred and special, and all in the family, is it, she says, and something else, but fucking magic, and this is it, this is the moment when I's realise the truth, the head and barrel bottom truth of the family curse, for we all are cursed one way or another. It is, we is magic, and further, that Nana is still here. Well, in spirit, and now in body form back, and inside that a fucking ball of snot. Oh no, it's a crazy, but it's the truth. And this is Ace. So I get out our Ouija board. Every family has one, right? And plonk my snot ball on it. And off it goes. Here's Nana, speaking beyond the grave. And what does she spell out? But find my killer. Fuck me. Fuck me indeed. Fuck me, Nana. We gonna get Father Bran on the case, we is. Blimey. Fucker. And it's off. And off it jumps. Off, out, off the door and away. Away down the street. Fuck me. Best to follow, I figure. And there's me chasing Nana down the road, the ball of bogies and God knows by now. And there's me also stuffing as much bogies out of me nose down me tongue. Figures I need some superpowers now and quick if I'm to catch and tackle the fiend who kills Nana, the hit and run bastard. And fuck me, this is stupid, but the ball getting stuck everywhere and picking up stuff all falling apart. But still, the impetus of Nana goes on, and there's me pushing fuckers out of the way with, "Don't stand on me, Nana," I says. "Don't you dare squish her," to random bemused folk. But mind you, I's not used to running, all sofa stuff for me, but I's keep up. Yes, I gets the superpowers now. I's feel it. Out and running for once, and I's doing it, and we's on the case, and Nana and me. We're gonna nail a bastard, bang him to rights or whatever else it is in Father Brown. Saving their souls. Well, I'm less bothered about that. More, get me justice and vengeance in. Make mincemeat of the fucker like they do to Nana. And I remembers her mash bits all over the place and fucked. That is not a way to go. Poor Nana. And finally, we gets to somewhere, and oh my God, it's only a church and graveyard shit, and fuck me, I totally forget, it's Nana's funeral, so it is. Well, that's something else, off the scale. I follow the ball of boogers into the church, good old Nana, and there's Murr and Dar and the other one who I don't like to talk about, because they're an absolute cunt. But it is all blah, blah, blah about Nana, some priest shit and body, and Nana lying in state, and loads of people I never seen before as well. But I sits at the back, or wander down the side, all trying to work out who the killer is. And Nana's doing a great job. Is she inside or controlling the ball? That I watch her carefully where she goes. She knows she wants her justice. Bang the killer up a big time. And I am wandering and looking, flicking me bogies, holy bogies, I reckon. So just as well the church walls and statues need a bit of oomph, or to repel evil like holy water. I'll be needing it when I take the evil fucker out. The phantom flicker eye is, like I reckon, ha ha. And I am saying the messed up ball, all dirt and dust now, but no matter, it goes a wander, sniffing shows and God knows, around Murr and no, then around like a second of family similar of the group. Who the fuck are they? What a family is this? I don't know. Well, they look well dodgy. Nana takes time here, sniffing their juices with justice. Or there's a guy, a fucking guy, waving at me. Fuck off, weirdo. He's a blonde quiff and hair like tomorrow. Or more. The ball continues, and finally, yes, this is it, and Nana stops. Of course, there's me on my knees and chin during it all, wriggling under legs and pews, following the snot roll. So, like, you get the picture, and I finally see a shoe or sock, and Nana is well mashed up against. It must be him. So this is me. He gets up, I do. Or from under, grab and drag and punch, and God knows the fucker says there's a rest. I shout as the commotion of the shuffle tackles about the people's legs, and I am gripping and rolling the fucker and fighting back. The fucker is such that his hair comes off. His hair! He's long and grey. Oh, hang on. I have in my hand a fuck of a wig. Blimey, what's this? It's a bleeding woman job I got hold of. But never mind, because it is right a grabbing we is having. Fucker kill my nan. Oh, get him or her nan. Well, you never know nowadays. And skirts are flinging and erect penises. What the fuck? But before I can make a mention of what the hell's going on, me ears, a thundering catastrophe. Something knocks me over, I don't understand, and shakes us all down to our pins in the church, and I is shocked. We all are. No human could not be. Except the fucker, for when I turn, they blink and gone. Shit, no sign of them. And Nana as well. Nana is gone. The ball, that is. I can't find it anywhere. Fuck. And we all gets to our feet and shakes our ears to get outside in the air. This is it. It is a whole heap of legs tangling it out. But I see, finally, I see Nana, the big fuckball now, and all rolling down the hill some. Blimey, I look, and I can't believe it. A whole heap of animal types, of eggs and legs and goats and dogs and monkey, well stuck and rolling in the giant bastard bogey ball now, and rolling it out, and fuck, even rolling over people like out of control and deadly. Nana is on some vengeance, God knows, swallowing up whole neighbourhoods. No, I mean the odd pedestrian in the way, ground underfoot and swallowed up. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't say any more. For beeping now, a car, a silver Ferrari, or God knows, backs out of the church, also taking out several of the mourners, but rolling down the window, the driver, that blonde buffoon, sticks out and says, "Sorry, mate, I didn't see you there." And he drives off happy as Larry. Well, I don't know. And my head is still ringing at it all. Anyway, it's late, and I got me job to get to. Yes, I got a job, just like all of us immortal fuckers. I got to get busy on the phones, I do. I gets home, I don't know, I'm kinda foggy about the whole day now, and I don't know, best to leave Nana to it. She'll get a man in the end, it seems. Oh, Nana, we love you, Nana. So finally home I am. What a day! I plonks myself on the sofa and switched the TV on. A good old Father Brown. Oh yeah! And Nana says to me, speaking on her spot, give Mrs. McCarthy a good old spanking. She loves it, I can tell. Then Ma comes in with her tray of tea and bickies, and she sits down on her spot, careful to avoid the brown stain in my place, and lets off a great big fart. Well, I never. End. 2. The Farter. Oh! I've got one trapped in my knickers. Oh, here it comes. I feels it. I'll let that one stink out so people can walk in it. I is in the library now. I likes looking at books, the spines and covers, that is. God, ones with pictures in. I can't be doing with the words. Too much for my poor little brain. Pictures and stains. The library is full of old mysterious stains, industrial style, a permanent grey, black, brown splodges of God knows. So I gets me one of those books with plenty of nudes in them. I don't know, but I likes to look. Who doesn't? And I is saying, ha, look at that. I sees an odd lot of stealing books, it seems, from the library. Idiots, they is free. But it is a weird family, lol. And I is sitting now there, but a bunch of old-timers settling in their newspapers and crosswords or what-not, when one old crotch lets loose along, and I mean I never heard one so long and low, a constant vibrating in the bed chair and table, an absolute peach of a dirty, stinky fart, it must be. Seems it will rain later, he says, sniffing the air, and the other men lift a cheek and reply with an equal bottom grunt. Blimey! Old fuckers squelching in their wet knickers. Then I realise this must be the Farters Club. Retired older fuckers at the prime of their game. Older fishermen, truckers and farmers. And I is excited. I heard about them, but never. Just rumours or all a joke, I thinks. And there I is, desperately squeezing me guts, hoping to shout an impressive let-out. but no, I must have shot my boat earlier. Damn, I need one to come. I want to show him what a young'un can do. Fuck. And I is waiting and fidgeting, hoping they don't bugger off. But old types is in no hurry, except for death, I suppose. I don't know. And finally, yes, I fails one baruin. Don't fuck it up. Wait, let it boil over, bubble over in his own time. And I is getting ready. I stands up, adjust my pants, making sure nothing obstructing my anus. I bend over, I fail, and pushing my arse out to the general direction, here it comes. I squint, a boss eye, yes, a good one. I strain, holding it, and then release. Job done. That should get their attention. But no! One of the fuckers says, a baby's pooped his pants, I thinks. And another chucks in, what? I hears nothing. Or one more, how's Mildred's snatch today? Dried up yet? But I is furious at this. I just belted out a beaut, one of my best, and that's all I get. So I damn in the face of one of them and say, smell it up, boy, drink it up. But this old timer just dead eyes me like I is dead and says, boy, you is nothing but a baby full of poos. Blimey. Right enough, you old twats, I says, and I looks for something to throw at them, and there's but an old newspaper I find rolled up, and I chuck it at them, I do. But like all together, I wouldn't know how, but all four of them quick release a jet of fart substance in my direction, and then newspaper flies back and whacks me in me own face. Fuck off. And I is dumbfounded, confabulated and buggered, sitting on me raw ass. Such an older lifts me up and says, we is the farters, exclusive shit, letting no one in until one of us diddles and dies. Well, that gets me thinking. Alright, I says, I's gonna murder one of yous then. A serious job in my face, meaning it, like I is gonna jump on one of them. But the guys all burst to laughing and smoking, a rain of little joy farts as well from them. It's all right, son, one says. You can join us, we likes ya, but you have to do 3 things first before we let you in. What? I says, and I settles in on a seat, and they tells me shit, top secret shit. The fucking Farters Club it is, yes! And they waffle and ramble, old-timey style, old times, old shit, like the Phantom Farter, the original farter who founded the club down Cum Alley, and each time mentioned, they bum salute a little pop in memory. Yes, indeed, the skill of the masters is inconstructible, for I's sure I hear a little conversation between 2 of them done by bottom jumps. Incredible. But more, tell me, I says, tell me the tests, I plea. but they ramble on their way like all the time in the world, and then they goes on about the stains in the carpets here, like old friends or fallen comrades. Yes, by the stains, tell me. And it seems that when one of them dies, they perform a sacred thing ritual. I don't quite understand what with their grunts and slang, and I don't know how, my mind is boggling by now, but that stain, they do it, and ever the memory of their friend fought to stay here, industrial, unwipeable shit. Bloody hell, this is great, and finally, they get to it, the 3 challenges in order to join. And this are them. 1. To fart such someone else gets the blame. 2. To fart such the room needs to be evacuated. 3. To fart loud and of such a decimal level blast. Not that I understand the science of what they is saying, the old masters, but one rule they told me is a must. You must never get caught, boy, and the challenges must be witnessed and checked by one of the members. And bloody hell, and fair enough, I is in. I can do this, I reckon, I tells them. But all they got to say back is a low hiss at me, like I a foolish child, a hiss. No, it's their arses working together in key. Wow, and that is the start of it, and fuck me. And it seems they have the run of the manor round here, for they takes me to a secret members' room or something, or maybe the disabled toilets. They have the radar key, the old fuckers, like teaching me their ways. For a set of fucking barber shop quartet they tune off. They are really bum impressive and highly tuneful. They is trying to fear me, put me down, and make me give up, but they won't. I's stupid and odd myself. So there. Next, they gets me on the table and order me pants off. Fuck me. Don't worry, son, they say. We all got a wee wifeys at home, and plenty of pussy to go round. It seems the farters get groupies everywhere they do. Fucking hell! Can't wait. But so, it is an inspection of my device they need, like an expert MOT or some shit. God knows what they doing as I bend over, but eyes and fingers and grunts, and skillful fingers at that up my arse, checking me out. They grunt and talk about vent scrolls and inner and outer sphincters. Inner and outer? I never knew. But they satisfied, he tells me, and I says, are you gonna read my fortune in it or something? And they like that. And next, they wants to hear me do one, like copy this note, boy, they order. And one sings their anus to a peculiar pitch, and I squints and strains, but terrible gassy shit bubbles out with hardly nothing mighty tuneful, but they laugh at me. Well, have your laugh, but I will do this, I says, and then they kicks me out, but not before telling me this, of the fabled Class A fart event. Beware! And this is supposed to scare me, but has been done, apparently, but not by any of them, or not any of them saw it, but it is told and fabled. The top a grade power event, the very fabric of space and time, or some shit, and it is like a warning not to blow your ass off, your innards out, or some shit. Oh no, I is just in a hurry to get doing the 3, or how the fuck 2, I has to figure. I is now at home, busy practising. How the hell they do those things? But Ma walks past the lounge and sniffs the air. Caw! You fucker! You smelly twat! She says. But Ma, I says, it wasn't me. It was Da there, the fucker. And I points to the twat asleep in his chair. I is trying test 1. But Ma is having nothing of it and keeps giving me jip. And Grandpa pops on the other chair, laughing away, all cackles and husks of teeth, spitting out, looking at me. And blimey, I thinks I's the one been got. Old Pops did me over, I reckon. It is his stink to high heaven. My farts don't have that old sewer manure smell full of urine. He got me, bastard, and I sees one of the older farter blokes peering through the window, taking notes and laughing as well. Fuck me. I better have a words with Pops, I reckon. And guess what? Fuck me. He's an older farter as well. Ha! Funny that. And me doing it for years. And getting me always in trouble, it seems. The bastard. He's a fucker. But he's got lots of shit to tell me. I let him roll on the stories of old. Like how he always goes down Cum Lane, named because it stinks like spunk, and there he does his dogging. Oh no, he likes to interrupt the doggers with some foul emittance from his rear. Ha ha! Oh, and more, like something about 5 willy farts, and you get an automatic stiffy. Well, I never. I don't know what he's talking about, but very useful at his age. Saves on the blue pill, he says. In the art of prostate pleasure, how a special fart to get his prostate to orgasm. Fucking hell. What is this? What is all this? It's incredible. Then, about best diet of beans, curry and Scotch eggs to help it all out. Or even use some lube to wet the whistle. Fucking hell. And also, get a dog to lay the blame on. Oh, yeah, everyone knows that one, Pops. A great gassy fart as they are. Deadly poo nasties. And then he gets this right jar, an old fucking thing and dirty. What's that, Pops? I ask. It's a Nana's fart jar, it is. A fart jar? Yeah, she's a right one. And magical, I reckon it is. A magical, Pops, I reckon. What magic, Pops? I ask. But he falls asleep under a cloud of wet farts, muttering something about keeps evil farts safe. It's all in the genes. You'll be a fine little farter, boy. And he's off to Zealand. Old Nana has a jar, eh? To fart in. Fuck me. I wonder what else she got. She gets up to right stuff in her youth, apparently. Something famous or something. But I need to get back to it. I goes to my bedroom. I reckon I needs to look at my fucker. And I gets a mirror under my legs, part of my cheeks, and fiddle like anything to get a good view. It does look fucked, all wrinkled like a pile of nesting slugs. I guess fucked is good, is it? Like a falut or shit, I don't know. I pucker. Bastard, like I'm gonna poo, but I don't, like opening up, and I look, oh, it expands, oh, it's gross, oh, fucking, and never let anyone ever look at such a sickness. Shit, a bit of poo, a brown slick spurts out, a damn tricky stuff, being a professional farter, gets the most skids ever. But the old guy at the window taps on the pane and shows off his undergusset and his bright whitey tighties, no stains there, and fucking showing off for that bastard. I best sit on the loo while I practice, just in case. Fucking hate follow-throughs. I reckon some of the best farts in the world is in that instant before your bowels release your daily log in the morning, like nothing to worry about. Yeah, shit farts is the best. But useless in the field, never get caught, remember? They just needs to check me knickers, and I is collared. I pops to my bedroom next, maybe to have a wank, but that fucker watching through the windows. Oh well, I'm stressed out. I need desperately to wank it off. But passing from his office, or that extra room he keeps locked, a big secret inside, yeah, right, he's a twat. Says, who's been guffing off? It stinks to high fuck, the bald twat. And then me sister pops her big gassy head out and blames me. Says she heard me wanking in the loo or something. Bastard. And she and start waving all the foul air back into my room, singing together, row, 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 in time, and batting all the air away from them. I tries me best to waft it back at them, the bastards, but he's useless. Me sister is a bastard, always after me. So I lock myself in my bedroom, determined to pop like a good un. And I reckon by the end of the day, I is got it right down to a T. I is passing out of some in all the guff. Later, I piss out, taking the dog with me. Clever, you see. Clever, I is. And on the walk, I practice it out in the open. And these are the results. I starts by doing little surprise farts, and sure, I startles several women. I gets them to turn their heads, you know what I mean. Then a pretty girl passes, who I fancy as a fuck, but I gets all nervous and lets a whole ring of flooding guff eject. Fuck, that's no good. Oh well, bigger, better things, and I think of all the groupies, and I can take my pick, I reckon. But I says, it's the dog, hoping to get a clock of her arse when she bends down and pets my little fella. Actually, that little bit's a fancy of mine, or what I should have done, but no matter. Boy, I fuck her a lot, I do. Up the arse as well, I reckon. They got such a sweet little tight anuses. Cuter fuckers thing is. Porn mags. In porn mags, of course. Fuck. They got no shame showing all. Very interesting. Fucking never letting anyone see my twat. But I do's more scaring old ladies of farts. I'd mastering it now, I reckon. I even knocks a startled kiddie off his bike. Yeah, I reckon I's a natural, like the cows in the field, all day long. But boy, it does catch me sometimes, the smell. Catch me unaways and untried, and boy, pooh! Oh, it stinks to high heaven. I reckon my insides is rancid or something. What's the fuck's wrong with me? But breathe it in, you fuckers. Ha ha! So I gets home for tea, and guess what's for tonight but baked beans and curry with Scotch eggs. Damn bingo! And then Ma lays it on me. Don't forget the funeral tomorrow. You is going, boy. But Ma, I protest. Damn stupid thing. Well, this is it, and I don't fail too well. Bilious from last night's supper. I's got rotten bowels or something, and we is in church now, next to Ma and Pops. She keeps an eye on me, best behaviour. She knows of me problem, what I get up to, but every boy is like it, I tries to tell her, but no. No, a son of mine is gonna show us up. We is Pukers, the Pukers, right, tidy family, right, up the tree, Dar as well, and Pops. But I got awful belly rot and churning me insides up and colons. But Ma knows me and keeps sniffing me behind to check. Cunt. I's desperate to keep it in. And I's looked around across the flickering candles, and I sees them, the older farters, all gathered and watching and laughing at me, notebooks at hand. They is up to tricks, no doubt, want to do me in, I reckon, scupper me chances. I is right bothered up my bum. I's got right bum spasms. I got to hold it in, or else. But bugger me, it is hard and painful. Like bum buggers right clenching away down there. It is fuck. I is desperate. But Pops gives me a nudge. Ignore the older farters, he says, and saying me discomfort and problem goes on. You should have worn a butt plug. I am respect of a nana. But gassy below, and me tum-tum, I got to let one off. But me Ma is sniffing me bot still, as the priest shits on about something, and the old farters are laughing in the corner. It's terrible, I tells you. Oh, but holy and church in best behaviour, I hate her. Oh, and her as well, sister fucker. I know she knows, the prune, the fucking cunt. And such it is, blimey hell. Wow, I can't hold it anymore. Fucking hell. a giant, A-class adventure below off, and the candles, a bloody full methane explosion one, gets me, a fucking hell, more. And everyone, all go so look about, but all around shakes and vibrations, the house of God shaking to its core, hats and skirts blow off, and get up, but everyone all now together, a row, a joint effort to push the nasty stink away from them's pews of worshippers waving arms and hankies out in time, a row, and away. But this is it, they don't know it's me, for despite I is doing it still, my vent well backed up, my back valve away, good times bum belching behaviour, folks in the crowd believe it be the animals all lined up at the back, animals in the church, oh no, or like the vicar is at it also, and I see the older farters are writing away in the holy book, and fuck me, the joy is in my bum. It is all getting away, I still doing it, and still. The full array of fart bangers, gusset growlers, and deeper winded broccoli guffs, scaring kids and grannies for toes. For in the commotion now it is all and everyone are running to get out of this hellhole, or the devil is here on a Christian way at hand, and desecrated turf now, they all beg to get out, their eyes are stinging and ears are blown out of their heads. That kaboom, blown a moment yet rings still through the core fabric of the universe. I've been naughty, I've been, blown. My bum well away, and popping rum diddly poon stains and fart juices flow. And I only fucking do it, or I can't help it in the end, and this is me now, or later, I can't tell, because me head is all up in the clouds, for still I do's doing it, like I can't stop. I doing it all day long, such a positive constant cloud of the stuff follows me about. Chasing me maybe, for all the wrongness I up to, but I don't care, curse me, veil me, break my future lives, I is bad, live with it, I is bad and alright, just believe, and listen to this, poppity ruppity pop, some fucked up shit there. And like now, it seems, a thing of a thing comes before me, a shape, a man or a man shape rides out of the mist, and fuck, it's Saint Nick. Oh, no, I mean old Nick, you know, what's his name? Oh, the devil it is, right, crossing my way, and coming to me, coming for me, take me away. And fuck, he comes to me, he does, and only bloody gives me my wings for passing the tests. Fuck me, and not only that, but the fucker wants to dub me the title of the Phantom Farter, that is, only one given out for supreme effort in the course of duty. and fuck me, great! I is the phantom farter now, a born expert, the old farters say. I breathe through me arsehole now, and they say, oh, I must have a grade A perfect arsehole from all the exercise, a right primed and toned sphincter muscle ring. I is sure not gonna be some old incontinent fucker with a fucked useless hole. I got a right Olympic ring. I got a right good hole. I is well sorted. Mwah. And I even gets a good job I do, the perfect place and a perfect good job. I's working at the old folks home, many old farters there, and we all fart all day long, and happily farting together, right farters paradise there. End. 3. The Bum Boy. Ooh! Oh! Ah! Ah! Ow! Ow! There's something up me bum. Oh! Stuck and grasped and solid hard up there. Oh! Well, fucking of course there is. After all, I put it up there. But, fuck, I think I've overdone it this time. Oh! Ah! Oh! Call the bloody fire brigade. I needs help. Get them to cut it out of me. All up me asshole. So full and crunched with things. And now stuck and ow. Ow. Help. Now, don't get me wrong, it's no mistake the situation I is in. I should have seen it coming, but I's so stupid, and well, I got to liking it, and like it I do. Too much is me addiction. I's a naughty boy. I've done myself in. I need a fucking ambulance of people and surgeons and shit to do a job on me rectum. Oh, let me tell you how it all began. Because I've been a very naughty boy, and don't tell Ma. Fucking hell. Oh. And now, when did it start? Oh, no, really. Thinking back, maybe all that time I takes wiping my bum. I rub me fucker so clean I do, even bloody clean. I knows I done a good job, but when there's a jib of red on the bog roll, I clean me fucker like a good 'un. I even likes to poke the paper on my fingertip right up me hole, rimming. Oh, God knows how far up I goes. I never can tell. But seeing as a poo always seems to flow down, I figure if I can clean a little inside there as well, I get some more time before poop steeps in my knickers. But that's by and by. Endless shit talk I do's, sloppy poos up to me eyeballs, fucking shit and poo gets everywhere. It's God's joke, innit? No, thinking more now, it may be the times me finger breaks through the toilet sheet, and I is fucked then. It's like all gross. Again, how far up I venture, I never can tell. But and here's the thing, apparently I's got a thing up there, a prostate, a apostle, a pubic, a prostrate, a thing. Like a girl's got their G-spot, and this is ours. But what a place to put it! Makes you think. Anyway, it's a fucking thing apparently, and gets me in an experimenting way, and I's good at it, but fucking knows where it is or what it do or what to do. But that's the fun of it. He's so stupid. Now then, God knows how to start. But more and me fucking chores. It's cleaning the carpet, boy. Hoover it up. And I is like poking that pipe, sucking up, God knows. Hey, don't get ahead of me, but yes, I has to poke the nozzle, basically right up me arsehole. Woo! What a thing. Of course, I ain't a pro like I is now, no way. I is a timid little birdie, all coy and virgin-like. I has to be careful around the back door area because, well, you know, and grease and shit. I hears it, they use it to help entry. So, like some butter from the fridge, and I's work, and I works it, slowly mind, until I can get the whole fucking pipe up there. and then I turns the fucker on. Ooh, fucking hell, bloody hell, whew, what a thing, my insides are swim in all funny feelings. I gets a right boss-eyed, I do, and has a right good time, I reckon. But the mess after. I's needin' another hoover to hoover up. And so you see is that. And a fucking thing as well. Now, I won't go in all the bum details. Give me some decency, please. But fuck, what I do's. But no, I is on the road to madness now, and no way off. Once I gets me prostate well and truly tickled, I well mad at it. I goes to the DIY store next, I do, and sees what I can find to put up there. You know, shapes that fit. I's a naive starter, I is, and goes for the obvious things. light bulbs, doorknobs, hoses, funnels, sealant tubes, paint roller sleeves, post spindles, a trowel, a rabbiting spade, gravel chips, a wood grenade, grinder brushes, you know, the usual. But I's an experimentalist, I is testing laws and right scientific. What comes up must come down shit, and I is in the shop. And when no one looking, I have a quick go. I do, you know, trying it before yous buy it. They really should have changing rooms in DIY stores, you know, for us fetish types. Now, I don't like people seeing me shit. I is a most private person. Like one time in there, I sees a family of noggins, mups and daps and wee chilly kids. They's up to right naughties as well. There's a fair dues. They's stealing or something. Well, I sees them round the back smoking God knows up their honkers. Map and daps and diddle kids. Oh no, I can't see too well, but I is getting most pleasing out of it, and like a girl has a vaggie thing, things go up there, the willy and that towel sheet, good knows. So why not I's have one also? I wants one, I do, and I gets one, I do. Ha ha! So I is home now and looking around the place for things to stick up in my bum. I is working on the job well. I likes it and I's good at it. Well pleased with myself, and of course I's no fool. I know plenty about lube now, that lubrication. See, I is clever, and I gets loads of it from the fridge, like busy slapping dollops of lard and other greasy shit. Motor oil and WD-40 is no good. It just runs down me leggies. I needs best. I finds Mars old sterno mix medicine, or most molasses trickly fuckers, and I goes at it like a good 'un. And I is wandering the house, me arsehole squeaking away, and I looks at me sister's bedroom. Now, she is a cunt, so I don't mind fucking sticking stuff into a shitty fucked state, and I is doing it, sticking God knows of hers up me hole. And laughing at it. Her knickers like, though, cheeky sniff first, then working up her Tampax. Cool, I likes that. Then her fit a bit of watch, you know, for the ticking. Then her phone, I likes that, she does, I do. And her hairbrush, cool, that tickles some. Then I looks at it in its tank, and I says, fuck it, and I shoves her pet lizard, Mr. Hanky, up there as well. Ha ha, slippery fellow. I bet he likes it, old Mr. Hanky. But don't worry, I pulls the sod out. I is no evil fucker, and it is like he has been swimming, his little smiling eyes blinking back in the daylight. But she's a fucker, me sister, and well deserves it. Always telling on me to Ma, "Hey, Ma, he's up to something again, the cunt." I'll get her, like, is it that job she's doing? I did all that, thinking, a nice easy job, chatting to folks about their corns, or telling a gossip by her way. There's plenty of horny men who get off on that stuff. Me Fadge is playing up again, I hears her say. She don't know. Some medical NHS helpline, she thinks it is. But I hate me Fuckter family. They call us the Pukers. Well, that's Dar's name, the twat, the blind idiot. What a plonker. A name like that. He's always up to something in his office. Taxes, he says. Yeah, right. He's up to something in there. A right project, he says. God knows. The joke's on them. Ain't nothing in this house ain't been shoved up me bum already. I's right proud of me joyful rectum now, and what a fun! You should try it, really. It's like when I is off to do the shopping chores by Ma, and I is thinking in the supermarket, hey, I can save a bit of cash here. And I start storing the loot right up my hole. I get to fit loads up there. Alright, magical arsehole I's have. I like to look at that, so when it goes, when no one looking, I'm good at that as well. The sneaky go. I suck it right up. A bag of oranges, a tin of pilchards, a mega pack of crisps. It's all in the breathing. It is a sucking technique, or like a reverse farting. It is. Oh no! But there's plenty of room. Right, tidy hidey hole. Ain't no one gonna want to check up there. One more. I can fit one more mango. Though the look on me face as I do gives others a right queer go. And in my sphincter locking up. I is well enjoying this, so I keeps going at it. I is one, but I shy at a pineapple, obviously. But mind you, looking at it, sizing it up, they thinks I'm looking for ripeness and shit. I is not. Can I do it? Can I? So what you do? Yes, fantastic. So there's me clogging down the road back home, pockets full of cash and lovely, and waddling like a twat, but I don't care. I is smiling all the way, but my insides, I feels them. Right, churning going on, bilious or a solid hard shift. But I gets home, I do. But blimey O'Reilly, me ma only goes and tells us, we got to go to church now. Grandma's funeral is, bugger me. No, do I not want to go? I got to offload the stuff, or get to the toilet soon to sort me anus out. But Ma and we is off, like the last thing I needs. I is right, ready to spend me cash on some Max Turbo Dysonic floor cleaner job. It is 1,000 RPM. Sounds a beaut. So this is me now, and I is straining and sweating. There's There's something stuck up me bum. Damn right there is. And I is in the loos at the back of the church, pants down, sweating out me ring. It's fucked and buggered, broken, and I is in a right problem. Me arse bent over backwards, me insides all pushed up and torturing me over it. I is dying, I reckon. I gone too far. I always do. I can't get anything out. Me bum ring is stubborned up. I runs out of grease, and I can't find any tub of anything here. But I try dabbing holy water or smearing some candle flux. But it is all hard and holy. The cold hand of God. Bastard that he is, giving us this G-spot in a right awful place. I mean, really? What's that about? I push. And I push over the crabber. I got to need a big poo now, like ever. And I sticking this toilet plunger and brush thing right up there to welly the obstruction. I gone and done something stupid and all wrong, so I have. I's so sorry. I's sorry. God hear me. Now, I's not a religious person, but we is in a church, so fair dues to give it a try. And I try pouring the old drain buster bleach bottle down my end, and I hears it gurgle and simmer some right fizz. And now I is giving a big push. And almighty go. I got me a big sausage stuck up there, I reckon. What a pain. The absolute bum painful. And there. It all pops out. I say pop, but it is a mighty explosion. It is like a bang, a clunk, and a boom. I is right. Filled the pan up, and the water overflowing blocks the system and flush, and back flowing now. And me anus expels all that nastiness, though I dare not look too much. Me poor ring. What has I done to you? I talk to all my sphincters. They is like little fellas, I reckon. Little cuddly Teletubbies. I don't know. But, of course, what a mess. What a fuck up. The toilet is shattered, cracked and crocked, and water flooding out everywhere. Like brown gouts of fire streams of all the fuckers. I is done and right blocks it in. I don't know. Ask a plumber. Fuck. Call a plumber. I feels better now, but me aching ring, right, roaring buzzing is. A poor little fella has a hangover, I reckon, but I is done it. And I comes out of the lavs and see the church. Why, is right half fallen over, so it is. I don't know. Everyone and everything blown over. It is a right sight. Everyone turned over. Even some damn bunch of gormless animals is all in a tight tizzy about it. God knows why they are here, but they well have beshitted themselves. They is outside running in the slop now, and like I wants to help them, poor fellows, and helps I do. I grab fistfuls of their fresh ripe dung, and clean up and puts it somewhere. Somewhere? Where can it go? I is thinking, and is you thinking the same? I go and shove it right up my arse. I's an idiot, see? But I don't care. Me arse is empty now, I reckon. I better start filling it back up again. I is stupid. But this time, I is gonna use a butt plug. I swipes one of Pop's a while back, and I reckon this is the answer, maybe. Well, only one way to find out. Experimentalist, that I is. Me anus, eating away, merry chomping away, chomping at the bit. But I get go see is a tap on the shoulder. I turns and see that Dar from another family, that criminal bunch of family thieves. Oh, what say you say? I say to him. He looks peaky or shifty, eyes are wide and shifting out of his forehead. And he says to me, got anywhere to hide, boy? It be the rozzers, the filth, the fuzz. I thinks, it's a bit smelly, I say, but sure, I's see if I can fit him in. And I's, well, liking it. It's the best thing ever. I loves me arse, I do, me ring and hole. Right, boy's best friend it is. And this is what I find there at the church, among the poor animals and dirt. I finds myself, or more importantly, that special part of me that is unique and world satisfying, that makes the world livable and excites me each day, that keeps me going, it does. No more sad Saturday afternoons moping and nods and ends. But I is doing it, and doing it grand, like a right champion I is, for this is what I finds that day, that church, with the animals shot through with fair biscuits, for one of the sheepies has the most cross boss-eyed look in its face, a poor thing. I wants to help it, I do, so I examine, trying to find its ailment. And I finally gets to its back door area, right available orifice, and I sees why now, I do, and I finds stuck up its anus, right big thing, bothering his poor little mooch. So I goes for it, and yanks it out, and blimey, but it's only a fucker of a foot long, with a fist a wide dildo, damned rammed up its poker. And shapes is better now, and I looks at the fucker, and fuck me, I is thinking I am, and fuck it, it goes in, most perfect willy phallus for my prize rectum. Fuck me! Oh my God! Fits just nice. So I is gay, so I is. Well, I never suck nose. Fuck me. Oh no. Oh well, so I am. And I do be playing with it all the time now. It comes out alright, easy, no problems this time. But boy, oh boy, is me arsehole fucked. Is fucked, and will need surgery. Oh shit now. Oh no. I don't care. I just does it. I do. Fuck the hemorrhoids and all the bleeds. It's a fucking too much fun. Oh, he's stupid. End. 4. The Flasher. Fucking rozzers, you'll never get me alive, fuckers. Fuck, I is running like crazy. Bastard police is after me, fuckers. But they'll never get to me. I's got all my bits flapping. I jumps fences, run crazy through the street, scaring everyone and all with me coat flapping wide and all me danglies flopping about, scaring kids and older ladies. Love it, fuckers. I is scooting in and out, running for my life, the wind showing all that I got, nothing underneath. Wankers, I is doing it, right scoring big time, but I is too busy to tally up the fuckers on my tail, but I is good jumping, and I vault another fence. Ooh, a bit high this one, almost karma cropper. Me delicate's out and loose. No, only a bunch of pubes left behind this time, and I's away. Now, let me tell you how I finds myself in this situation. It is a right laugh. But first, I want you to look at this. Look. Yes, I want you to have a look at me knob. No, please. There's something wrong with it. Check it out. Look at me cock. Got ya! 5 points. Sure, me cock is poxed and ridden and fucked and knobbly and fucked. Look, are you looking anyway? I likes it. But here's the problem. The police are only fucking chasing me. I've got a fucked shape knob. Like from birth. What the fuck were they doing with my winky as a baby? I wouldn't know. Hell, if I'm gonna ask me ma, no ways. So I do, and she sees it and is horrified. Right, the screams come out. Get to a fucking doctor, you twat! She screams at me. So I do, and this is the doctors. And guess what? They bloomin' want everyone to look at it. They never seen such a monstrosity. All nurses and trainees and like, but it is the first time I's pulls the old fella out for a stranger. I's nervous as hell. What wills they make of it? But the lady doctor is so good to me complaint. She warms her hands up first, so thoughtful, like greasing herself up. But over, it ain't too bad, except for the prognosis. Well, I is basically fucked, unless I can get surgery on my fucker, so cronky it is. But I's no money. Who the hell has? I is about to go home by now, having a wee cry over my poor Winky, when Pops does find me in a state, and gives me his telling time, he does, like old in life, and well, ever since Nana dies, he bees off it. But before I gets to tell him, he's off on one. Like how Nana wanks him off, or how he likes her small, knobbly and ribbed hands and such. Or even a gummy, toothless mouth. Best BJ ever, he says. Oh, happy one moment he is, then down in it, remember the bastard in that car that runs his little darling down. And even before I can whip my knob out for him to look, he goes back to browsing his old porn mags, fuck old and faded and all jizzed over, stuck and warped jazz mags, like jug and mugs, and jizz and piss, and show us your cock. That one Pops pretends is Nana's. Yeah, right. And then he tells me to fuck off as he unbuttons his pants to slap his knob out some, and tells me to go see your da. He's got shit, you know, hidden shit and secret. Fuck knows he's on about, but I do's to get away from his knob thing. That box in the attic, Pops tells, all of your dreams come true. Fuck's he on about? So I goes and looks. Fuck me! I finds and open a box, and I finds Da's old trencher coat, old trenchy wenchy. It is under a devil party costume, old trenchy wenchy. I forgot about that. Oh, we calls it his flasher's coat until he gets upset and throws it away. I've not seen it for ages, since I was a little un. I goes through the pockets, and fucking what I find, but a stack of old Polaroids stashed there, and fuck me, all is pictures of some big cheesy knob, like right a hideous amateur porn hour. A bigger fucker at that, and fucking hell, that a hand doing the jerkin. That's Da's wedding ring, that is. Fuck, that is the Da's knob, the dirty old man. Fuck, he's got a big un, bigger than mine, the bastard. Not fair. So I reckon this is Da's secret or something. Like he's a pervert. I always knew. And a flasher as well, I reckon, in his youth. Is probably how he met Ma, huh? A fucking dirty old man he is, but with a massive cock. I can see it now. An impressive flash of that. What a sight for unsuspecting folk to see a big un like that. Then you can die happy, huh? But I can't do that, me shit thing. But it does gets me to thinking. I quite likes them all. The doctors are looking and curious over me knob, and I reckon I can make uses of his old coat. But I needs to practice first to sort me knob out. It might not be big, but I'm gonna fuck it up as best I can. Give the kiddies a right scare, huh? So this is me. I got to build it up. Get me an expert at it, I reckon. First, I stand at my window with my bits hanging out for the passer-bys to glance at. Yes, just a bit of fun. Then I hide like the fuck, like they not sure what they see, if anything. Next, I try next door and bang on old Bob's door. He opens up and I give him a good flash of my danglies under my coat. But he is a blind Bob, so eyes gets my nerve up first. Next, I try to let my trousers accidentally fall down in front of some ladies. My bum and a bit's exposed, but I hurry them up, all pretend sorry and humiliated. But I's knows they got a good view, and I is loving it. So going well, and I reckon now I need to do something about me old fella. I needs to make it more gross. I mean, gross enough is my stump, fucked up like being in a car crash. But I reckon I can decorate it I don't know, the most fucked up thing ever. I needs to shock 'em, because I likes it. I likes the look on their faces. Shock, puzzle, and disgust and horror. Oh. So I been out and about, dripping it in urinals, skanky, smelly holes, and at home, I is dipping it in all things, I reckon. I don't know, old yoghurt and fucked cheese, basically back of the fridge sheet, and smearing it around the toilet rim for bits of poo, even digging out my sister's old used and bloody sanitary towel. And wiping away on it for feculence and chance. But fuck, only does she finds me in her bedroom at it. Fuck, the cunt. She's a cunt. But I runs away. I got some important work, I do. I wants a right ugly and scary knob. And platin and my long fucking curlies all get cobbed in muck and glue, like a little jizz in there helps no end. I's getting a nice bit of knob cheese going now. Alright, nice infestation. I scrapes it and shoving it in the mayonnaise jar, I reckon. That will get her later. Ha ha! The cunt. Oh, look! I's got a rape discharge today. I needs to get out and show people. Even I is shocked some days. What's down my pants? Now, I mostly hang around the park, in the bushes, chuckling to myself, waiting for the best time and place, the right moment. Oh, the anticipation and delight. I likes scaring the kids. Alright, I move off for the school run now. Quite a few of us in the bushes outside the school gates. The whole crew's here. There's a Ballisberger Joe. He's a cancer and now has some marvellous mutations and some god-awful loose sacks and skins. Gross fuckers. And alopecia Al, the bald cunt, damn scary, like an alien or shit. And bollock bag Bob, Biggins as well, clacking away. You hears him coming, all right. And Beast Nige, and his crooked fat cock and funny belly hang. But I see old Barry got to the prize spot today. He's the oldest and hairy, like old hair, withered and grey, nasty stuff. We is all in competition, we is trying to score points and trying to scupper others' chances, like blocking and getting in the way. But I is the youngest, so the fastest, and I is quick and runs after them, I do. But all of us are right loving it, trying to get the top score for the day. We all is excited as we wait, having a laugh and a gassing off and fiddling with our dicks. But my stubber seems as with many heads split in the foreskin back to see the gross in a turd substance. It's just like a stubby fucked heart of an old iceberg lettuce, all wrong shaped, full of willy, and withered and dying. I love it. Loads of nasty dripping gunk going on, God knows. No way that's going up a cunt. It's like all wrong, pushed out and off, but bare back at the base. Sometimes I just go for a bollock or two, like they not sure what they says. I just lets a bollock dangle out on its own. I learns that trick on the beach one day, when I's not realised for ages what's hanging out of me budgie smugglers. I do's wonder why all the odds looks from parents and pulling their pointing kids away. Points, points. Women, 5 points. Mums with prams, 10 points. School kids, 15 points. Old grannies, 15 points. Disabled folk, 15 points. A priest, 20 points, plus 5 for a woman priest. A nun, 30 points. But all in, the art is not to get stiffy. Got to let it all dangle and swing, is the game. Hey! Who's that over there? Some odd family, like I know. Da and Ma and 2 squigglers, they is right mugging an old granny for her sweets. Oh, what a joy. I is now at Nana's funeral. Bloody love it. Loads of chances to score points. Fuck me. Look at all the religious prize event. I do like funerals. I goes to many, you know. So I is sitting on the pew amongst them all. Old Trenchy Wenchy, ready to accidentally part and show all my crown jewels to whoever. Like I sees old folk and nuns even, and old priest and little choir boys. I is bloody drooling at it. But it is not going well for me. Each time I part my coat up my legs to let a bollock dangle out, Mrs. Juniper next to me has her eyes heaven high in some sort of religious shit. And many times I let him dangle out, the old fellow, but they's not looking backs to me. Damn, my timing's off today. I is buggered in front of all these Christians. Right, a religious crowd, and evil, of course. I knows their dirty thoughts festering in them. Do it! Get your bits out, and loud and proud. I is taking time in this churchly reflection while I tend to squeeze some pus out of me wrong thing. I got to wait for the perfect moment, then do them all in, I reckon. I is thinking, it is now that I spots an assortment of animals grouped in the lobby or whatever church area near the door, like animal charity shit, the slogan says. All proceeds are some charity shit for the lost and buggered extra porn industry animals. But them animals, I is a-thinking, why they is naked already, and ready dangling bits like they don't care, and nor even the little uns stroking them. I sees its little blue bollocks all squat up there, and not fair, and considerable bits at that. Fuck off! I is getting right annoyed. Fuck me. And then it is like God hears me prayers, and a God below me shout goes up. Well, I don't know, but all the chaos and chips in the air, and fuck me, this is it. I is right ready now, and this is it. I stands up in all the confusion, screaming kids and groaning old maids, and let it all rip. I part my trench coat to the full, let them all right eyeful. I is running about, making sure they all see, and wrangling and pushing it in their faces. My fuck of a cock dangling right on their cheek, old lady's cheeks, and boy, do I give the nuns a fright. Bingo! 30 points, yes! 2 old dears, 30 points, ka-ching, ka-ching! A couple of kids, screaming at my disfigurement, 30 points. Bloody hell! This is good. Have some of this communion, you church fuckers. And finally, there's their priest, in and among the shock and scream, and I gives them the full backside, up the arse and see me dangling bollocks ago, 25 points, bingo. Fuckers, and I is doing it all, I is. That is, until the rozzers bleeding turn up, spoil sports. So I's away, and running now. You'll never catch me, you bastards, fucking filth. I jumps another railing. Oh! This time I bash my balls on them. Oh, bloody hell! Ow! Oh, boy goes on, everything flapping about, my dirty old man Mac flying like a superhero cape, magic it is, and me, I is a superhero, see? The kids love me, look, my buttocks are hairy and out, an extra cheese flying off me knob. I is saving kiddies and grannies, I is, Superman style. Oh, fucking hell, the cops have got me. They gets me, they do. Right to get me for indecent exposure, I reckon. But that's the least of it. They get to me, up to me. But no, they pass me and continue running. Oh, what the fuck? They run after me. But some other twat. Oh, I see. It's the odd family. They're a criminal shits they got now. Below me. So I stop and panting now. Fuck. What a stitch. And excitement. But a kid says, "Oi, mister, you got a stiffy, mister?" And so I have. Ha ha! But, oh no, that's a no-no, a big no-no in front of the kiddies. We got standards, we have. But I don't feel too well. I've got too many infestations riddling my system, I reckon. For I wouldn't be surprised if me cock fucks the fuck off due to all the syphilis, I reckon. But I don't care. I is right a winner, I is. Just wait till I tell me scores to Joe, Al, Bob and Barry. I is a fucking champion. The Phantom Flasher. Ha ha! End. 5. The Any Hole's a Goal. I is walking down the road the other day, and guess what? I finds a fucking cunt lying on the fucking road. Fuck me. And there, and splayed out and all ready and waiting. I's like to dip my wick in there, boy. I thinks wrong. Well, it ain't actually a road. I calls everything a road. It's a path on the edge of the beach, a shitty corner of the world where man's junk and tits end up. Well, I calls it a road, 'cause I's always going on it, seeing as I can't go anywhere else, as the fuckers are always after me. Fuckers. Well, I don't just fuck anything. I's got standards, but believing this to be a nice cunt, I mean, I've seen pictures and shit. I knows a cunt when I sees one. Who am I kidding? Are porn stars cunts? Even cunts? God knows. But here I is, and I's thinking, that's a cunt, that is. What a fucking find. Nows, I's very peculiar at what I touch. I wash me handsies, God knows how many times a day. But me cock, that's a different matter. Fuck do I care what it is, as long as I gets me dick in it, I reckon. And I's try hell of a load of friends as fresh fleshlights, and even me older pop's one from the war has a funny cross sign on him. So there's me prodding its flaps and turning it over and around to get in. You just imagine I's good at press-ups. And finally, I shoves in, I do, and oh, blimey, I's shoving me cocker right in. I didn't know what to expect. Wet pussy is a thing, apparently. God knows. And I don't know how this works. But wet enough it is from the days do or God knows slurry. And fuck, I's fucking doing it now, I do. I truly believe. And this is good, I thinks. Fuck, a load of good. And yeah, Yeah, the smell, cool. It pongs some like French fish. But then again, they do always go on about fish and winky fish and God knows. But shitty now, I is getting. But I don't care. I's having a whale of a time. I's fucking doing it. Fucking doing it. Fucking cunt. Now, I should have told you this earlier. Hell, I don't even notice before it's too late. But this beach here is right under an outlet flow of some drain business. God knows. And I figure some girl shat too hard, and her cunt popped out. God knows. And here it is too. Fucking ace. And I don't care about anything right now. Give me their toxins and infestations and poop up the end. I don't care. I's fucking doing it. Oh, I ram and pump silly. Fucking hell, I don't know what's I doing, and fuck, it's good, and I's believing, I's doing it. Yes, boy, fuck on, fucking a, oh, and but, fuck me, the fucker moves or squidges or starts alive. Fuck me. And the fucker starts getting at me, like tagging me it is. What the hell? It's fucking whacking bits and limbs or what at me bits and balls, like I don't know. Fuck off. I don't be doing that. And right now, you fucker, I's about to come, you bastard. But the fucker's got it in for me, I reckon. And wriggles are like crazy on me end. And ha, you idiot, I feels fucking amazing. Cunt or not, it's the business. And I start to fuck it out of existence, giving the holy porn star fast hips I sees. God knows, but I don't know what it's doing now, but something for sure in the end. But a couple more. Oh, fuck. Oh, and done. Whew. Fuck me. Eyes looks down, and I only gone and ripped it all up, shredded and split to eternity. Phew, fuck me. I stands up, and it hangs off me knob for a second or two, before gently sliding and plopping down all mashed up, whatever it is, sloppy seconds probably. But shit, I's only looking at me knob, my happy dribbling knob, and it only flipping starts to melt and dissolve on me. Fucking hell, its skinning bit also falls off. Fucking hell, no! No, fuck me, this is not happening. Fuck, shit. My whole dick like falls off as well. Fuck me, oh. Well, like they say, I used to be a necrophiliac until some rotten cunt split on me. Oh. As you knows, I ain't doing that again. Never, ever, never. The thingy's all wrong now, like half dissolved or something. But Stabberger stumper now. But, caw, I like to jizz. I jizz first thing in the morning, during the day, last thing at night, and all during the night, I suspect. I don't know what I do, but still, so it is. I is right a virgin now, I is. My stump still works, oh yeah, but no one will ever have me now. So sod it. A virgin, I reckon. A proper one at that. Right, best virgin. But I don't mind, 'cause I still like to fuck. Just nothing organic for me anymore. And that's the way I plan to stay. Thank you very much. Like, all holy and like. I is a good Christian virgin boy now. I might at this rate become a right priest me. I likes the weirdness and holy shit. But I ain't told you this. But I is born with no balls, it is, I reckon. Can you believe that? So, at puberty, or whatever that is, I had to do something. So, I fucks anything and everything. Well, what I can get my hands on, that is. Yeah, I wish I never starts in the end. Don't look down your pants, you dirty boy, Ma tells me. That's Satan's business, that is. It sure is. It's the devil, she says, munching her teeths. The devil in me, I says. The devil in a man, she says. The devil lives in your pants. It's the devil's tail, it is. Whipping around, looking for trouble. I'll not have it. And the look on her face, like the Queen High and Mighty, she is. Such all this, I daren't to look down my pants any. It fears me, what they say. But my little worm, my little fun-stump worm. Keep it holy and unsullied, she says, like it's an almighty power. God will give, but takes away in the end. But I hate my family. I do. All cunts, ma, da, and sis. Right, job load of turds. Like, always wanting me to do stuff around the house. Ma is. Chores, that is. But I is a virgin, I plea. I can't. I don't know how. I'll show you a virgin, is her battle response, whatever that means. But I sometimes gets the hoover out, I do, and pretend in half-hearted, or even I think about the nozzle, and it's useless, like I could fuck that, I is thinking, so I do. And there's me now, looking for places to put my knob in now. Safe, uncomplaining holes I'm on the lookout for. It is safe for sex, it is. Like I is down the DIY store one day, and I sees loads of opportunities. And there's me down the plumbing aisle, a goggle at all the holes, all shapes and sizes, and I do be knobbing those when no one is looking. Something to fit a wrangled knobbing, and padding and insulation as well. A core, right treat. And when home, I's just looking for nice holes now to lay my knob in. Something to fuck every now and then, like right, nice little friend. I is doing right good in me experiments. Why, I'd fuck a toilet hole if I could. Can I? Thinking. But mostly it is any old fish pie I can slap my dick in and work away. Give it extra sauce like I do. I likes a good hole. It makes willy disappear. Not have to worry about it anymore. I is like a little girl, I is. Nothing there. But I is got to be careful on the burnt stub. I right often gets all bloody by me rubbing. Oh, and raw, and God knows, poor thing. It weren't made for fucking, but I fuck it I do, and I likes to nurse it back to better, I do. A wee little hammock, like taking my hamster for a ride. Hamster? Oh, thinking, I don't know. And I's right staying a virgin still, see. Such, I reckon I do be getting powers, or some, I don't know. Flying be best, I reckon. Then I can shit on people like birdies. Ha ha! But I hump away, God if Manu. And this is her now. Stop playing with yourself. You're a good Christian virgin boy now. No stiffies for you. And more adding, think of vicar's knees, older men's crusty elbows, fishermen's hardened toes. That'll put you off. Ma always insists on holding the winky for me when paying. Such she don't trust me with it. I got to be unsullied and holy, she says all times. But sister hears, she does, and no end of teasing from her, the cunt. Always catch me wanking, she is. She knows, she knows all magic, and always calling me virgins, with a tone of a sneer. She is bad like a bad un, she is, the cunt. That times I hear her shagging in her room, I gets to a vicar's knees, older men's elbows, a fisherman's toes, anything to stop her. But no use, I gets a little stiffy, and I bang that special tube I made as well I do. Oh, I hate her. Like one time I was about the house looking, and I sees a doorknob off, and I sees the hole, and I is thinking. But quickly that ends, and I is shagging the hole. Caw! Right, Delight, shagging away I am. But only she turns up. I's thought I's the house to me own. And she does go, but only whacks me coxsome, gives it a right saying to, and a whack and a laugh from the other side, and caw! Flipping out. My poor thing is like all bent now, a crick on my dick, a most peculiar angle, and all getting bigger now by bruising and swelling and such. So I don't know, but she done me a favour, I reckon. But I used to get her back, I do. For that door is the bathroom door. So next time she in the bath, I do go look her through, I do, and like, caw, go on, clean your twat out, let me see. Fuck yeah, and now turn over, you bitch, let me see. And then I fuck a hole in my excitement, and God knows where my dribbles go, but spurt all over her, I reckon. Ha ha! Or a bucket of cum trick on her next. I do's to go get her the bucket, to full on her head I do, like I gets her back. And when she realises what it is, from her, but ha ha, I's laughing at, I gets her back, some I do. But I wanna go to the DIY shop again. I needs more stuff for the bent knob. You bend, I reckon. God knows what they got. I is always looking for the perfect hole. Like I sees holes in the ground, like a rabbit or rat holes, and I do's it, I do. Ha ha! But Ma, she does. Me Ma says, with her evils, you will be going to the funeral, boy. Oh, Mum, I's a virgin, I says. A virgin or not, you is going, she says back. So this is me at the church. Funeral it is, for Nana. And I is a Christian virgin boy now, I is. A boy singing up in the choir. But I is saying holes ever about the church. God knows Christian God holes. Saints with their mouths open. Statues, that is. And Mary as well. Such a lovely hole. And I is remembering holy Jesus Christ is a pure virgin boy. So I take solace away from all the temptation. But it is a sinful place, I tells you. Den of iniquity. Even the beladen coffin is a hole. Bloody hell. But we is getting changed in the vestry, the other choir boys and me, and in comes the priest, dirty old bugger. He always does to peep at us behind the curtains. We often wonder what the shuffling he does there. But he comes in now when I alone, and insists he does. But now, this is not a young chappy priest, but an old, unsaintly, dirty old fucker. We all try to avoid him. But I is trapped now, and he comes over me, and he insists I gotta do something. What? I says, I gotta get confessions, boy. He says some religious shit, but I don't reckon I'm gonna like it. You say, boy, he continues, I've gotta give you a checkup, a holy checkup. A what? I asks. And he comes up to me and says, I gotta check if you're still a virgin, boy. And he gets his hands out to me, nasty cold fuckers. And I sees there's already sticky stuff all over him. Must be his fudgings behind the curtains. All he wants to get under my robes next, 'cause he does insist we wear nothing underneath, like religious holy shit, closer to God shit. And he getting and rolling his hands all over me. I gotta check your bumginity, boy. And fucking hell, I's squirming. Let me go, I wriggle. But he likes the chase and fight he do. Oh, we've all been there, boy, he says. And he sticks his fingers up his bum, it seems, and the odd look on his face, and his hand back all coated in it. I got to check your condition before we and I is getting out of here, quick like. I get out, I do, I don't know, but I see last. He licking all the brown sauce off his fingers, like it will do for now. But I is out now, and gets my place in the choir. Best stick together. He never does anything when we all together. I is in the boy choir now, 'cause I have a nice, high, right, virgin voice I has. Sweet, no bollocks, high, creamin' lung. And I is doing a right good job, but I is peering out at all the people, and I sees an old family, like Murr and Dar and her other fuckers no doubt, and I look, and I sees a blonde guy a quiff, looking in Nana's coffin, and shaking her up, like checking she's dead or something, with a pin. What the fuck? But mostly I is trying not to look to holes, but often I see big fat cleavages of ladies, Mrs. Ebbing's boobs, but all is mostly enough for something to happen, for I feels a change, I do, and that gets my voice all a quiver, like hitting the wrong notes. And I reckon I feels my balls dropping, because my voice also breaks all. I gets the balloon and have a big stiffy happening, and all in front of everyone. And my stiffy pokes out and pokes through. For the dirty priest hands ripped my robe earlier when going for my bum. And there it is, all in front of everyone. I's got a big willy standing out for all, and it slapping and wriggling, and all looking at me as my voice is fucked and barking crazy. And now the screams, and it is me screaming. For I is running now, running about, and there's me ma, but here's a virgin boy, and screaming, and I is vicar's knees, old men's elbows, fisherman's toes, not knowing what to do with it, for it has grown, and it is out and all in their faces. I runs, I do, everyone screaming at it, and Ma, it's the devil, the devil! And I is the devil or something, or possessed I reckon, shaking and crazy running, God knows, but I jump in the front and try to douse my erection down. Down, Satan, be gone, I slap it. Oh, it is something, my big dirty evil thing, and I is shaking and rolling and falling over, and I fall straight into Mrs. Ebbing's massive tits, blimey, and bounce off, and everyone screaming and running, and there is all confusion, and I is on the floor, and the priest jumps on me next, holds me down, and I feels his cold hands all up my nice virgin bum. Oh. And next I know he is gonna rape me, I reckon, for he is all over me, and pulling his robe up and fingering my asshole deep, like greasing a nice little virgin up, and I is fucked. But then, what I hears, but a good blimey explosion type thing. I don't know, but it all in uproar, and I gets away from the pedo priest, I do. I gets the damn outside, I do. And I gets outside, and I only bleeding fall in a grave hole. I do. It's a fuck, and I is in a hole, a wrong hole, but a hole nevertheless, and I is thinking. But then, bloomin' hell, it only rained a fuckload of animal types on me head, down me hole. And all animals, and more animals, and more holes. And I is thinking, nice little animal holes, and me big stiffy. So I do it, I do, I has enough, I says, I damn right do them all, and I is doing it. I reckon I deserve it after the day I have, and I is doing it, doing them all, and now I is done. But the animals is fucked and dead now. They're mashed up backsides all bleeding, and busted goggle-eyed, their brains are done in. Oh well, but my balls is dropped now. I had to do something. Now, and I is not happy about it, but I is home now, and I is not happy. I have still not found the perfect hole. I is frustrated, I reckon. Or God tested me, or is it the devil? For I have tried everything. Letterboxing, the dog's licky mouth, drilling into powdery breeze blocks, but nothing to satisfy my funny knob. So I goes to the bathroom for a dump, and I says hasn't fixed the door handle yet, the twat. He really is a useless twat, all day long in his office, doing God knows, busy, he says, running off. And I sees the hole, for the door is locked and someone inside. But that hole is the best one so far. And I do it. I stick him in like a good one, and hump my only friend. But I don't know, for it fails different today. I's got him in there, and I's fucking. And below me, it fails different even, like even better. Fuck me, this is good, and I is loving it, and shagging the whole big. And I gets in far as possible, feeling further up the hole. Cool. It's right, lovely, best thing ever, and me cock rampant, and a beast now, and spitting now. I hear a commotion inside the bathroom. It is my sister screaming. She screams, she does. And I feel the nice end on me cock pull away. But I is done me job, so I don't care. But my sister opens the door all naked and screaming for da. But I see him jizz up her bum as she runs away. Blimey, I didn't know she is just out of the shower, but I must have poked her one. And fuck, the best hole ever it is. But fuck, Here comes Da. He looks angry. Always is when he is disturbed. What's going on? He is right angry. I gotta finish my work. He looks and says, what you done now, boy? He says, but I is a virgin, Da. I says, pleading innocence and all things. But he checks me cock, and he checks my sister's twat. And fuck me, Da is right angry, he is. I never seen anything like it, the fucker. And Ma as well. And Ma says, cut it off, Da. It's the devil's business. Cut it off. Go on, husband. So he does. He grabs my little fella and grabs a knife. Fuck! And in crazy temper, swings and rips her through my thing of a cock. Fuck! Oh! Woo! Until it is laying thrown on the floor in a bloody heap. That's right, Da, Ma says, and Ma has a look in her eye and drags Da to their bedroom and shuts the door. All I hear next is, fuck me up the arse, Da, fuck me, you silly, fuck me, Daddy, suck me tits off, make me come. And they're howling and groaning now. So me and Sis howl as well to stop the noise, howl and jump about like crazy. But there's me, balls just dropped and full of spunk, and now got nothing to put in the hole. Fucking hell, what a bummer! And just when I's found the perfect hole. I hates them all, I do. For all, several times, whenever she wants, my sister gets my poor Winky out of the pickle jar she keeps it in, and goes and slaps it to her crotch, and goes and parades it on special occasions, like Christmas and birthdays, and like she has a willy now, she says, the bitch, I's got nothing. But what can you do? But I don't know. For my fat sister getting fatter now, I don't know. I don't mind, I guess. It could be worse. For I is pure and true still, and I shout, 'cause I is a virgin, I is, a virgin of life, flying about I am, flying like a virgin, right, a holy one at that. But so to everyone and all I say, jizz away, so everyone hold your cocks up high and jizz away, for you never know how long's you got. End. 6. The Granny Shagger. Now, I is right ugly fucker, I is. So no girls go for me. No way can I get any word into a pretty lass. They just run away. So I tries the ugly ones next, reckoning they be alright to fuck. But no, they not having it, despite all my charms. So on I go, looking for a girl to fuck. I has to be less choosy, I reckon. So I looks to older ones now. I goes up the ladder. But no luck, until I comes across an idea, and I remembers I do. I remembers Nana, a good old Nana, a poor Nana, like how she always gets me to help rub the salve on her legs, then help her put her stockings on, clip, oh, I like that, oh, but I suddenly remembers I got to do something for her. I promise I do. It is like before she dies, she asks me to do something, and I promise. And this is it. It is her big secret. That she always likes to wear a thong, she do, from her old days or something, apparently. But, God, the mortification of anyone finds out, like strangers, like looking after dead people, strangers. See, she is ill and a goner, but she wants me to remove her embarrassingly small thong, so no one knows. It's a promise. I know, she old and a granny and such, and I wouldn't know, but there it is. I's got to save her modesty when she dead. It's my duty. And pleasure. I is her favourite, I reckon. But I wonder if I is too hard on her sometimes. She is ill, but no matter. Now, after all my failures at getting a girl, even the root ugliest of girls wants nothing. So I wander the streets and looks. And I goes into an old charity shop. I likes my bargains, I do. And instantly it is that old woman's ink all in the air, and that gets me old memory thing all going, like a Nana and all those other old timers. And I is liking it, most interesting it all is. So I hangs around the charity shop, checking out the ladies. I got an eye for a nice one. And I also goes looking for them lady things, old knickers and bras. Cool, very fascinating, I don't know. And there's big old granny pants there, big fuckers. And I asks, got any more? And they say, yeah, but they are not washed yet. Bloody hell, I'll have them. Fucking hell, what a result. And I is right having a good time with the old dears, like the time I was in the supermarket, chores, you know, and I reach a high shelf to help an old granny, and I reach over her, and I rub myself up, I do, all over her. Bloody hell! Whew! I cop a feel, I do. Whew! And so I gets to ask Pops about Nana. And I says, what's shagging Nana like, Pops? And he tells me shit, and I is boggart-eyed, most fascinating. And bloody hell, well, I never knows. But old Pops is impotent lately, he tells me. It's those animals, and Nana likes her animals. Her job likes them too much, if he asks me, says Pops. Then he goes on how that man, the car that runs Nana over. There's no more sex for Pops, it seems. All that bouncing sex, it is. Cool. And then Pops gets back to his phone, he likes. I bugger off, because I hears him. Oh, a girl, tell me what's up your knickers, girl. Oh, I likes the corns. The dirty old fucker. I hears him wanking in his bovril now. And now I was thinking, how can I get some of that, some granny action? Cool, that whiff and odour gets me right happy. And what I hears, older biddies are right experienced, and they are on it still, randy fuckers. And I reckon I's put a right cheer on their faces, and I's got all these ideas, and festering I am. Cool. I look at their boobs, and I notice big uns. Woo! Like down to their knees, saggy fuckers. Cool. What size boobs are you like? And I say, knee length, please. Woo. And I is always wondering what's under the brown. I reckon fucking good cheer. The source of their whiff, huh? Cool. Think about that. Think about that. Cool. I is whacking off to it, I is. But my sister is, the cunt. She goes me one day. I know your secret, you dirty little pervert. And she looks at me, and fuck, she knows. Oh, is she messing with me? I don't know. But she is a cunt, and I hates her. I hates my whole family. They is all cunts, Ma and her. Just get her back to the sofa and do your job. Here's you on the phone about this and that bits, what's up today. But I don't want her to tell on me. What does she want from me? God knows. I can't get her caught, but I'm desperate for a go. So I goes looking for a nice granny, a nice, sweet and randy as a fucking nana. I often wonder what their twats look like. I reckon rough and grizzly. What a sight! They know how to do it. And I got an idea, I do, that if I push a granny down some steps, and me go as well, and we roll and get entangled, and I reckon I'll be well in there, and I can fuck her as well, all at the bottom, all over her. I don't know. It's an idea, a stupid idea, but I likes that. I got lots of ideas. I is right clever, I is. But fuck, if I gets caught, so it's a problem. And she knows, I reckon. She knows the cunt, the fuck. Anyway, the days that I be waiting for is finally here. I reckons I do it today, for it's got to be Nana's funeral today, and loads of older folk, and I is got a job and duty, a promise to do. I is on a mission, and I reckon I might get lucky as well. So I is in the church with all sorts. Sure, Pops, Ma and Da, and others. I don't know. But hey, look at that. Look at those people. Men with their partners. I say partners, but I look so closer, I do. And I say they is not people, but plastic girls they got, like rubber and inflated. And I looks closer, and fuck me! The face on the doll, fuck me! Why, it is Nana's face. They all look like Nana. That glinter in her eye. And these are dirty pervert men, and I reckon sex dolls it is, come to Nana's funeral. What the fuck? But I is getting distracted. I is on a mission. I got to get Nana's secret G-string off her. It's a promise. Lucky the coffin is open. It's nice to see Nana again. It cheers me. I do's it, Nana. I promise. I saves you. and I is just a-waiting for no one looking or something, I don't know. And then, only going bloody hell, a whole load of shit happens, like a large kaboom bang, or stampeding animals, or shouts and shrieks, and everything is in a confusion, and I is like, now, and now, and fuck it, I is going in. So while all everything is going on, I gets to Nana's coffin, and I is to get my hands on her next, and I is doing that, Nana, I promise, I promise, and I lift her skirt up, and bloody hell, I sees her stockings, and it takes me right back, and the most smell, fucking hell, I is most excited. And I sees a little thong wedged up there, and I is going after it. A fingering and a fudging, and I is right doing it. Woo! And there, I have them off, and fuck, look at her twat! Wow! A famous twat, Pop says. A wonder of the world. Another wet pussy, Pop says. And so it is, and a very wet still. It is true. It's all true. Wow. And I is touching, and a thinking I is. I want a bit of that, I do. Cool. And I have a cheeky sniff, and well, and I is well up, fucking up I is gonna do it, I reckon, like can't stop myself. So I gets on top of the box, I do, and I is getting in with her, I do, and this is brilliant. I is with Nana, I is, and fuck, I is a-doing I is, a bloody hell, fucking hell, I is doing it, Nana, but bloody hell, I gets dragged off me, and someone grabs me, and wrestles me, and sentences arrests me, they shall. And we is rolling on the floor fighting, and I is got a Nana's dress all wrapped around me, and a wig as well. It comes off, it do, in the tighter squeeze. But the cunt's getting me like a means there, and I don't know, but I fight back some, the only way I knows, and I is a-fighting I is, and I still got a Nana's thong, a great old white strip of cloth in my hands. So I wraps it around their neck and throat, I do. I don't know. I pulls and squeeze, I do. And struggles, they do. And it is a fight to the death, I reckon. The bugger getting me. But I pulls, I do. I pull and squeeze it is. I don't know. But I gets away, I do. I gets away. And I don't know, and now, I's all calmed down, I can reflect, and I still got a thong, like her magic and Nana's great thong, and I's the cape and treasure, I reckon, a sacred heirloom it is, like a special. And I is a-thinking, magical, yeah, and I wears it, I do, and I sees people looking at me, like they know I is special, with a special thing, and I is a legend, I reckon, and I reckon plenty of grannies are for me now. And I is looking for a special one, I is. No, Annie, no, joking, yeah. But Dar now, Dar's got something to say now. He is fucking finally out of his hole. And then he goes and says to us, like right proud, and this is it, I is ready, he says. I is finished, I is. My thing is ready. I works on it, I do. I wants to show you, family. It will change the world, it will. And he opens his office door to show us something. And I sees I do, and cool! It is right amazing. Bloody hell, look at it! The shine on it, look! All will be revealed in the second season of the Pukers. The end.
Meatbag by Ash Crowlin. The road was paradise, and paradise was paved with the souls of the weak. Jimmy Tyler knew this intrinsically from a young age, and he lived his life by the maxim, do unto the small. Tough attitude, sure, but there's no fairness to be had in life either way, so he had no regrets about it. And in his 12 years as head of operations at Militech, a few sob stories had never taken a single cent from his bank account. Now, Jimmy had done some sick things in his time. When he'd found out his hot piece of ass secretary was knocked up and planned to leave the company and become a stay-at-home mom, he paid her 10 grand under the table to get a back-alley abortion from a trusty source of his. Yeah, she'd cried about it, and sure, he supposed it was an unfair offer to make. But that didn't stop her from taking the fistfuls of hundreds. Nor did it stop her from sucking on old Jimmy's 10-incher and swallowing the payload out of pure gratitude. She knew Jimmy Tyler's world, and the rules a good citizen of that world plays by, and all's well that ends well. Another time, when he had been completely shit-faced after an all-night bender, he'd come across an old man panhandling outside of an all-night convenience store. The man had looked broken down by life. He was hunched over on a cane, and below his Vietnam veteran's hat, his eyes looked like a man who spent his entire life running from something terrible. All fear and tears. So, being the good-natured man Jimmy was, he went into the store and broke $200 bills into smaller change. He'd fanned them out from the man so that he could see the multiple 10s and 20s, and he held them below the man's nose so that he could smell them too. He told the man he could keep every single bill that he gulped down, no chewing. And damn it if the man didn't try to gulp every single one of them, bill after bill. When he puked up the first 5 bills, Jimmy told him there was another 100 in it for him if he ate the vomit. Yep, that was sure one hell of an entertaining evening for old Jimmy. But what he had in store for the man in the trunk was something truly horrendous. Something that made him feel a little sick just to conceive. The man kicked at the trunk lid again, trying futilely to escape. It made Jimmy smile. He'd purposely tied the ropes loosely. There was more fun to be had when the stakes seemed even if he was the only one with a gun. There were many rules in life, and most rules were made to be broken. But in the world of Jimmy Tyler, and make no mistake, everyone lived in the world of Jimmy Tyler, there was only one cardinal rule that mattered. You do not fuck with Jimmy's women. His wife, his mistress, his several girlfriends and flings he kept behind his wife's back, they were all off limits. And there was more than one way to cross that line, too. Whether you're banging them or just looking at them with a lusty gaze, you keep your damn hands and eyes to yourself when it comes to whatever tuna town Jimmy Tyler's parking his beef bus into. And the man in the trunk, a boy, really, maybe early 20s, had pushed things far beyond the golden rule. No, he'd had designs to take poor old Mraz away from the life, away from Jimmy Tyler's world. To put it quite simply, that shit doesn't fly. The boy hadn't been hard to track down either. Shit, he'd practically led Jimmy straight to him through the letters to his wife. Letters that detailed all the places he could be found and the times he'd usually be there. Jimmy had quizzed his wife about these places during their final fight. She'd insisted she'd never gone to see the boy, and that she only still had the letters because she'd forgotten to throw them away. She'd said that she never even considered cheating on Jimmy. But there was something wrong in her eyes, and that was enough to confirm all of his suspicions about her infidelity. He hit a pothole, and he cursed as his car bottomed out and jostled the trunk's contents. Couldn't have the good old boy smacking his head and going unconscious before the fun began. The syringe he'd plunged into his neck might have already numbed his senses, but hey, you can't make a kidnap murder omelet without cracking a few eggs. He just hoped the light he'd installed in the trunk hadn't turned off. His wife's corpse had taken forever to chop up and grind like beef, and he'd be damned if his captive didn't get to see and smell the trash bag stuffed with her remains. And the trash bag was just a temporary container for those remains. Just 2 more hours until Millinac, Florida, where his buddy Roger's boat was docked. Roger wouldn't mind Jimmy borrowing the boat for a good old late-night road trip. Normally, he'd be flooring it in his car, since speeding tickets didn't mean much when you're a demigod of wealth. But he restrained himself and kept the speedometer at 60, eyes on the prize. He had to piss. He pulled over to the next empty gas station. He straightened his tie, did a quick check in the rearview mirror, and then walked around back to pop the trunk. "Well," he said, studying his captive, "what do we have here now? Little Romeo boy all trussed up like a pig on a spit?" The younger man in the trunk looked up at him without recognition in his eyes. That was okay. The boy had never formally met Jimmy before sticking it to his wife. The entitled little bastard probably didn't even do his research on the man he was stealing from before getting wild ideas about running away from his property. What wasn't okay was the absence of any emotion whatsoever in the boy's expression. He didn't even look catatonic. He just looked bored, maybe? Jimmy didn't exactly have a flair for the dramatic or anything, but he'd hoped to see the fear of God in this punk's face the moment he popped the trunk. He forced a smug grin, though. The fear would come. Oh, God, yes, the fear would come. "Hi, I'm Jimmy Tyler," he said. "And you're the little fuck who's been sticking it to my wife, aren't you?" The kid shook his head. He said something from beneath the gag. "What's that?" Jimmy asked. "You're denying it, huh? You know what? I'm feeling generous. Let's hear what you cooked up in that noggin of yours over the last few hours. We've got plenty of time." He reached down and removed the gag from the boy's mouth. The kid was silent at first, maintaining eye contact with Jimmy as he straightened his jaw and licked his busted lip. "You need to let me go," the boy said calmly. "Right now. I never touched your wife, and that's the God's honest truth." Jimmy waited for more. He waited for the begging to come, for the desperation. But the boy was silent again. Jimmy scoffed. "You're not a very good liar, kid, but you've got balls for trying. Fact is, I intercepted one of those letters you've been sending to my wife. Dozens and dozens of those damn things, day after day. Credit where it's due, kid. You must be a first-timer at all this steal your wife business. I mean, haven't you heard of emails? Didn't you think you'd be caught sending this handwritten bullshit straight to my front door?" The boy remained silent, and that annoyed Jimmy. "Here's the gist of it," Jimmy said, bending forward and sticking a finger in the boy's face. "You aimed too high for your first time. You tried to steal my property, and now you're gonna fucking pay." Jimmy stared at the kid a moment longer, but the kid gave him nothing. That was okay. He had other ideas. He went to the back seat and grabbed the duffel bag buried beneath a pile of clothing, in case he was pulled over. This part wasn't supposed to happen until later, but he was getting too riled up to restrain himself. "I thought you might want to say hello to that slut wife of mine," he said, reaching into the bag. He withdrew his severed head, dangling it by the long black hair. His wife's lush red lips were open from her terminal scream, and her eyes looked fluttered as if she were mid-orgasm. He held the head closer to the boy's face. Finally, hallelujah, the kid gave visible reaction. He stared, dumbfounded. Jimmy even saw tears in his eyes. "Aw, you're a crier," Jimmy said, setting the head down next to the kid's face. She was too. "That's okay, don't you worry. I expect a lot of crying from you before the night's through. Do you want to know what I'm going to do to you, or would you rather I keep it a fun surprise?" The boy didn't respond. His mouth hung open as he stared at the backstabbing bitch's dead face. Jimmy pulled a hacksaw from the bag. It was still covered in blood and gristle from slicing through his wife's corpse. He'd taken her head last. She was still alive and screaming when he'd gone to work on her hands and feet. "Hell, I guess it ain't much of a surprise anyhow, so I'll just come out with it. You're gonna die, kid. Slowly. Painfully. Hell, you'll be in so much pain by the time I'm through with you, you'll be begging to suck my dick just for the sweet release of death. And that bag next to you? That's what's left of your lover, gal. You see, I loved that cheating bitch to the moon and back. I honest to God did, and she was one fuck of a good lay. But she betrayed me. You see where I'm at here? I loved her, but I had to kill her because she broke the rules. And she did it because of you, little man. The boy was openly weeping now, eyes locked with the corpses. Jimmy grinned in earnest, and almost gave him a hard-on watching the boy fall apart so miserably. Here's what I'm going to do to you, he continued, and I want you to really think about it for the rest of the drive, okay? I'm going to cut off your arms and legs first, right? And then I'm going to do it in small sections, like I'm serving up prime rib. And once you're nothing but a bleeding torso with a head, I'm going to take this. He drew a large funnel with a wide tube from the duffel bag. And I'm going to stick it up your asshole. And then, handful by handful, I'm going to stuff my cheating wife up inside you the way you stuffed yourself up inside of her. You'll probably die of shock before all this, but I want you to know, alright? I want your last thought to be, I'm going to be used as shark bait, and I fucking deserve it. Dwell on that a bit, would you? The boy's crying became louder. He was openly sobbing with red-faced gusto. He sucked in sputtering breaths, and Jimmy listened with pleasure as he dropped the duffel bag into the trunk and went to take a leak beside the car. The cries grew louder and louder, however, and what started as entertaining grew quickly annoying. Knock that off, would you? Jimmy snapped, smacking the hood of the car. At least die like an honorable man. You've got this coming, all right? You fuck with Jimmy Tyler's things, this is what happens. I'm not crying for me, the boy said. His reddened face turned suddenly savage. I'm crying for you. This, admittedly, threw Jimmy for a loop. He stared at the kid blankly a moment, not sure where this was going. Is that your idea of a threat? He asked. Because, boy, you're in no position to. It was a test, the boy continued. We wanted to see if you could be changed. Whether or not you'd show mercy if you thought your wife was cheating, even if you had no proof. A test, huh? A test from who? The angels, the boy said. We had a bet, and I lost. Another tear rolled down his cheek as he rocked weakly in his binds. Jimmy was silent for a moment, flabbergasted. And then he threw his head back and laughed, applauding wildly. Christ, kid, you've got a real pair on you know that? He asked. Now that is the wildest, most imaginative Hail Mary play I've ever heard. Damn, where did you even come up with that, huh? Was that just off the top of your head? What else you got? I'm serious, the boy said. We've been watching you for a while now. All the vice, all the sin. But you haven't yet crossed any serious lines. You hadn't damned your soul for all eternity. Ah, Jimmy Tyler said. I think I get it now. Yep, you and your angel buddies decided to pull a fast one on me, is that it? You're saying you want me to find those letters that you wrote to my wife. Letters that spoke none too favorably of me. Letters that promised to run away with her and show her paradise? Yes. Jimmy laughed again. This was almost too much, even better than he'd hoped. Well, guess what, asshole? If that's all true, then she's dead because of you. What do you have to say about that? The boy looked at the severed head and at the bag of meat next to it. His haunted expression was almost beautiful. Almost angelic, Jimmy supposed. I'm sorry, the boy said. We were just some bored kids in heaven. We didn't expect it to go this far. It was just a game. Jimmy clapped his hands slowly, shaking his head. He stuck his fingers between his lips and whistled. Bravo, kid. That's some real award-worthy shit. Fuck, I almost want to let you go just on account of the sheer audacity. Some angels playing games, huh? Bravo. Do it, the kid pleaded. Let me go. Maybe my brothers will have mercy on you. I wasn't even supposed to come to Earth, and when they find out you have me, they'll tear you apart. Or, Jimmy said, maybe you can just flutter your wings and fly away. Come on, show me some of that neat angel shit. The boy shook his head sadly at the trunk floor. I never got my wings, he said. I thought maybe by changing a sinner I could earn them. Stupid of me. Jimmy sucked his throat in, leaned forward, and spit a wad of phlegm into the kid's face. You fucked my wife, That's the reality here, and don't you fucking forget it. Now be a good little angel and think about that for the rest of our little road trip, would you? He slammed the trunk lid closed. He expected more sobbing, maybe some theatrical cries. All he got was silence. He laughed again as he walked back to the driver's seat and started the car. Some angel. He drove mostly in silence for the rest of the trip, periodically turning on the radio and blasting the volume to make sure his angel wouldn't fall asleep. Sleep would be a release. He wanted him to marinate in fear. As he drove, he thought about all the things he was going to do once he had the kid out in open water. Hell, he might even flay a pair of angel wings into his back, just for giggles. At last, he came to the outskirts of Millinack, where he could smell the ocean not far from the road he was on. Though palm trees obscured everything but the path before him, he knew the pier where Roger's boat was docked was only a few miles ahead. He could feel the boat awaiting his arrival the way a man could feel imminent destiny. He played the part of a man for far too long now. Tonight, he became a beast, a predator, an unfuckwithable god bestowing judgment on his transgressor. As if also sensing imminent destiny, the boy in the trunk began to shout. "Release me now!" he cried. "Release me before it's too late!" Jimmy heard him hammering at the trunk with both feet, and it was enough to make him squeal in delight. He'd finally broken his spirits. He'd be teetering on the edge of madness before the first blade even touched him. And then, collision. Jimmy barely saw the thing swoop down from the trees overhead, and it struck his windshield with such force that the glass shattered and the car spun toward the side of the road. He jerked the wheel madly, overcorrecting at first and sending the car into a tire-squealing 180. He shouted in surprise, adrenaline off the charts as the car finally stopped spinning and settled just off the side of the empty road. Something was on the roof. Heavy footsteps caused the car to stir afresh. As if by instinct, Jimmy's hand flew toward the gun in the glove compartment, and he fired 6 consecutive shots through the roof, heart jackhammering in his chest. The heavy footsteps continued unabated, shaking the car again. In the rearview mirror, Jimmy saw a pair of gargantuan legs settle on top of the trunk, and he felt the front of the car rise from the sheer weight of the strange figure. The stranger's calves were like those of a world-class powerlifter, all muscle and sinew, and something leathery was draped just above them. A cape? A coat? The thing on the trunk began bashing at the surface below, and Jimmy heard metal whining as it was twisted and pulled away. Thinking fast, he slammed his foot down on the gas pedal, and as the car shot forward, the figure on the trunk fell off onto the road behind him. When he hit the brakes again, he jerked forward against the seatbelt, and he put the car into park and hurried from the car, gun in hand. His immediate thought was this. The boy in the trunk wasn't as innocent as he seemed. No, he was a damn fine actor, all right, and also much more well-connected than Jimmy had assumed. He'd somehow known where Jimmy had intended to take him and what road he'd take to get there. And he had a team of special operatives waiting overhead in the trees. Hence the figure now lying in the road. Well, the unlucky sons of bitches were about to learn something. He swept the gun overhead as he got out of the car, searching for more figures overhead. When he found none, he settled the gun back onto the figure in the road and fired 2 more shots. The top of the figure's bare scalp flew away in a red mist. He fired twice more in quick succession, missing the first time, but hitting the figure's naked shoulder the second shot. "Fuck with me, will you?" Jimmy fumed, firing once more and missing terribly. "You gonna fuck with me? Nobody fucks with Jimmy Tyler." He walked toward the back of the car and found the trunk completely mauled open. The boy's tearful eyes stared up at him. He looked beyond petrified. You could have just let me go," he told Jimmy quietly. Jimmy pointed the gun at him, but it had no effect on the boy's dazed expression. "We were just bored, that's all. Just a couple of bored kids. We never meant for any of this to happen." There was a loud groan from behind Jimmy. He spun around, gun pointed at the figure again. The figure stood up from the road, and in the faint moonlight, Jimmy could make out a look of mild annoyance in its broad, animalistic facial features. Its eyes were like twin caves without end, or any hint of light, just emptiness extending into eternity. When it opened its mouth to suck a deep breath that it couldn't take through its flattened and bat-like nose, Jimmy saw multiple rows of glistening fangs. At its full height, the broad-shouldered humanoid looked like two men stacked atop one another, easily the tallest and most imposing figure Jimmy had seen in his life. And when it spread its wings, it seemed to eclipse everything else around it, terminating Jimmy's view of the path ahead. Jimmy stood there, pissing himself now and watching in sheer awe. The gun slipped from his hand. The creature pointed a long and pale finger toward the trunk, and Jimmy wondered absently if perhaps he was being offered a choice. Let the boy go and we're square, all forgiven. But it wasn't a peace offering in the creature's twisted expression. It was accusation. Evidence before the sentencing. Jimmy shook his head. Wake up, wake up, wake up, he told himself. But no such mercy was to come. I didn't know, he said helplessly. The boy in the trunk spoke up. I told you, he said. I told you to just let me go. I told you what my brothers would do if they found you. Jimmy held his hands up in surrender, which was a foreign feeling to someone like him. He actually felt tears running down his cheeks now. His mouth hung open, conjuring words that wouldn't come. Words had abandoned him, just as his delusions of the world and his place in it had also abandoned him. This was no longer Jimmy Tyler's world. The creature was upon him in two long strides, and then he was suddenly in the sky with wings whipping around him. And as he hung upside down, he could see the treetops below growing smaller and smaller. Soon they were above the ocean, and by that point, Jimmy was screaming not just in dread, but in pain that he never thought possible. His left arm hit the water first, followed by splashes of gore from his innards. Seconds later, one of his legs hit the water. And then, finally, the eviscerated husk that had been Jimmy Tyler splashed into the ocean, turning the water around him crimson. If he were alive moments later, enough to see the angel swooping down overhead to make sure its work had been completed, he would have also seen that his prophecy of earlier in the night had come true. A shark did indeed come after the gory meat bag it had been offered, and it devoured Jimmy Tyler in short measure. The end.
There was once a singular man. A man of great wealth and wonder. You will say there have been many such men, but this man stood apart in one unique and unfortunate way. Nature had cursed him with a blue beard. So frightening was the aspect this beard gave him that many turned and ran at the sight of him. And yet this man was able to gather round him a number of loyal servants, and had indeed, according to whispered rumours, been married several times. Nobody could say with any certainty what fate had befallen any of these wives, and so there grew around the man a sense of dark and terrible mystery to complement his terrifying visage. Now, it is of course in the nature of stories like these to introduce beautiful and vulnerable young women, and to place them within tantalizing reach of such a disturbing figure. Let us do so now. Bluebeard had a neighbour with 2 daughters, both of them admired and desired by many young men in the region. But their mother was ambitious for them, and thought principally and coldly of the money their looks might win. She was determined that one of them would be taken as Bluebeard's latest bride. It did not matter to her that he was repulsive, even horrifying. His estate mattered to her. His jewels mattered to her. A future filled with the finest of everything mattered to her. And one of her daughters was going to claim that prize. She did not care which one, and she insisted that both allowed themselves to be courted. And so the dual courtship began. Bluebeard lavished attention on each of the girls in turn, but neither of them would yield. While they did not go as far as to run from him, they certainly did not warm to him, and after weeks of futile attempts, the only physical contact he had managed was a light brush of the bristles of his beard against the back of a hand as he bowed in greeting. Bluebeard was not to be beaten. His blood was up. Both girls stirred him. As he stroked his terrible beard, he would entertain cruel fantasies about taking them both together, gathering the dark locks of one and the golden locks of the other into each hand, and pulling back their heads, bending their naked bodies and pushing their chests out to receive the attention of his servants, who would be standing waiting with whips and canes, ready to lash and strike. Maintaining his strong grip on their hair while they writhed and screamed, he would lean into each neck and bite hard, letting their blood soak into the wicked blue hairs of his beard. The girls were far too innocent to conceive any idea that he might harbour such thoughts. They certainly would not have been able to imagine the true depths of depravity to which he would descend. And so, urged on by their mother, they allowed the attempts at courtship to continue, culminating in a week-long party at Bluebeard's magnificent chateau. Here, within his walls and surrounded by strangers, the girls fell under a spell. The revelry was relentless. There was no sleep. Everything became a wash of sensual delight. Time became fluid. Day and night ceased to be distinct. Hours and bodies all seemed to merge into one. The girls felt themselves being awakened in new and powerful ways. And finally, there came a moment when the dark-haired sister, having lost all sense of bearings or time, found herself standing against a tree in the chateau gardens under a silver moon, held in her host's firm grip, looking with new eyes into his face, gazing afresh at the beard and seeing not something to be feared, but instead a reflection, a mirror of the seductive night sky blazing with stars in the shining, grey-flecked midnight blue. She swooned, mesmerized, watching the mouth within that beard curl into a cruel yet compelling smile as he pressed her against the rough bark. Sky and beard all seemed to merge as her eyes rolled upwards at the touch of his hand on her leg, pulling up her dress. She felt herself opening. His fingers were inside her. The bark scratched her back as he pushed her against it. She uttered a sound that was part gasp, part cry. She felt his fingers thrust deeper and opened her mouth again, but this time he silenced her with a smothering hand, stopping all breath. He continued to possess her, violently working his hand inside her while suffocating her, watching her eyes widen with panic, pleasure, and total, trusting submission. She was his now. They married. Her wedding dress had a corset bodice, enhancing her breasts and drawing all eyes to the beautiful, tender, pale skin below her neck, the soft sweep of which was fully exposed, her dark locks gathered up and pinned, according to his command. Thus, as the words of the ceremony were intoned, he was free to feast his eyes, to fuel his fire. That night, licking his lips, he untied the lace and undressed her, undid her. She still saw midnight in his beard. She still swooned, and she felt the bristles of that beard on every inch of her as he explored her with his tongue and took her with his teeth, leaving deep marks of his possession on the cheeks of her arse, the soft flesh of her breasts, the insides of her thighs, and most vividly, most triumphantly, her neck. A choker of bite marks circled her throat. The next day, he told her he had to leave her for a week. He did not explain why. Instead, he presented her with a heavy set of keys. "Feel the weight of these," he said, as he pressed her fingers around the ring on which they hung. "This is the weight of responsibility. You are holding the keys to my world. The freedom of the shadow is yours. Open any door, any closet, any trunk, and amuse yourself with the treasures you will find therein." Her eyes widened as she contemplated the adventure, the discoveries that lay ahead of her. "But," he continued, "there is one key here which I forbid you to use. This pretty little one here." He singled out a tiny key hidden deep within the set. "There is a little closet at the top of the east tower. That one room is locked to all but me. Do not even ascend to it. Do not let yourself stand before the door, wondering what lies within. If you do, you will surely succumb, as surely as this morning has followed the night of your undoing. You will ache, you will burn with a desire to know, and you will surely turn that key in the lock. Open that door, and you will seal your doom. You can already feel my marks on you. They are nothing to what you will feel if you disobey." At these words, she quivered. The moment he was gone, she took that tiny key and ascended the stone steps of the east tower. She stood before the door. It was a curiously forbidding door of heavy oak. No handle, the keyhole almost imperceptible. In a dark voice full of dangerous secrets, the door whispered to her, "Do you dare to open me?" She dared. She could not resist. She had heard her husband's threatening words, not as a warning, but as an invitation. She inserted the key, turned it, and pushed with all her strength. Darkness. The smell of death. The sound of flies. Slowly, her eyes began to pick out the details. Blood carpeting the entire floor. Hanging a number of implements used for cutting. Knives, axes, saws. Skulls. Bodies, naked, dismembered. Women, all. Wives. The signs of death struck her before the signs of life. 2 women breathing still amidst the carnage, murmuring in a delirium of exquisite agony, eyes wide with desperate longing, each one in a far corner, in shadows, in gloom. One standing with arms outstretched, wrists suspended by chains, breasts tugged taut by hooks. The other clamped in a heavy chair, a metal collar attached to the back, fastened around her neck. The fresh young bride stood entranced, knowing she was gazing upon her destiny, and feeling somehow aroused, awake, ready. Something within her made her turn, some sense of summoning, and he was there, framed in the doorway with a flaming torch, a living portrait of the devil, his midnight mask more alluring than ever. She stood rooted to the blood-red stone. He spoke. You came here more quickly than any before you. I knew you would. I saw it in you. I tasted it in your flesh. The deepest, most dangerous form of desire runs in your veins. And I think I could love you for it. For a short while I will, just as I have loved all of my wives, as you can see. You will give me your life, and we will take pleasure in it. Making love is an act of murder. Slow, gradual, beautiful. Now that I have found you here, I am ready to take a life. Not yours yet, although the first stage of your gradual murder must indeed commence. No, one of these two can finally be permitted to reach the ultimate point of ecstasy, the moment they have longed for since their marriage, their murder began. The moment you two will long for. I know exactly what I want to do. I've been preparing for this moment for months, ever since our courtship began. You will see me take the life I have planned. You will see me take my pleasure. You will hear her reach a state you cannot even imagine. And as you begin to sense it, you will take pleasure too. Oh yes, I will be sure of it. This is the first day of our honeymoon, after all. Now, return to your room and dress for me. Wear the corset bodice, and only that. As soon as you are ready, return to me. She did as she was told. She hurried. When she returned, he spoke again. Good. Dressed like that, you are open to me. You arouse me. I will take you in due course, just as you begin to let your blood soak into the stone, mingling with the marks of your predecessors. But first, let us see if I can arouse you. You have an eye for danger. Let us see if I can excite it. Come, step over here and join me. This is Anna, standing here with one constant thought in her mind, the thought of release. Not from these chains and these hooks. No, she's grown to love these, to depend on them. The release she longs for is the release of passion, of pent-up desire. Every day I come to her and pull on this chain, which, as you can see, draws the hooks upwards, stretching her breasts. Listen to her, that excited cry of pain. She knows that in due course these hooks will tear her, and she lives now literally poised for that promise. She is an embodiment of suspense. And every day I make love to her freshly taut body. Sometimes, as you can see, I will take slices of her flesh. I like to taste her as I fuck her. I will do the same to you. Today I'm going to have to go further. Look, can you see? Here below her knee, where I took this slice some days ago, the wound has become infected. Look at how it seeps. Look at the maggots nesting in the rot. I need to remove it. This, of course, can be part of her release. It will bring her pleasure. I will make love to her with my saw. Bring it to me. You can see where it hangs. Good girl. Now, stand close to her. Put your face up to hers. Kiss her. Yes. Does that excite you? Her tongue in your mouth. You can taste her hunger, her desperation. She's ready for the thrill of agony. Put your hand between her legs. Do not be coy. There. Good. You can feel her excitement, can't you? Stroke her. That's right. Push your fingers into her while I work this saw into the bone. That's it. Now, let us heave and thrust together, each with our own task. Listen to her. That is the wild abandonment of joyful pain. In time you will cry like that, my darling. Don't stop. Push deep into her. She needs you. You will deliver her. You can sense the spirit surging through her, can't you? She's alive. This is true ecstasy. And yet this bone resists, but it will yield to me. Yes. See how I drive harder. Listen to her screams now. These are new heights. So much blood. Here, lick my hand. Let her taste it on your tongue. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. There. Did you feel that? Did you feel the way she tensed and then softened against your hand? You have just helped her to attain something only a few will ever know. This is not her time to die. I think she can reach even greater heights yet. Look at the blood pouring onto the stone floor, blessing it. She is truly one of the saints, this one. But that is enough. Pass me the torch. The flames must do their work. Soon the release will be complete. Then she can begin to heal. She faints now, but this flame will soon stir her. Hold her still while I put this to her stump. Yes! Oh, my darling Anna, I know. Cry out, my love. Let the world hear your song of joy. Now, while Anna still sings, let us turn our attention to Isabella, here in this chair. See the look in her eyes. She is ready for her own release now. And yes, she knows. Look, she's realized. For her, it is to be the final ecstasy, the moment of passage, of ascension. Her murder, deliciously drawn out over weeks, is now to be complete. And we will make it beautiful, my dear Isabella. My brand new bride and I will make love to you as you have never been loved before. With that, Bluebeard reached for his cutlass. With one deft upward swing, he cut through the lace of his new bride's corset and watched as it fell away from her. She gasped, but stood firm, naked now before him. He commanded her to turn her back to him, to stand with her legs open. He placed the tip of the cutlass to her thigh. She quivered. He continued to instruct her. Kneel before the chair, my love. That's right. Place your hands on the arms. Take hold of Isabella's clamped wrists. Now, push your arse towards me. Good girl. Are you ready to share a moment of ecstasy? She nodded. He took it as his cue to begin. He made a deep cut in the flesh of her arse. She gave a delicious cry. He delighted in the sight of her blood running down her leg and onto the stone. He dug his fingers into the cut, prizing it open, drawing stronger cries. He eased one of his fingers, wet with her blood, into her arse, softening her, opening her. And as he did so, he began once again to speak. Now, my darling, your true initiation can begin. Lean in to Isabella. You are taking her place as my favored bride. Only one of you can live. You must show her due respect. Her passage from this world must be a moment of absolute bliss, and only you can give that. Put your mouth between her legs. She needs to feel your tongue inside her. Good girl. Listen to her. Let her murmurings guide you. Yes, that's right. And as her pleasure courses through you, I will take full possession of you. You will feel my cock here where my finger is preparing you. No, do not clench. There is no need to fear. Not in this chamber. We embrace all pain here with songs of joy. Here I will prepare myself. I will anoint myself in your blood. And with that, Bluebeard pressed his cock into the cut he had made. He pushed deep, reveling in his new bride's agonized cries, and as he fucked the wound, he reached forwards, taking hold of the lever by Isabella's neck and turning it, tightening the collar around her throat. He thrust and turned, listening to the screams of one bride and the strangled gasps of the other. Finally, anticipating his climax, he eased his blood-slicked cock into his new bride's arse and held her head between Isabella's legs, giving her no choice but to resume the work of her tongue. And now he sighed and thrust, still turning, still tightening, listening to the wet sounds of cracking and popping and splitting beneath the collar as he pulped the throat. As ever, he was a master of time. Isabella expired with a final sigh, her eyes frozen wide in awestruck devotion and submission. And at the same moment, the new bride felt her husband's climax surging into her, filling her arse and mingling with her blood, running at last down her leg to merge with the memories of every soul in this harem of death. As he stepped away from her to stand and admire the scene, her husband spoke again. Now, my darling, you have truly taken your place. Not just in this chamber, but on this very spot. Your murder has begun. You will remain exactly as you are for the rest of your short but ecstatic life. I will clamp your wrists to those of Isabella. You can kneel in devotion to her beautiful corpse. And every day I will press your head between her legs as I take fresh possession of your arse. I will make new cuts in you. I will peel strips from your back and chew on them as I take you. But you, my darling, will be given nothing to chew on. You will be given no food from this moment on. This is to be a fasting vigil over the decomposition of Isabella. You will starve as she rots. Famished, you will watch her bloat. She will seem to mock you. As she swells and seeps, she will overwhelm your senses, filling you with disgust and hunger. And when I press your head between her legs, you will bite, you will eat, and then, then I will take such delight. Will it be the hunger that finally takes your life? No. I will keep that pleasure for myself. When I am ready to deliver you, I will place not my cock, but my cutlass at the entrance to your arse, and I will grant your passage with one final, loving thrust. As Bluebeard turned to leave the chamber, his new bride found her voice. My husband, I am yours. I will die with devotion. As long as you come here and show me the love you have promised every day, I will live out the time you grant me happily. We will be happy, you and I, while ever I have breath. Bluebeard smiled, satisfied. He took the torch, throwing the chamber once more into darkness, pulled the heavy door shut behind him, and turned the key in the lock.
Down south, we live with spiders. in everything. For everyone we see, how many are there we don't? Outside the rooming house I live in is a little garden that the landlady maintains. Every year, multiple beautiful garden spiders build large, elaborate webs. These spiders are the biggest ones we get in this region. They're a vibrant yellow and black, living works of art. Literally, one of the most beautiful, gorgeous, and scary things nature created to live here among us in the sticky, miserable humidity. The females are the biggest ones, and will sometimes eat the males after they mate. The poor things protect their egg sacs against predators and cut down on the mosquito population, but die when it gets too cold, and never see their young born in the spring. The landlady tells me I'm weird whenever she catches me kneeling in the garden watching one of them consume a big mosquito or dragonfly. The act of watching any spider feeding gives me incredible anxiety and puts me in a strange state that I can only compare to the early moments of coming onto an LSD trip. My heart races, I become lightheaded, the physical world starts to become fluid, threatening to slip away like a tablecloth off a table. To see one crawl across my floor makes me catatonic. I would never kill one, though. How could I? Regardless of how much they fill me with terror, I have to respect and admire their amazing construction, habits, and abilities. They are artists and living art, beautifully constructed. Their art is violence and sustaining of life. Predators that warrant reverence, that should be worshipped. Take the Black Widow. With its sleek black body, bulbous abdomen, and awe-inspiring red hourglass. Its venom is a neurotoxin, and even though the seriousness of their bites is always greatly exaggerated, the mere sight of a Black Widow can make many a macho man weak in the knees. My neighbor, Tommy, an ex-con covered in shitty tattoos and a rap sheet full of abuse charges, squealed like a little girl when he stepped off the porch and saw a large wolf spider coming his way, its back covered in hundreds of its babies. My blood ran cold as well as I dropped to my hands and knees to get a closer look at this little god artist making a sojourn towards our crawl space beneath the house. My hands were shaking to be witness to its glory. Tommy lifted his foot to stomp on it, but I tackled him. I rammed my body into his, but it was like hitting a brick wall. I was merely a distraction, allowing a mother and her children to escape annihilation. He grabbed a handful of my hair and twisted my face up. I was skin and bones, and he was prison hard. I could see in his eyes that all he saw in me was a fucking corpse. But he kept his cocked fist in neutral. Therapy was working, I guess. Or he just really didn't want to do another stint in the state pen. He let me go, muttering that I was a fucking psycho. Rich coming from a man that beat his wife's face into an unrecognizable pulp for talking during a football game. None of the various species of spider I encounter through the day terrified me more, though, than the brown recluse. My uncle got bit in the crook of his elbow when I was 10. His arm became one of those rare horror shows you see pictures of on the internet. He was a bit of a recluse himself, and my mom often had to drag him to doctor's appointments and struggle to make sure he was feeding himself. He let the wound go untreated, but probably did a few things to exacerbate it as well. I found out years later that when my mom found him, a huge swath of flesh was rotten and stinking. He had a fever and had to be rushed to the hospital. They amputated his arm. It was the worst recluse bite anyone at the hospital had ever seen. I go online to see pictures of his arm every day. He came to the very edge of death. When I was in college, I got the nerve to ask him about it. The last time I saw him at the last Thanksgiving, my mom was able to get him to attend. We sat alone in the living room, no one talking to either one of us, as usual. It took me almost half an hour to broach the subject, and when I did, I awkwardly blurted out, "Why did you let the spider bite get so bad?" He looked at me, then had a stump of his left arm back at the TV and shrugged. "I like to hurt myself." "I like to hurt myself too," he said. Okay, without looking at me. "Why do you like the pain?" He looked at me with his eyes momentarily, but didn't turn his head. He shifted in his seat uncomfortably and didn't answer me. "I like it," I began, "because sometimes I can't tell what's real and not, and pain focuses my vision." This was a lie. Even when I'm hallucinating, naturally or with acid or shrooms, I always know the difference. I just wanted to coax something out of him. After a long pause, he sighed and turned to me, looking old and tired and ready to die. "I hurt myself because I hate myself, so it feels good to cause myself pain." That was it. He never spoke to me again. I don't really believe him, though. I think he was lying. I can't believe he'd push a wound that is rarely fatal or even serious to the point of losing a limb without searching for some greater revelation from the cosmos. I think what's more likely is that he didn't push it far enough. He came up short because my mom intervened. He was probably closer to something grand than he'd ever been before. He was staring into the eye of the abyss, but blinked. It always hurt me that he refused to open up to me and share in his world. I wish I could have shown him mine. It doesn't look like much at first. My room here is small, but it's on the second floor, and my window opens onto the roof of the porch. I like to sit out there at night and watch the skies. I have half a size fridge in the bathroom, a futon in the main room, and a small table for meals, reading, writing, and experiments. I have a box of books on magic, insects, psychogeography, weird history, true crime, and religion. I have pickle jars that I keep small amounts of piss, blood, and cum for spells, none of which work, unfortunately. But I'm also new at all this. My main experiment, though, since I got out of the hospital, has been trying to unlock the city. Back in the common room, I would sit with an older guy named Xavier. He opened up the way I always wished my uncle would, and he would do most of the talking. He believed certain cities like Austin, Mexico City, Los Angeles, Tangiers, Moscow, New Orleans, London, to name a few, were really doors. That's why they attracted eccentric people, artists and weirdos and perverts who were more open-minded to influences and messages from beyond our reality. He believed the cities were originally laid out in specific configurations like combination locks, and those in the know could walk the streets in a pattern and open these doors. He said Earth was just one big foyer or waiting room. People like William Burroughs, Philip K. Dick, Alejandro Jodorowsky, and David Southwell got it. I had Xerox maps of town taped all over my walls, each one with various paths I'd walked, highlighted with a red marker. I could stand in the middle of my room and turn around and round, staring at the maps and red lines, and bring myself to a trance-like state where I could plot the next day's stroll. I didn't think my town could have been a door until I found a book on a series of cold case disappearances from the area. Couple that with the fact that we have 3 semi-famous hauntings, and, well, you don't need to be a genius to put 2 and 2 together. Obviously, the hauntings and disappearances were connected. A little chaos magic out on Fort Road by the train tracks confirmed as much. Valleytown was a cosmic crossroads. I was on the roof at 4 in the morning on a Sunday having a vision. I had taken some grape ape blotter acid after dinner. That night before, I had tried unsuccessfully to perform a blood ritual, but the only thing that happened was I temporarily conjured the spirit of the original owner of the rooming house. He had nothing to say, though, so I put him away and climbed out on the roof. There I could peer into the darkness and peel back the layers of night until I could see below the town's sallow dermis. There I finally saw the truth of it all, and why my months of trying to unlock the town had been a fool's errand. I saw the true masters of Valleytown, and they had 8 legs and 6 to 8 eyes. The town was fully alive with millions of spiders who wove a tight seal over the doorway so that even the most experienced of pilgrims, armed with the most precise maps, could never cross over. This seemed insidiously unfair. I needed to consult my books. That was, of course, a waste of time. This was primordial, instinctual magic, naturally possessed within the lesser creatures. They were working in union, either by a higher power's guiding hand or by some other sixth sense, like when animals know a bad storm is coming. No book or spell was going to help me. I needed to take my query straight to the source. After I had come down from my trip, I tidied my room, emptied and cleaned out my jars, and took my books down to the local used book shop and sold them all for $5. When I got home, with some bottled water and a loaf of Wonder Bread, I took down all the maps and filed them neatly in a red folder and duct taped it completely. I spent the next several days gently collecting black widows and brown recluses in my jars. I lived only on bread and water and resupplied twice before I was sufficiently ready to begin. Just before 3 in the morning, I sat in the middle of the floor with my jars lined up in front of me. I started with the recluses, gently plucking them from the jars, one by one with tweezers, and encouraging each one to bite me in the same spot on the inside of my left forearm. I let each one walk away after it delivered its venom. 8 in all. Then I moved on to the 6 black widows and proceeded to do the same. 14 bites in roughly the same space. By the time the last widow was escaping across the floor, I was quite hot and lightheaded. My wound pulsed dark red. My fingers were numb. The walls appeared to be liquid, each rolling with gentle waves. I crawled to my futon and got on, stretching out my back, trying to control my breathing. The skin around my wound ached and swelled up. I closed my eyes and counted backwards from 100. I don't know when I fell asleep, but I awoke at one point and could see daylight peeking around the edges of my curtains. Later, it was night, and I felt slick and clammy. My arm hurt horribly, worse than when I took the soldering iron to my chest or knocked out my front teeth with a hammer. My mouth was dry, and I had pissed myself. "Hello?" I croaked as I tried to work up some spit. I reached for a bottle of water with my good arm, and after some struggle with the cap, I lifted it to my lips and got as much on my face as I did in my mouth. But it helped. "Hello?" I wasn't alone. There was a shadow in the far corner that wasn't natural, as the lamp was too close to it. But the darkness existed despite the bare 75-watt bulb. "Hello? Hello, seeker?" A man emerged from the shadow, but pulled the shadow with him as he approached me. It fell about him like a cloak of black smoke. His features were indistinguishable, and in the swirling tar pit void of his face, the only feature that could provide any distinction at all were his eyes. 2 opaque globes that were hard to look into because they seemed like a roiling Arctic Ocean. Who are you? I am one of many. I have no name. Did I conjure you? You got my attention. It reminded me of the old days when you people came down from the trees and desperately vied for attention from we giants who walked among you. Oh, how you envied us. You sacrificed each other and yourselves. You made up little symbols, carving them in rocks or painting with animal blood, hoping we would notice you, pause long enough to pat you on the head. Such a needy little group of monkeys. Well, why me? Now? I guess you pulled on the right threads of the right web, and now the spider comes. He swept his arm dramatically. A female appeared at the foot of my futon. At first, I thought she was shadowed as well. But then I realized her skin was a shiny black, blacker than black, the embodiment of lightlessness. She stepped closer, placing a foot on my bed, and I could see the red hourglass of pubic hair. I looked up into her face, into her red eyes, into her blood-red mouth. The man gently lifted my arm and examined my wound, gently fingering it lewdly. My hand disappeared into the blackness between his legs, and I could see his snake-like cock erect over my forearm. The widow climbed into my bed and pulled my pants off me. I was too weak to resist. But why would I want to? This was what I had been seeking. Why is the city sealed? For your protection. There are hungry things on the other side. The widow slobbered a bluish saliva on my dick that she was stroking to erection. Disappearances years ago. I looked down at the widow as she straddled me and reached between her legs and opened her crimson vagina and lowered herself onto my dick that was now tingling with the venom that she used for lubrication. I gasped, then screamed as the man rammed his cock into my arm's wound. He had a vast-like grip on my tricep, and I watched in horror as his cock bulged under my skin. The pain was indiscernible, matched only by the pleasure I felt inside the widow. She grabbed my hair and pulled my head forward and offered her hard black nipples to my chapped lips. My brain felt like it was collapsing in on itself, and my left eye was filling with black spots. Pressure was building under my balls, and my lungs shuddered against my ribcage. I coughed against the widow's breast as something filled my throat and started to constrict my breathing. I panicked as my air was suddenly and completely cut off. Then I felt thousands of tiny feet at the back of my throat and over my tongue. My mouth was filling with spiders from within. My lungs, enough moved out of my mouth that I was able to suck in a breath and then cough violently, expelling a cloud of spiders. The man's cock spasmed inside my arm, and he came, and I felt the sperm squirm through my torso. The widow reached back and pushed a finger into my ass, and I came almost immediately into her. Then everything froze for a moment. I breathed deeply, basking in the pleasure and the pain completely spent. Slowly they both pulled away from me, becoming onyx pillars by my side and feet. "Do you feel attended?" I gasped. "Yes." "But you're still curious what lies behind the sill." I whispered. "Yes." "She will take you." I looked to the widow as she reached for my feet and pulled me off the bed, sinking into the floor. I cried out in both fear and excitement when I saw the quivering, fleshy maw that had opened in the floor. It was warm and wet and smelled sweetly. The widow pulled me in, but before my head disappeared into the beyond, I saw the man melt into the shadows and disappear. I was pulled deeper into the darkness while high above me the opening closed, and I experienced a darkness that was physical. Soon, though, we came to a deep blue light at the end of the tunnel. The widow deposited me on my hands and knees. The ground felt cold. It felt like slimy meat and smelled rotten. I crawled forward, trying to find any strength at all, when I came face to face with the dried out husk of a human. I looked ahead, and there were more, hundreds, covering the ground, hanging from webs stuck to the walls. The widow put an arm around my waist and hoisted me to my feet, helping me to stagger towards a great peak jutting up to the swirling blue sky. But the peak shifted, and 8 massive legs unfurled from a heavy, fat body. 8 eyes opened and beheld my pathetic frame being laid before it. I was on my side, gasping at the majesty of this old god. Its children crawled from beneath its hairy folds. I closed my eyes and imagined the rooming house garden and the sticky humidity and the fill of... I was yanked from the ground by the lesser spiders and carried upwards towards the mouth of the God King.
Kitchen Table by H.P. Newquist. The kitchen was cold. The floor was almost like ice. But Daddy wouldn't turn on the heater. He said it would warm up after we were finished. He always says that. The truth is, he hasn't turned on the heater since Mom died last year. He seems to think the temperature's fine. Willie shivered in his chair. His feet didn't reach the floor, but he kept his legs tucked up under him anyway, just to try and stay warm. Daddy was pacing back and forth across the kitchen, rubbing his jaw like he was trying to figure something out. Willie is only 6 years old, 2 years younger than me. I feel like I have to act older than 8 for him, though. I have to act like a grown-up big sister in the house, especially when Daddy's at work. Daddy looked out the window. It was already dark. I should be doing my homework, but we have to sit here. Daddy went to the silverware drawer. He pulled out 2 knives and brought them over to us. He handed one to me and one to Willie. These weren't dinner knives. These were big cooking knives like Mom used to use for cutting chicken bones and slicing beef. Willie turned the knife over in his hand like he was getting ready to slice a hot dog. "No, no, Willie," Dad said. He took Willie's hand gently and turned the knife. "You're not going to use this for cutting like you do with a sandwich." Daddy made a jabbing back and forth gesture and looked into Willie's eyes. "You're going to be doing more of a poking motion. Pretend you're trying to keep a wild animal away from you, and you're protecting yourself, like this." He pushed his hand forward like he was stabbing something very slowly. "Get it?" Daddy asked. Willie nodded and mimicked Daddy's movements. "That's it, kid," Daddy said. He turned to me. I had already changed how I held the knife while I watched Willie. Daddy touched my hand with his fingertips. "That's perfect, Becca." Noises came from downstairs. We all heard them. They'd been happening on and off for the past 2 days. Daddy started pacing around the floor again. I could see sweat on his forehead. He stopped a second and then opened the cabinet under the sink. Daddy pulled out his toolbox and found his box cutter. It was a dull gray color. He clicked the blade in and out, then ran his thumb over it. The blade was shiny metallic. "Feels pretty sharp," he said. He looked over his shoulder and grinned at us. I looked at the clock. It was almost 9 p.m. We'd been sitting at the table for more than 2 hours. "Daddy," I said, not wanting to upset him, "I need to do some homework tonight for—" He nodded quickly and put his hand out to shush me. "I know, honey. I understand. I really do." More noises came from downstairs, like a wild animal grunting. "We'll get this over with quickly, okay? Then you can do your homework." His grin looked thin, like he was trying really hard to put on a happy face. "And Willie, then you'll go wash up and climb into bed. Got it?" We both nodded. Willie was holding the butcher's knife with 2 hands, bouncing it up and down on his lap. Daddy took a deep breath and let out a huge sigh, like he wanted to lay down and go to sleep right there. He looked so tired. He looked over at us both and rubbed my hair with his hand. He tapped our knives with his box cutter. They made a weird clinking noise against each other. "Okay, kids, we'll do this fast. We'll go downstairs and be done with it." He forced his smile a little more upward. "Then I promise you can do homework and go to bed, and we'll never have to do this again. We'll never even talk about it again. How does that sound?" Willie said, "That sounds good, Daddy." I nodded. I was ready. Daddy smiled, this time a real one. He cocked his head toward the basement door, kind of like he was saying, "Let's go to a parade." He led the way down, followed by Willie, then me. I closed the door behind me. The woman tied to the chair in the basement saw us on the stairs. She started screaming. Her screaming went on for a long time. And Daddy kept his promise. After we were done, we never talked about it ever again.
Twas the Fright Before Christmas, as read by Dr. Jason Carson.
"'Twas the fright before Christmas, and all through the house there was a creature a-purring, sniffing a blouse. The family did hang, the ropes tied to the stairs. A dog howls in the distance, gripped in despair. The daughter did scream, and the parents they cried, and now they swing limply with their mouths open wide. There's a mama with a kerchief stuffed in her mouth, a daddy without eyes, because I popped them out. When up in the attic there arose such a clatter that I ran up the stairs and climbed up the ladder. Up into the room I flew like a flash. It's a little boy, tears falling from his lash. How did you hide? In such a rage I had asked him. The knife was in my grip, his cheeks turned so flaxen. I saw what you did, the little one he did scream. You killed Mom and Dad, then my sister Arlene. I laughed a little bit and took out my flask, sipped a little whiskey, then put on the cap. For a while we were quiet, everything was calm. Then I took a step forward, knife clenched in my palm. You watched everything, saw every single stab, and yet you stayed quiet, like a good little lad. For minutes he stood there without saying a word. He cried a little bit and paced like a bird. A leaf in the breeze, I ran to his side and put his head on my chest. Together we cried. So up in the housetop, we sat there together. A man and a boy, through death we were tethered. Finally he stopped and raised his chin from its place. The gore from his loved ones all smeared on his face. Why do you kill? Tell me, what right do you have to take another life
incurring God's wrath. A mouse ran across the floor as nimble as small. I thought, this is my duty. This is my call. By the hand I did take him to follow this pest. Between the box and the wall, there was its nest. His eyes, how they rolled, in their lids they did dance, as I gave him my knife and offered a chance. To know what I did, a secret you must learn, that nothing is forever, and everything burns. You saw the blood, and you heard all the anguish, when I slit Mummy's throat, as Daddy's strength languished. And now here I am, I'm right here in your attic. Will you take what I give, or will it end tragic? He thought for a while, for hours it seemed. Then he raised up the blade and let out a scream. With a swiftness he plunged it inside and out, till at last there was a squeal, ringing so loud. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, stabbing and stabbing, as I watched on and smirked. Finally he stopped and looked straight up at me. Will the pain stop now? Will I finally be free? I took him in my arms while the knife fell to the floor. I picked it up gently and trembled some more. Yes, I said in earnest while the snow fell outside. You're finally free, my baby. The mouse has died.
The Red Stuff by Stephen Cooper, part of my Not for Children collection. That was, without a doubt, the best fucking movie Sammy had ever seen in her 4 short years on the planet. Just wow. Paw Patrol was pretty good, and Dora the Explorer used to be her favourite, but the Brutalizer left her speechless. She'd never seen anything like it. The way he made the red stuff explode out of people was nothing short of magical. She had sat cross-legged, glued to the TV like the girl from the Poltergeist, after sneaking downstairs at midnight and finding her dad asleep on the sofa. She'd missed the start of the movie, but was soon engrossed, watching the raging cannibal demolish his victims in increasingly horrific ways, from bludgeoning them to death to fucking clawing their eyes out and eating them. Sammy hadn't been scared. She didn't look away. She just watched in wonderment, doing her absolute best not to shout out and giggle, as it would wake Daddy up and she'd have to go back to bed. This was some next level shit, and Peppa Pig just wasn't going to cut it anymore. And the language was amazing. Sammy's vocabulary wasn't big, but she was picking up more words every day. Sometimes she heard her parents use words that she was told not to repeat when they realised she was listening, and she was always listening, but the Brutalizer freely used them, all while he made the red stuff appear. Sammy quietly repeated the words each time he used them, storing them in her memory bank. Fuck, shit, arse, whore, bitch, slut, cunt. They were all new additions to her word bank, and simple enough to remember. He didn't say them like Dora would. He more said them to his victims as he pulled their arms off, or beat them to death and split their skulls open with his bare hands. She loved how he played hide and seek with them after he'd made the red stuff appear. The Brutalizer would store the mangled carcasses in some place no one would ever find them, and then set off to play somewhere else. No one ever found the bodies. He was the best at the game. Sammy always won when she played hide and seek too, so she reckoned she'd be pretty good at hiding bodies. As her daddy began to stir and the movie finished, leaving something boring on the screen, Sammy went back to bed and fell asleep with a smile on her face. She couldn't wait to make the red stuff appear in the morning. After Sammy had asked for fucking Rice Krispies for breakfast and made her dad laugh, and her mum frown, her parents took her to play school. They'd made it abundantly clear that Sammy could never use that word again, but Sammy didn't listen. She heard Mummy and Daddy use it plenty, and the Brutalizer said it at least 100 times. She thought she couldn't get that high couldn't count higher than 10, so she wasn't certain. So what was wrong with Sammy using it? They were lucky Sammy didn't make the red stuff appear there and then, but she liked Mummy and Daddy, so promised not to say it again instead, while crossing her fingers behind her back like Pepper and George sometimes did. Sammy's playgroup was based in a community centre close to her mum's work. Her teacher, Mrs. Taylor, met them outside, just outside the door, as she always did, with a big smile on her face and wearing a bright blue summer dress. Sammy thought Mrs. Taylor was prettier than Mummy, but Daddy told her never to repeat that. Why were there so many things she wasn't allowed to say? Mrs. Taylor informed Sammy's parents that the teaching assistant, Mrs. Hales, wasn't coming in today, but like all the other parents, they were fine with it. They all knew Mrs. Taylor could handle the kids well enough on her own, and it was only for a few hours. Sammy skipped inside after giving her Mummy and Daddy a kiss goodbye and left them talking with Miss Taylor. The play school was packed full of art supplies and toys. It was bright and vibrant, with 4 round yellow tables and an assortment of colourful chairs. All the walls had posters teaching the kids how to count, read and write. There were games on the side and a little fish in a tank called Bruno. The kids took it in turns feeding Bruno, but it wasn't Sammy's turn today, as she fed him a few days ago. Sammy wanted her own fish, but her parents had told her not until she was older. That was when she was 3, and she was 4 now, but they still hadn't got her one. She also wanted a cat and a unicorn, but those requests had also gone unfulfilled. There were anywhere between 10 and 15 kids in Sammy's class on average, and today was looking like a busy one. 3 of the 4 tables were already filling up as Sammy approached the side room where her bags were left. Sammy had brought her Octonauts bag today, but wished it was a Brutalizer one. As much as she loved Captain Barnacle and Peso the Penguin, she loved the silly boiler suit costume the Brutalizer wore more. She wished she had a picture of him, making the red stuff on her bag in his funny outfit, instead of the Octonauts in the fishing boat. Danny White was in the room putting away his bag too. His was a Spider-Man bag, and he always laughed at her baby bags. Danny was a complete and utter pee-pee head, or as the Brutalizer would say, a cunt. Danny once again pointed at her baby bag and laughed. She hated him. He always made fun of her and never shared any toys. He once tried to take Bruno out the tank and throw him on the floor, but Mrs. Taylor stopped him just in time and made him cry. Sammy liked it when he cried, but thought she'd like it even more if she made the red stuff come out of him. Sitting on a shelf next to where the bags were kept was a plastic jumbo jet. Max Henderson had broke it when he crashed it into the table last week. He snapped the wing in half and left it all sharp and pointy. Mrs. Taylor wanted to throw it away, but Max loved that plane and begged her not to. She said she'd try and glue the wing back on and left it out back. Now Sammy held the plastic jumbo jet in her hand, with the jagged wing pointed at Danny while his back was turned as he put his super cool Spider-Man bag on the shelf. When he turned to face her, Sammy plunged a sharp ring into his neck, just like the Brutalizer had stabbed his shiny knife into the man on the TV. Just like the man on the TV, the red stuff shot from Danny's neck. It sprayed in the air and covered several of the colourful cartoon-inspired bags on the shelf. Just missed Sammy, but she didn't mind. There was plenty of time to play in it later. He tripped to the floor with his little neck leaking the gloopy, shiny red liquid. He tried to say something, but his words couldn't come out, which Sammy thought was funny. He looked like Bruno when Danny took him out of the fish tank, except he was covered in red. After he tried to say something again, more red stuff squirted from his neck and he closed his eyes to sleep. Sammy stood over him, still holding the weaponized plane in her hand. Remembering that after the Brutalizer made the red stuff, he then played hide-and-seek with them. There was only one good hiding spot in the bag room, and that was in the far corner where loads of empty duffel bags were kept. They all had toys in them once that were donated to the playgroup, but now set empty. Sammy dragged Danny towards the pile of bags, but couldn't take him the whole way. He was a bigger boy and too heavy for Sammy's little hands. So instead of bringing him to the bag, she brought the bags to him. As she piled the bags on top of that poo head, Mrs. Taylor called her name, so Sammy rushed back to the main room and took a seat. Mrs. Taylor called Danny's name last, but he didn't answer. She asked Sammy if Danny was putting his bag away, but Sammy shook her head like a naughty girl and lied. Mrs. Taylor asked her to go and double-check the bag room, which gave Sammy a chance to wipe some of the blood up and hide Danny's Spider-Man bag alongside him. She told Mrs. Taylor he wasn't in there when she returned, which just confused Mrs. Taylor. As it was a bright, sunny day, Mrs. Taylor suggested they use the fenced-off play area at the side of the building. It was specifically made for the play group, and had a nice hedge surrounding it to keep the children safe. There were several toy cars that they could sit on and zoom around in, along with a sandpit and some building blocks. Not all the kids wanted to go outside, some wanted to play inside too, but Mrs. Taylor split the group up. It was something she often did, but normally with the help of Mrs. Hales to keep an eye on one of the two groups. Oh well, she'd have to manage by herself. She opened the side door as several of the excitable youngsters darted outside, all vying for the best racing car. Sammy didn't rush. She had no interest in the cars, but instead went for the plastic bricks along amongst the sandpit. Darla Hudson hurried past Sammy and reached the bricks first. She also loved the bricks, and instantly stole all the red ones that Sammy wanted. The bitch offered to share the rest, but that wasn't good enough. In the past, Sammy would have cried at someone taking her favourite coloured bricks, but since she saw the movie last night, she knew there was other ways to deal with the situation, a much more fun way. While the other kids sat in the cars at the other end of the play area, Sammy cracked one of the big yellow plastic bricks over Darla's tiny skull. The sound it made reminded Sammy of the time the brutalizer destroyed a big girl with a house brick. He smiled the whole time while he repeatedly slammed the brick against the cunt whore's face, so Sammy did the same, and she enjoyed it just as much as the brutalizer had. Darla was half her size and no match for Sammy's repeated slams of the brick. She didn't even see the first shoe coming. She may have wanted to cry at the owie from the first brick, but when the second, third, and fourth bashed against her head, the moment passed. Darla collapsed to the sandpit as Sammy mounted her and continued to slam the former yellow brick, and now ironically red brick, down on her. She was relentless, just as the brutalizer had been. Soon the gush and red stuff was joined by white skull fragments and something that looked like jelly but wasn't. Sammy tried the icky, squidgy brain matter just like the brutalizer had, but she didn't like the taste one bit. Nothing like jelly. It was too salty. Sammy liked sweet things. After the brutalizer finished with his female victims in the movie, he ripped their tops and sliced their tits off with his shiny knife. But Sammy didn't have a shiny knife, and Darla didn't have any tits. Only big girls and mummies have tits. Instead, she buried the slut in the sand and dumped the remaining bricks over her, knowing that she was the queen of hide-and-seek, and no one would find the nasty little brick stealer. Sammy skipped back inside, as she needed to get the taste of brains out of her mouth. She rushed to her bag and grabbed her My Little Pony water bottle. She had lost the Octonauts one earlier in the year and had been devastated at the time. Now it didn't matter. Anything that didn't have a picture of the brutalizer on it was meaningless. She thought she could make her own picture to wrap around the water bottle instead, so rather than going back to the play in the sandpit, she found crayons and paper and began to draw a picture of her new hero. The brutalizer was a beast of a man with a big square head and giant hands. His face looked creepy and horrible, but to her he was just kind of funny looking. His eyes were pitch black and his mouth curled at the edges, like he was always grinning, but it was a dark, sinister grin, a grin that knew true horror and violence had been approved by the devil himself. Sammy couldn't quite capture that, so she just drew a little loop at the end of the line representing his mouth. She made a good attempt at his head, but she struggled with the ears. They looked kind of pointy. She got the eyes right as they were just dots of black. Sammy used plenty of red for the drawing as she recalled the scene of the brutalizer ripping a woman's head off. Sammy stuck out her tongue in concentration while scribbling the red stuff all over the page. She enjoyed that bit. She needed a grey crayon for his boiler suit, but the play school only had silver. That would have to do, she compromised. All the ones in her tub were blunt and didn't work, but Barry sitting at the table next to her had one, so Sammy asked if she could borrow it. I like how Barry loved to draw. His thing was trains. It didn't matter what else he was meant to draw, he always drew trains. They looked like trains too. He was a good drawer, and Sammy always liked seeing his pictures. When he lent her the silver crayon he was using for the train tracks, he asked Sammy what she was drawing. When she showed him the picture of the brutalizer carrying a bloody head, he told her she wasn't allowed to draw that, and he was going to tell the teacher. Fucking rats. Mrs. Taylor screamed from the play area outside. At the same time, Barry screamed inside when Sammy plunged the silver crayon into his eye. Mrs. Taylor's screams were probably because she discovered Darla all fucked up with her brains leaking, while Barry's was because all kinds of gunk exploded from his eyeball. It was Sammy's favourite scene in the movie, when the brutalizer stuck his knife in the final girl's eye and loads of red, green and yellow splashed from it. She wasn't disappointed in the results of her own attempt. It looked remarkably similar, Barry fell to the floor crying as all the other kids stopped their playtime and looked towards Sammy, not knowing what the fuck was going on. Mrs. Taylor burst through the doors with tears streaming down her face as she headed towards her handbag at the front of the room, desperate to reach her phone and call for help. She had no idea what had happened to Darla and couldn't begin to comprehend it. She'd only left them alone for 10 minutes. How was this possible? That poor, sweet, innocent girl and her parents. She stopped in the middle of the room when she heard another cry. This one wasn't the normal cry she regularly put up with, being surrounded by a bunch of preschoolers. This cry was like the one she imagined Darla must have let out, which she didn't hear. That's when she spotted Barry rolling around on the floor with a silver crayon sticking from his eye. "Mrs. Taylor," he sobbed. Darla had been a shock, but this was something else altogether. She could somehow imagine Darla tripping and slamming her head against the bricks. Not that that explained being buried in the sand, or, well, anything else really. But how in God's name did little Barry Jones end up with a fucking crayon in his eye? The mystery was solved pretty quickly as he told her Sammy done it. That was also pretty fucking shocking for Mrs. Taylor. What the hell was going on? "Sammy, did you..." She couldn't finish the word. She couldn't have. "He was going to tell on me," Sammy explained, like her action of sticking a fucking crayon through Barry's eyes was perfectly reasonable. Mrs. Taylor approached Sammy, not sure what to do next. An image of Darla lying outside covered in blood and sand flashed in her head. She didn't want to ask the question, but she had to. "Sammy, did you hurt Darla?" Sammy smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. More like one of those smiles kids get when they're caught doing something they shouldn't be. A cheeky smile. "She took my red brick," Sammy offered in defense. Mrs. Taylor's gasp was deafening. Her face was shattered. More tears streamed as her heart and soul broke. "This can't be happening. Why?" was all she could manage to ask, while Barry continued to roll around on the floor with his blood pissing from his fucked up eye. The kid needed urgent attention. "I like seeing the red stuff," Sammy honestly answered, as if thinking it was a pretty reasonable response. "Are you fucking crazy?" Mrs. Taylor roared, forcing Sammy to take a step back and making several of the other kids cry. A few even questioned her using of a swear, which she wasn't allowed to do, but Mrs. Taylor didn't give a shit about that right now when she had a miniature serial killer in her class. Mrs. Taylor marched towards Sammy with a look in her eye Sammy didn't recognise. She'd made her mum mad a few times before, but Mrs. Taylor looked like one of the victims who fought back against the brutalizer. That made Sammy smile a little bit. She wanted to be just like him, and maybe she was becoming that. Did that mean soon she'd be big and strong and get all the red stuff she ever wanted? "Children, go to the bag closet," Mrs. Taylor demanded as she closed in on Sammy. Sammy sensed she was in trouble, so she moved around the table past Barry, who was still squinting on the floor about his eye. As Mrs. Taylor lunged for Sammy, she slipped on some of Barry's eye juice. She failed to get her hands up in time and she slammed against the table, catching her neck on the edge and instantly breaking it. When her head hit the floor, more red stuff started trickling from it. Sammy clapped like Mrs. Taylor was just entertaining her with some awesome magic trick to create more of the red stuff. The teacher didn't get back up. She didn't say any more or reprimand Sammy. She just lay there as the blood poured around her and joined Barry on the floor. Sammy poured the crayon from Barry's eyes so she could finish her drawing. The rest of the kids hid crying in the bag cupboard, and several screeched when they found Danny lying there and couldn't wake him up. Sammy was trying to draw, but they were making so much noise. At home, she wasn't allowed to close the door, but as no adults were around, she decided it would be fine to close the door and shut the fucking racket up. Sammy slammed the bag door shut before little Stephanie Niles had a chance to move her fingers out of the way, resulting in a bonus supply of the red stuff as it squirted from three of her tinsy fingers used to be. Sammy picked up the loose fingers and used them to finish her drawing. Finger painting was so much easier with other people's fingers rather than using her own. She wondered why more kids didn't do it this way. The rest of the kids stayed in the cupboard for the last hour, barely making a sound. Half cried himself to sleep, while the other half played quietly with broken toys left in the room. Sammy finished her drawing and was damn proud of the effort. The silver crayons came out red, so the costume wasn't the colour she wanted it to be, but it was close enough. She used Stephanie's fingers to create a pretty pattern in the background and added herself to the picture, holding her hands with the brutalizer on the opposite side of him holding the head. She decided the head belonged to Mr. Taylor, who was no longer prettier than her mum. She'd let her mum know that later. At the end of the 3 hours she spent at play school, Sammy headed to the side room and grabbed her bag while the other kids stayed away from her. Stephanie was lying on the floor with red stuff all around her, but none of the other kids had played hide and seek with her. Guess she'd have to teach them how all this works at some point. She wiped some of the red stuff from her face and changed into the spare clothes that were packed in a bag in case she wet herself. A few of the other kids had, but Sammy proudly got through the day without any accidents, despite having to put on a change of clothes. She used a chair to reach for the handle for the door to the outside. It had purposely been placed higher, but it was okay, as no adults were around to tell her no. She liked that. When she marched outside, all the parents gave her funny looks, as she still had a fair amount of red stuff on her. "What have you got all over her, you?" her mum asked as Sammy reached her. "Red stuff," she simply replied, as she headed to the car.
The Crimes and Passions of John Stabberger by John Baltisberger. Hindenburg 2. What You Deserve.
Why are you doing this?
Because you're a fucking Nazi, and you don't deserve fuck all else, Stabberger replied offhandedly. He wasn't putting too much thought into his reply. He wasn't really paying attention to the conversation. It was hard to focus on removing a gallbladder while having to listen to this scumbag and hold him still all at the same time. The kid, he was probably 19, bucked under him. He pulled the knife out and Stabberger punched the kid in the skull with his free hand, hard enough to daze him, hard enough to make him whine, but not hard enough to knock him out. Stabberger didn't want that. He wanted the punk ass to feel everything. Satisfied that the little asshole was going to stay still for now, Stabberger sat back from where he was straddling that man's ass on the alley pavement. But maybe you don't mean why am I cutting you. Maybe you mean why am I cutting you? Here. Stabberger slid the knife back into the slit of skin. The boy whimpered again, but he didn't struggle, his head still ringing. He felt the pain, but couldn't muster the strength needed to buck Stabberger off. It's not all that complicated. See, here. He slid the knife around, wiggling it to widen the slit in the man's skin a bit. This is just above where your gallbladder is. Stabberger used his other hand and slid a finger into the slice he had made. He hooked his finger up, pulling the skin taut. He could feel the jelly of the Nazi's fat squelch. He wiggled his finger, each wiggle stretching the hole in the man's skin. The boy was shaking. The pain was clearing his head. Stabberger pushed hard, forcing his entire hand under the man's skin. He flexed his arm, tearing upward. The sound of the boy's skin separating from muscle and fat was like music to his ears. The Nazi howled into the night, screaming in animal fear and pain. The smell of his blood almost overpowered the scent of his shit-filled pants. Stabberger pulled his bloody hand out of the boy's backskin and hammered his fist into the boy's skull again. It knocked his face back down into the concrete and piss-filled potholes of the dirty alley, outside the shithole bar he had spotted the kid coming out of. They can't hear you, Nazi, not over their music. Just you and me. He paused and looked down at his work. Still so much to do. He pulled the skin up with one hand and started using the knife to cut the skin away into strips that he tossed aside. And you may be wondering, why the gallbladder? He spoke loudly over the sound of the boy's screams and the music. Well, without a gallbladder, you can't eat greasy fried foods. You can't process them that well. He tore the last of the boy's back away and stared down at the soft muscles and layers of grotesque off-yellow fat. And by the look of things, you really enjoy your french fries, fatty. Stabberger leaned back in and cut through what could loosely be called muscle and meat, to dig up and under the ribs. He was not careful, and his blade sliced through the liver tissue as he found the little greenish organ. Stabberger reached in and grabbed the organ, looping his fingers through the veins and tubes that connected it to his body and yanked hard, ripping and pulling the thing out through sheer savagery. He studied the thing for a moment before tossing it aside and looking down. Stabberger tilted his head, listening to the sobs. With a growl, he rose and kicked the little fascist porker in the side, forcing his body to roll over. The screaming rose in pitch as the boy's skinless back scraped against the rough pavement, mingling his blood and juices with the piss and stagnant water. Are you crying? He looked down at the Nazi in disgust. His shaved head and nose ring were typical enough of these skinheads, but that hadn't been enough to condemn the boy. It It was the 1488 tattoo on his neck, his All Lives Matter shirt. Those mattered. Those condemned the boy. "You are crying." He looked back at the boy's face, swollen from the initial greeting headbutt Stabberger had delivered, puffy and red from crying. The snot bubbled from his nose, catching in the sparse, puby mustache he sported. "You little bitch. You little fucking pussy. Aren't you the master race? Aren't you superior? Ich bin Jüdisch." Please don't hurt me anymore," the overweight bully blabbered, his misshapen man-titties jiggling as he sobbed. Stabberger considered cutting his tits off, but he was so disgusted by the little skinhead's blubbering that he couldn't bear to listen to the coward any longer. He lifted his knife above his head and plunged it down, ripping through sallow pale skin and sparse chest hair. Sliding through loose muscle tissue, the blade shattered his ribs before digging into the meat of his fatty heart. Stabberger leaned forward, putting his weight on the blade. He twisted the knife, tearing the flesh apart, ignoring the gouts of blood that squirted up into his face. They were weak, anemic sprays. Too much blood was coming out of the back in an ever-growing puddle under the two of them. The boy bucked in his death spasms, convulsing wildly under Stabberger. But he didn't mind, and he wasn't thrown off. He pulled out the blade and carved a swastika on the boy's other pec, so that everyone would know why he had been carved up, before sliding down to engrave "All Nazis must die" in the boy's stomach. Stabberger got up. He was coated in gore, and looked at his handiwork, satisfied. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a plea for the supremacists to change their ways. It was too late for that. It was a message. He was coming for them. The diner. The diner was mostly empty at this time of night, and this part of town. New Sodom was one of the worst cities in America for crime. On the border of Louisiana and Texas, the massive coastal city had attracted the worst bits from every stratum of life. As these things go, the city was quickly divided up by social standing and economic status. Ruth's diner was not in a good part of town. The parking lot had seen its fair share of drug deals and murders and quick fumbling fucks between the local prostitutes and their johns. Ruth herself didn't give two shits what happened. The cops never came to this part of town, and she made a good enough breakfast and was good enough shot with the .22 behind the counter that even the meanest banger was loath to cross her. She ran the diner like it was her own fiefdom in a sea of anarchy, and it might as well have been. She worked the counter while her second and fourth husband, Duncan Douglas McClother IV, stood behind the grill and prepared the few food orders that came in. Ruth's 3 daughters, from 4 marriages, worked various hours, each taking their turn as waitress between second jobs or school. Today, all 3 were in the diner, sitting together at a table, talking about things young women discussed, though only one of them was on the clock. "Esther!" Ruth barked from her place on the counter, her eyes dark and cold, surveying her kingdom. Esther jumped in, surprised at the son's sound. "Yes, ma'am?" she said, her southern drawl a stark contrast to her mother's angry New Jersey accent. "You got a customer. Your boyfriend's back." Esther turned bright red as Ruth pointed out the bloody specter that had entered near silently and sat down at one of the booths. "Ain't my boyfriend, Ma," she said. Only, she said it as a whisper so she wouldn't catch a hand for her back talking. She looked at her sisters, who all grinned up at her. She would never live it down. Truth was, the figure that had come in was mighty handsome. He looked like he had been cut from glass in an attempt to remake the David, but where Michelangelo's statue was soft, beautiful, kind, and human, Stabberger was hard and mean, grizzled and inhuman in a strange way. He carried a darkness in him that went beyond his bloody deeds. That, and the bulge in Stabberger's pants hinted that his sculptor had been a bit more generous than Michelangelo. "He looks even raggier than usual," her older sister teased. "You like him rough, huh, Esther?" "Shut up, Melissa." "I heard he was born with knives for hands," her younger sister added. "Well, look at him, Rose," Esther ordered. "Okay." "Do you see hands or knives?" Melissa asked. "Hands," Rose admitted with some disappointment. She had liked the idea of a crime fighter with knife hands. Despite her earlier protest, Esther straightened her dress and apron, checked her makeup, and approached the booth, grabbing a mug and a carafe of coffee on her way.
"Shalom, Esther."
His tight curly hair bobbed as he nodded to her. The trench coat wrapped tight around his body was caked in blood, the booth already filthy with grime and viscera he dragged in. Hiya, John, she said, setting the cup down and filling it. A quick glance, and she saw that the floors were streaked too. He emptied the napkin holder, trying to clean his hands of the thick fluid. Hard night?
For some.
His eyes were nearly black with how dark they were. He offered her a small smile. It was unnatural for him, but it was real. There was a kindness in that smile that so few in this world ever got to see from him, or that was ever offered to her. Despite herself and the horror of his appearance, she felt butterflies in her stomach. You want your usual?
Depends on who's cooking.
Daddy. John Stabberger grunted. It was late, or rather, it was early, and he had plans. He couldn't spend all night here, or rather, on the shitter, which is where her dad's cooking would land him.
Nah then, just the coffee.
He leaned back and closed his eyes.
Thanks.
Sure thing, you just call me if you need anything.
Will do, Esther, will do.
He listened to her retreat to the table with her sisters and took a deep breath. After a moment, he felt the shadow fall across him. He could feel irritation coming off the shadow in waves.
Ruth,
he said, without opening his eyes. You gonna clean this fucking mess, John?
No.
You can't come in here all fucking bloody and expect everything to be funky hunky-dory, John. Stabberger opened an eye and looked at the angry woman at the foot of his booth.
My money ain't good enough for you?
Your money's fine, but the extra work ain't.
Well, I tip extra well,
he countered, and it was true. He always left a surreal amount of money for the diner. One reason he was tolerated, and probably one reason that the girls liked waiting on him. Though Ruth would be an idiot if she pretended not to know that the girls were interested in his other large tip as well. Yeah, and where does that money come from, John? While Ruth knew every single one of her clients was a criminal, she took more interest in the man her daughter was falling over herself over.
Dead Nazis. I figured they took our gold and our homes, tit for tat.
Ruth digested this information for a moment. She had lost her grandpa to the camps. Her parents still shared their horror stories. And where do you find all these dead Nazis so you can be so generous? John Stabberger grinned up at her. No kindness in the smile this time. Only a sublime joy.
I make 'em.
The party. When Stabberger left the diner, he left a pool of blood in the seat and all the contents from the wallet he had taken off the slimy Nazi fuck he killed earlier. Now, he stood on the edge of the trailer park watching a party rage within its boundaries. Some shitty local punk band was screaming its head off on a makeshift stage. In the pit, elbows were flying as skinheads skanked around trying to show they had more cred than anyone else, and they can't dance or interact with another human department. The party consisted of cheap beer and a cooler, the band, enough meth to start a new business venture, and about 20 skinheads. Well, 19. Number 20 lay in the gutter with no backskin. Stabberger drew 2 hunting knives from under his coat and stalked into the shadows of the trailer park. The soundtrack of his work could be better. He preferred the dulcet tones of zeal and ardor as he cut through flesh of white supremacists. Still, the angry, incoherent ramblings of a bullshit punk band that was singing about how great fascism was would have to do. Stabberger wondered how a group could call itself punk when all it really wanted to do was gargle on the nuts of the government. He found a man in the shadows. Maybe he was a guard, but he was distracted. He stood there, his back to Stabberger, his hand frantically jerking his tiny little dick. "Shut the fuck up, Lizzie, stop laughing." The Peckerwood growled, trying to get his limp dick to respond. "I fucking paid you, so you'll wait until I get hard so you can suck it." The girl in question had her head shaved too, except for purple bangs. She was on her knees, herpes-coated lips turned up in a condescending smile at the fact that her $15 paramour couldn't get it up. Stabberger stepped behind the man and reached around, cutting his dick off with one knife and stabbing him in the shoulder with the other knife. He took a step back and pummeled the man's lungs with the blades, sliding the knives between each rib expertly like he was trying to debone the meth head. The man couldn't scream. He had no oxygen left in his perforated lungs. The girl, Lizzie, could scream, and she did. Her face had gotten the money shot she had been paid for, though it was a bit bloodier than she had been expecting. The few inches of meat had fallen between her knees. Blood geysered into her eyes with every slowing beat of his heart. His loose and foul balls jiggled as the man fell sideways to continue his dickless blood orgasms as he died. The girl's screams mingled with the girlish shriek of the lead singer. No one noticed. Some men had codes against killing women and children, but to Stabberger, a Nazi was a Nazi, no matter what they had between their legs or what they liked between their lips. He stepped past the dying man and rammed his blade into Lizzie's mouth. The blade tore her lips apart as the handguard shattered her teeth. Her eyes went wide while the blade tip tore through the back of her throat and severed her spinal cord as it burst out the back of her neck. She gargled through shattered teeth and lacerated tongue. Her eyes focused as best they could on the man that had buried the knife in her face. She'd always known a John would kill her. She just didn't figure it would be this John. Or this painful. She died seconds later, drowning on blood. John put a boot on her face and kicked her corpse off the knife. Stabberger moved forward, getting ready for the real melee, but paused as the music came to a stop. He stood in the shadows. He wasn't scared, didn't have a second doubt, but it would be easier to kill if he entered the fray during the chaos of music. So he waited, hoping they weren't about to disperse. The whole reason he came here was so he could make short work of the large group without having to stalk the streets. "Okay, everyone, settle the fuck down. As you all know, we're celebrating." There was a loud roar from the chuckle-fuck bigots as they patted each other on the back of whatever circle-jerk victory they had won. "Air dong holders devices worked. We have brought back a hero. As soon as we're done here, we'll head to the docks where Charles fucking Lindbergh himself will board the newly constructed Hindenburg II and will storm the White House for the Fuhrer." Another roar went up as the inbred fuck whistles raised their arms in Nazi salutes at the brilliance of their plan. A bunch of Texas cousin fucking meth heads were going to storm the White House with their White Claw and their shitty varmint pea shooters. They thought they could take on the Secret Service and the president's paramilitary guards. They would all be dead before morning. Well, that was happening no matter what. Stabberger didn't give two fucks worth of shit if these stupid motherfuckers thought they could do it. He also didn't care for President Sniffy McTouch-Touch. As far as he was concerned, every politician could be fed into a wood chipper and mulched for fertilizer for the weed farms. But he wasn't going to let the U.S. government steal kills from him. The Nazis were still shouting "Heil!" over and over again as Stabberger climbed to the top of the nearest RV and took a running leap off the edge. He sailed over the crowd, coming down on the singer who had been pumping up the crowd, the two knives slamming into his shoulder. Stabberger's weight and momentum tore through the tendon and bone and ripped the limbs away. As he finished standing, Stabberger rose and swung both knives into the armless stinger's stomach. The force lifted the man off his feet. Stabberger twisted to fling the bleeding torso of a man into the crowd below the stage, who were already screaming and reaching for their weapons. Stabberger ignored them. He threw one of his knives into the drummer's chest and turned towards the guitarist. The man was swinging his guitar at Stabberger's head. John ducked under the makeshift axe. "You fight like you play," Stabberger growled as he slammed the knife into the man's neck, jerking it hard through the tendons and ripping his throat out. "And your playing fucking sucks." He turned, checking to make sure the drummer was still choking on his own blood that welled up through the chest from the knife wound. He was. But by that point, more and more of the scrawny shitheads were climbing up on stage to challenge him. Stabberger turned, a maniacal smile plastered on his face. There was no high like the high he got from stabbing Nazis right in their white power tattoos. They came at him in a clump, each one eager to prove they were Ubermensch. Stabberger didn't care. He knew each was a pathetic excuse for a cowardly piece of shit. He gladly welcomed the oncoming cluster of pallid, sweaty flesh, plunging his knife into the stomach of the nearest meth head. He tore the blade out sideways, spilling the man's intestines all over the stage before he turned and caught the next fuckwit in the armpit. He twisted the knife, ripping through flesh, muscle, and digging into the chest cavity as he went. Stabberger jerked forward, pain exploding through his back. He staggered a few feet as the hunting knife fell from numb fingers. Someone had gotten him in the back with a switchblade. stuck out almost comically, like a long pin jutting from a voodoo doll. The skinheads were still screaming, trying to psych themselves up in an attempt to save the man who was still trying to shove his guts back in the ragged hole Stabberger had torn in him. They assumed that the knife-crazed Jewish ambusher would die. He didn't. With a slurp, the blade sticking out of his back was sucked into his body, absorbed entirely. Stabberger stood up straight and swung around, flinging his arm like he was throwing a baseball. The switchblade, the same one he had been stabbed with seconds ago, slid from his flesh, rocketing out of his palm like it had been fired from a t-shirt cannon directly into the eye of a girl who was crying out her dying brother's name. An expression of confusion came across her features as she tried to look at the knife in her eye. She died with the stupidest cross-eyed look on her stupid face. There was silence for a second as the partygoers realized Stacy was no longer screaming, and turned to look at the man they thought they had killed. Stabberger held his hand out, letting them watch as the sawback machete blade slid from his forearms. The metal cut through flesh, and blood flowed freely from Stabberger's arms. He paused a moment, letting them take in the vision of their death. Then he was among them. He leapt into the crowd, his arm swinging. He sliced through the jugular of a young man on his right before pistoning his left arm blade into the skull of an elderly punk rocker on his left. Stepping back, he pulled his arms free and then came forward again, sweeping both arms in a wide arc that tore the jaw off one man, the throat out of a second man, and slit the nipples of a tall, muscular man who had the ill fortune of not wearing a shirt. Stabberger twisted his arms, returning for another swipe, but the man with the split nips stepped inside his reach and grabbed Stabberger by the throat. Gasping for breath, Stabberger swung his right arm in a tight circle, cutting off the meathead's hand and then slamming his other blade through the man's sternum and out of his back. Stabberger snapped the blade off, leaving it buried in the man's chest. The rest were running. That was fine. Stabberger jumped down off the stage, rolling and swinging his bladed limb through the ankle of a middle-aged woman in a Ronald Reagan shirt. He slammed the blade through her torso as he used it to push himself off the ground, and he let the machete slide from his body, leaving it impaled through the woman and pinning her to the ground. As he ran after the next victim in sight, Stabberger reached into his coat and pushed his fingers into his own chest, sliding past muscle to grab the handle of a large cleaver. He pulled the massive blade out of his chest and took a deep breath as everything sealed back up. He reached back and then threw the knife. It soared end over end and embedded itself in the back of a man's skull, splitting his eagle tattoo right in half. Stabberger didn't slow down at all. He reached down to grab the handle and wrench it free, dragging what passed for brains and Nazi shit-fucker skulls out and onto the pavement as he passed. He saw several of them run into a trailer. They were attempting to barricade themselves inside. That was fine. Stabberger slammed the cleaver into the wall of the trailer, joined the yelps of fright as he searched the ground. It didn't take long for him to find what he was looking for, a half-empty bottle of Everclear. He grabbed the nearby Confederate flag and ripped the strip off it, jamming it into the bottle and using his Zippo to light the end. He preferred to stab Nazis, but he didn't mind using a Molotov cocktail when the situation warranted it. He lobbed the makeshift incendiary through a window, the sound of crackling, tinkling, and glass music to his ears. Roaring flames burst within the small trailer. He grabbed his cleaver and moved towards the door, ready to greet any fleeing punks as they came out.
"Oh shit, the lab is on fire!" came the frantic shouts from inside.
Lab? Meth lab. Stabberger turned to get away from the trailer, but the explosion ripped through the building and swept him up, throwing him full force into the wall of the next trailer over. A mushroom cloud of bright orange and yellow flame lit the sky, throwing the blood-soaked carnage of the trailer park into queer contrast. Stabberger groaned, trying to peel himself off the ground. Flaming body parts fell from the sky, a shower of viscera added to the already gory night. Stabberger counted the limbs as they fell. There was a head, and that hairy fat arm didn't match the head, and that torso had pert tits and a Tweety bird tattoo just above the missing pelvis, so it was probably a woman. At least 3 then. He would assume just 3. That meant there were only 3 more. Despite the ringing in his ears, Stabberger heard a motor cough and sputter. A horrible old Volkswagen was trying to start. They were trying to flee the scene. That simply wouldn't do. He stumbled a few steps, his equilibrium thrown off by the explosion, then paused to find the quiver he had been carrying. He found it and then turned back towards the parking lot. The car was still struggling to turn over. He wondered how panicked they were. The fear they felt was just a taste of what they had spent their lives spreading. Now their lives were swiftly depreciating currency, and his knife was the Wall Street collapse that would bankrupt them. He jumped the fence and landed on the back of the car. They were screaming. 3 of them, by his count. That was the last of this little shindig shitfuckers. The car roared to life finally and started to move. Stabberger slammed the cleaver into the roof of the VW and reached into his coat, pulling out a long chef knife. Using the chopper for leverage and to steady himself on the car, Stabberger crawled across the hood and positioned himself before kicking savagely into the rear window with his steel-toed boots. They were suitable for glass and for stomping Nazi balls into a fine paste. He kicked again and again. He could hear their screaming even through the sound of the engine and the wind roaring past him. After his 5th kick, he felt the glass crumple and give. It stayed in one sheet, safety glass put together by car manufacturers tired of being sued. Didn't matter. John didn't need the glass to cut. He would take care of that part. He let go of the quiver and let the momentum of the car carry him backward. He fell off the roof and onto the trunk. He used his chef knife, slamming it into the metal, halting his slide. He flung his other hand back, letting a large sashimi knife slice through the flesh of his arms, and caught it by the handle before bringing it back around. The skinheads inside fumbled to retrieve their guns and shoot at him, but their panic and car full of broken glass was hampering them. Stabberger pulled himself closer and jammed the long, thin knife through the broken window and into the chest of a Nazi in the right back seat. He used the leverage to pull out the chef knife and stab it higher into the trunk, giving himself more room to work. The back of the car didn't have any grip, and so Stabberger slid as he tried to steady himself, the knife tip inside the skinhead sliding around through organs and gristle as Stabberger adjusted. Ripping the blade out, Stabberger almost lost his balance, but caught himself and thrust forward instead, slamming the tip of his knife through the throat of the hysterical woman who was sobbing something about being sorry and sparing her. Stabberger pushed forward, spearing the blade through the back of the driver's seat headrest and into the driver's skull. The car swerved as the driver lost control of his fine and blunt motor skills, his bowels, his vision, and his autonomic functions all at once. Stabberger tried to maintain his grip on the 2 knives, but as the car hit a curve and vaulted over the sidewalk, tumbling in the air, Stabberger was finally thrown clear. He stood and watched the vehicle tumble past the parked cars and motorcycles, crunching as it rolled. 3 corpses were smashed into a fine fascist paste. Finally, the devastated vehicle came to a stop against a shipping container full of industrial-grade grappling hooks. He nodded, satisfied. That was everyone at the party, and the car had crashed just outside the docks, his next stop. He just needed to find the Zeppelin and... He stared up, his mind stalling as he watched the massive dirigible rising above the shipping containers. Scratch that. He needed to get on that airship. Hindenburg 2. The motorcycle roared as Stabberger pushed it to its limits through the city streets. His ragged trenchcoat flapped behind him as he swerved between cars and obstacles, his eyes on the shape floating above the city's buildings. He needed to catch up and figure out a way to board it. His eyes returned to the road as he zipped past pedestrians, cars, and trucks. Stabberger didn't have a plan. He never had a plan. All he had was a body full of knives and a heart full of hate. Stabberger saw an opportunity, and he took it. Swinging his bike into the next lane, he gunned the engine and pushing every ounce of horsepower he could from the roaring machine. He advanced on the back of an empty car carrier transport and popped the wheelie, bringing the front wheel down on the ramp. Gunning the engine once more, he accelerated up the car transport's ramp and rocketed off the top end, propelling himself and the motorcycle up and over the street. He slammed into a building's reinforced glass window with the front wheel, forcing the window out of its mounting. He landed with a thud inside the office building. A janitor stood there, mouth agape, as the Jewish rider crashed to the floor. Stabberger stood and pulled the bike off the floor, checking to make sure it wasn't damaged.
You okay, man?
The old janitor asked.
Yup. You ain't supposed to ride motorcycles in here.
It was a ridiculous statement,
but what else could he say? I'm gonna have to clean all this up.
Stabberger looked at the old man. He looked like a decent enough sort, the kind of man who had lived his entire life slaving away for other people, believing that honest hard work would be rewarded, only to realize that as his body ached every morning that unless he could go back in time to be born rich and white, nothing he did would ever let him reach the status of comfort the men in the top floor offices had.
Yeah.
Stabberger glanced around and grabbed the piece of Globo sham stationery off a nearby table.
What's your name? Raoul Wallace, sir.
Stabberger scrawled the name on the stationery and then nodded at the mess.
Sorry.
Then he mounted the bike and gunned it back into action, revving the engine twice before taking off down the long row of cubicles. He had wasted enough time taking the man's name. Too much time on kindness. Fucking kindness was never its own reward, and no good deed went unpunished. He pushed the bike harder. He reached into his coat, grabbing an axe. Not his typical style, but perfect for the moment. He reared back and flung the axe forward. It tumbled end over end as it flew from Stabberger's hand and slammed into the window ahead of him, shattering the safety glass and giving him a clear path out the window of the 4-story drop below. Or it would be a 4-story drop if there wasn't a crane just outside the building for him to jump to, a symptom of the never-ending construction happening in this swiftly gentrifying city of New Sodom. Stabberger landed on the crane's arm and rode up the thin rail, racing into the night sky. He was near the dirigible. It was right there. He slowed a smidge and then gunned it, trying to time his jump perfectly. At the last second, he reached down to grab the grappling hook he had stolen from the docks, and leapt from the seat of the motorcycle as it launched from the crane and through the night air. He twisted in midair, took aim, and fired the grappling hook. The bladed claw of the device shot forward and embedded itself in the massive balloon of the Zeppelin. Stabberger slammed his finger on the retract button and found himself zipping toward his prey. He watched the oncoming window with a scowl. He was getting tired of windows. Maybe once all the Nazis were dead, he would move on to windows, starting with this one. He swung on the rope and crashed through the window feet first, rolling as he hit the ground and popping up. In his hands he held 2 long jagged pieces of broken glass. The ragged edges dug into his palms, blood dripping to his feet. If he had any time, he would have wrapped the knives in some fabric to make handles, but he was out of time, and patience. A dozen men stood staring at Stabberger in shock. Each wore a gray uniform emblazoned with symbols of the Third Reich, eagles and S's, lightning bolts and swastikas, like they were having a little dress-up party. Stabberger charged forward, already swinging the makeshift weapons as he moved. He rammed into the first SS fanboy he came across and slammed his shoulder into the man, bringing both glass shards up and into the man's kidneys. As he screamed, Stabberger pulled the glass shards from his first victim and twirled like a beautiful blood-drenched bearded ballerina to jam one shard in a man's eye socket and bring the other into a man's throat. Now coated in blood and eyeball juices, the makeshift weapons were too slick to hold, so he left the glass embedded in the 2 Goebbels groupies and moved on. As he swung around to face the next Nazi in line, he realized the rest of them were drawing weapons, pulling guns out, a coward's tool. But Stabberger didn't care. He flexed, 2 ulu knives ripping from the back of his hands, severing tendons and carving flesh as they emerged, only for the skin to heal back up. Stabberger wielded the blades like punch daggers and charged through the men once again, ducking and weaving as he moved. A crushed sternum there, a chopped eye socket here, a punch with enough force to decapitate a Nazi there. Bullets whizzed through the air, and Stabberger laughed as some of the Nazis began whining in high-pitched screams about using a gun on a hydrogen-filled dirigible. He didn't stop moving as he laughed. He killed 4 more men in a heartbeat before throwing one of the Ulus to catch a fleeing man in the base of the neck, paralyzing him. He wouldn't be able to run, but he wasn't dead. He would get to watch the second crash of the Hindenburg. 1 more man remained. The Zeppelin was beginning to sink into the night sky. With no one steering the behemoth, the skyship would soon catch on a building, and then history would repeat itself.
Windberg, I presume?
Stabberger approached the last standing Nazi. The blond man with the oddly shaped head and blue eyes cowered. tripping over himself to get away from the maniac with the knives. Stabberger reached back into his coat and brought out a long, thin stiletto and lunged forward, stabbing through Lindbergh's leg and pinning him to the floor. He straddled the scrawny man's chest, pushing his weak Nazi arms away as Lindbergh tried to fight him off. "Say hello to your bullshit wife in hell for me," Stabberger growled, punching Lindbergh in the face. The ulu cut through the man's jaw, widening his smile as he screamed, blood and teeth gushing out of the wound like a flood. Stabberger punched again and again, working the blade through the meat and bone, slicing through the tendons that held his little Nazi skull together until he had to lean forward and put real weight into the punches to get through the spine. Stabberger stood and grabbed Lindbergh's now mostly headless corpse and tossed it out of the nearest window. He watched it fall toward the earth and then looked around. He grabbed the fattest Nazi corpse and took a running leap out of the Zeppelin, riding the fat-ass corpse all the way to the top of the nearest building. There, he stood and watched as the marvel of Nazi ineptitude crashed into the National Bank of America building in a bright fireball. Satisfied, Stabberger turned and made his way to the fire escape. Later. The next day, Stabberger was back at Ruth Steiner. He had showered and changed. There was only so much blood stink a person could take after all, and he didn't like sleeping in gore. Luckily, this time Ruth was in the kitchen, prepping food that would actually taste good and not cause him to shit his entire skeleton out of his body. He was just enjoying his hash browns and coffee when Esther sat in the booth across from him. She slapped the newspaper down. On the front page was a picture of the dirigible carnage from last night, as well as images from the party he had broken up. The headline read, "The Nazi Annihilator Strikes Again." "Is this you, John?" she asked. Stabberger looked from the paper to the young Jewish woman accusing him of being him. He nodded, picking up the paper. "Has a nice ring to it." Her eyes widened, not because she was surprised, but because she was surprised he admitted it so readily. She stammered a little, unsure of what to say now. He took a long pull of the coffee, reached into his coat, and pulled out some crumpled and blood-stained dollars before rising. "You want to go catch a movie?" She gaped at him. "What?" "Dollar movie theater," he said, offering his arm to her. "Showing Inglorious Bastards. Do you want to come with me?" "Are you asking me on a date? After this?" she asked, lifting the paper to his face. "Yup." After you killed men!" she exclaimed in a tight whisper. "No," he said, pushing the paper down and reaching a hand around her waist to pull her close. "They weren't men. They were Nazis. Now, are you coming?" She looked at him, so close she could almost feel the tickle of his beard against her cheek. It made her feel warm inside. He had a point. Who cares about Nazis? She found she couldn't speak, so she just nodded and let him lead her out of the diner.
The Sexorcist by Matthew Vaughn. The Sexorcist cups his hand around the top of his cigarette as he inhales deeply. He pulls the filterless cigarette out of his mouth and exhales a thick plume of smoke. Stoically he stands with a closed bedroom door behind him, from which the sound of crying bleeds through from the other side. He knows it's the mother, or the aunt, or could maybe even be the father, but he doubts it. It's almost always the mother. He reaches up to his mouth and picks a stray piece of tobacco from his lip. On the bed in front of him, he watches the nude form of the girl as she writhes on top of the sweat-soaked mattress, her arms pulled up and bound to the headboard, her feet stretched out and tied to the footboard. The mattress beneath her is bare and thin, with what sheets that had covered it at some point crumpled on the floor next to the bed. As the girl moves, he can see the dark stains beneath her body. Though the girl is young, probably in her 20s, and her body supple, Her physical appearance is a grotesque version of what it should be. Her breasts are 2 perky mounds on her chest, her nipples erect, but rotten skin flakes from her like a leper. Her eyes are a milky white with no irises, and the bone structure of her face is contorted and jagged like demon prosthetics from a cheap horror movie. Sores have appeared up and down her tight, toned body. She spews green bile at anyone that tries to get near her, cursing them and even attacking them if she wasn't restrained. Before her arms were tied down, her mother had been wiping sweat from the girl's forehead with a cold rag when the girl suddenly grabbed her. Her claw-like fingers scraped down her mother's face, drawing blood, and she wrapped her fingers tightly around her mother's throat. It took her father and brother both to pry her off, and at one point during their struggle she had gotten the best of her father, grabbed his head, and forced his face down into her crotch with uncanny strength no girl like her should ever possess. That's when they decided it was best to restrain her. She cursed them both, called them cocksuckers and rapists, pedophiles and faggots. The family believed she was possessed by a demon, that some ancient evil had taken over their daughter and twisted her into this evil, foul being. They didn't know where to turn or what to do, except to call a priest, an exorcist. They got him, the one man that could help their daughter, the Sexorcist. The Sexorcist has seen it plenty of times before. He knows what to do to rid this poor soul of the being that is eating her alive from the inside. He is a priest with methods, though unconventional, that have proven to work time and time again. She is possessed by a demon, one that has caused great harm to the family and thrives on the hurt and terror it is putting them all through. "Hello, priest," the demon says. The voice that comes from the girl's mouth is throaty and rasps harshly like a heavy chain smoker. It mumbles indecipherable words with its eyes locked on the Sexorcist before it speaks again. "Have you come to kneel at the cunt of Satan's minion, to drink the piss from her loins and renounce your God?" Once his cigarette has been sucked down to a nub, he drops the small bit on the floor and steps on it with his boot, mashing it into the floorboard. He then pulls the clerical collar from around his neck and sets it down on a nearby wooden dresser. Next, he unbuttons his silk shirt from the top down, letting it fall open and off his shoulders to the floor. "What the fuck do you think you can do to help this slut?" the demon asks with the girl's mouth. The Sexorcist remains silent as he unbuttons his jeans and pulls down the zipper. He pushes the pants off his hips, and they slide easily down his legs. His cock, though flaccid, is thick and long. There's ink on it, a tattoo that isn't quite visible yet. "Nice dick. Bet you can't get it up for me, though," the thing says as it spreads the girl's legs. Open sores encircling her pussy weep a brown discharge that runs down the inside of her thighs, pulling in the girl's ass crack. The smell wafts up to the priest, but he doesn't flinch. Standing there with his pants around his ankles, he bends over and begins untying his boots, one at a time. Lifting his left leg first, he pulls the boot off and drops it to the floor with a loud thud. It hits heel down, but falls over. When he puts that foot down, he does so outside of the pants. The right foot is next, and then he is standing, completely nude, at the edge of the bed. "Demon, in the name of the Lord, I cast you out. In the name of the Father, I expel your wretched being from this poor defenseless soul." The Sexorcist uses his right hand to cross himself. "Demon, will you willingly depart from this innocent body and return to the hell in which you came from?" The woman looks up at him and smiles. Chunky green vomit spills out from her mouth and down the sides of her cheeks, slowly like lava from an overflowing volcano. "Come give me a kiss, big boy," the demon says through the mouthful of puke, the vomit bubbling and flinging out from moving lips. The demonic face contorts as it smiles through the ocean of sick, still rolling past the cracked and split lips. The Sexorcist placed himself as close to the bed as he possibly can without touching it. The woman's dirty feet are bound to the bedpost on either side. her toenails long and broken and jagged. On the right foot, the toenail on the middle toe is broken back into the quick. Dried blood runs from the toenail bed and in between the toes on either side. Please, if you can hear me from where you are trapped in that body, know that I do this only to help you, the Sexorcist says, staring directly into the woman's face. He absently strokes his flaccid cock while he talks. Ooh, are you getting it hard for me, baby? The girl says as she lifts her pelvis from the bed and thrusts it towards the Sexorcist. The stench from between her legs grows fouler. I fucked Jesus and made him cry, but the Holy Mother Mary can't get enough of my snatch. The priest reaches out and grabs her thighs, holding her in the air and not letting her body fall back down to the sweat-soaked bed. His fingers push deep into her flesh as the muscles along his forearms and up to his shoulders bulge. Leaning across the footboard and in between her outstretched legs, the Sexorcist runs his wet tongue down the inside of one thigh, over the pus-encrusted sores leading up towards her pussy. The taste is rancid on his tongue, but he doesn't stop or pull away. The girl's body shudders under his grip, and he feels warmth flood into his mouth as she releases a torrent of piss into his face. He takes in her urine, swallowing it as he pushes forward and laps at her soaking pussy. The Sexorcist pushes into the labia, dripping with her hot, golden tribute, and searches blindly with his tongue. Another shudder ripples through her body, and he tightens his grip on her thighs as his tongue finds its goal, and he flicks her clitoris repeatedly. The girl pushes into his face as warm, watery discharge leaks from her anus. His fingers dig even deeper into the flesh of her legs as he tries to contort her body, trying to pull her legs toward her so that she can rub the abhorrent-smelling diarrhea dripping from her ass in his face. But he's too strong. He can feel the warm, fetid feces mixing with the now cooling piss on his chin. But again, he does not, cannot stop. 1,000 angels have left heaven and will burn in hell for eternity just for one small taste of my pussy. St. Paul abandoned the pearly gates just to suck the shit out of my asshole, the demon says with the girl's mouth. The Sexorcist ignores her remarks and continues. As his tongue and mouth work on her clitoris and inside the folds of her vagina, she lets out a moan as thick, milky mucus discharges from inside her and fills the Sexorcist's mouth. The priest pulls back this time and lets go of the girl's legs. Her lower half falls to the bed, the heels of her feet smacking the footboard in tandem. That was pretty good. I haven't come like that since the first time my daddy fucked me, the demon in the girl says. When it smiles, it shows a set of crooked and broken teeth that hold chunks of green vomit. The thing laughs and looks at the priest. The Sexorcist spits out what thick mucus he has in his mouth and wipes at his chin with the back of his hand. He steps 1 foot over the footboard and places it on the bed in between the girl's bound legs. He grabs the wooden footboard for support and lifts his other foot over, the springs in the mattress groaning from the additional weight. He stands over the girl, his cock erect and pointed above her. The demon lifts the girl's head and sees his cock, swollen with thick veins, running along the shaft, his clean-shaven ballsack drawn tightly in between his thighs. Is that little thing supposed to scare me? She hisses. As he kneels in between her spread legs, the demon can see the black ink covering the top of the priest's cock. It's a large cross, drawn fancy as you would see on a Gothic tombstone. The demon's eyes grow wide as if it was scared, but then it squints and smiles. I've been double penetrated by demons with dicks bigger than your arm. You can rip this fleshy sow apart from pussy to asshole, and I still won't come for you. The Sexorcist looks into the dull yellow eyes of the creature in front of him and leans forward, the head of his cock pushing against her lips. She immediately begins to unleash a stream of hot urine that covers the inside of her bare thighs and his dick. But the Sexorcist ignores this and gently pushes against her. A sound escapes the girl's mouth. It might not have been a full moan, but it was close. There's a sizzle from her sex as the exorcist's cock enters her easily, his girth stretching her as he pushes deep. Have you started yet? I can't feel anything, she says, but the demon's voice audibly wavers. The priest begins to slowly move in and out, pulling his cock back until just the head is still inside her, just past her lips, before pushing back in. With each thrust, he goes as far as he can, their pelvises tapping against each other as he builds up speed. He watches the girl's face as the demon's eyes roll back in her head before snapping back toward him. Her cracked lips spread into that big, wide smile again as blood seeps through the split vermilion. Come on, is that all you've got? You can't pleasure a woman with that tiny prick of yours. It's so small, I bet the kids you diddled didn't even feel it. But that doesn't stop you from raping them, does it? The priest ignores the demon's cruel taunts and crude remarks as he slowly fucks the physical body to exorcise the demon from within. But it has a strong hold on the girl, and even though he can see the cracks in the demon's armor, he needs to push harder to drive the evil creature from the poor, innocent girl. The Sexorcist runs his tongue over breasts pocked with sores and encrusted in dried vomit. Placing his mouth on one breast, he runs his tongue around the areola before lightly flicking the nipple. Something wiggles under his tongue, and he pulls his head away from the breast. He feels something fall from his mouth and watches a bean-sized pink maggot land on the girl's breastplate. In between her two mounds, he looks at the breast that he had just been sucking as another maggot is squirming its way out of one of her milk ducts. The priest doesn't break his rhythm and continues to move his cock in and out as more and more maggots squirm from her breast. The girl's arms pull tight against the ropes binding her to the bed, and her muscles bulge as the wooden bed frame creaks. The Sexorcist puts one hand up to her face, his thumb along her chin as his fingers brush her cheek. A scaly, forked tongue darts out from the girl's mouth, 4, 6, and then 8 inches, and licks across his hand, leaving a slimy mucus trail. He continues pounding her, building up speed as the bed creaks and groans. Pushing deep into the girl, the ropes binding her feet stretching to the limit, the Sexorcist puts his mouth against her bloody lips in a passionate kiss. Instantly, he feels his mouth fill up with the slimy forked tongue as it probes the crevices of his mouth, digging into the healed hole from a tooth pulled many years ago. It traces his teeth and intertwines with his tongue, locking them in place and making it impossible for him to pull away. The girl makes a retching noise, and the priest's mouth fills with the sour taste of her chunky vomit. He tries to pull back, but her tongue is locked tight around his and holds him in place. Her puke fills his cheeks, pushing them out like a chipmunk storing nuts, and he has no choice but to swallow it, choking down the bitter upchuck as it tickles his own gag reflex. Finally, he bites down on the girl's tongue, and she lets go. He pulls his head away and spits thick, brown, coffee-ground-looking sick out of his mouth and onto her naked chest. "You really do know how to party," the demon says, and lets out a loud, cackling laugh. The priest sits up, his hard cock still inside her. He feels warmth around his shaft and onto his thighs and knows she is pissing on him yet again. The bed begins to shake, the wooden feet stamping an out-of-time rhythm on the floor. The Sexorcist grabs the girl around the waist and brings her body into his. He rises on his knees, lifting her pelvis with his, and thrusts into her hard. He can feel the bed levitate from the ground as it continues to shake, like it is trying to buck him off it. He holds tight to the girl, his fingers digging deep into her naked flesh as he slams his cock in and out, in and out. As the priest pumps into her, he looks down and sees her head spinning around on its neck impossibly. It doesn't faze him, though. He's seen it before. He's seen worse. His grip slips on the girl's waist from the sweat on his palms. He can feel his back dripping from the exertion, and sweat runs down his face, threatening to get into his eyes. The girl's head spins 180 degrees and continues going. He moves his hands under her thighs and pushes her legs up as much as the ropes around her feet will allow them to go, and he fucks her with everything he has got. Ropes snap as the demon finally breaks the bonds of its wrists and sits up. It slaps its hands on the priest's back, digging its clawed fingernails into his flesh as he continues to pump into her. The ragged nails of the girl's hands tear into the Sexorcist's flesh, reopening old wounds across his back. The girl's head is now coming around back to its natural state, and her eyes are rolled far back into her head. The girl is making a huffing sound that coincides with every thrust he makes. The exorcist explodes into the girl simultaneously as the bed crashes to the floor, and the girl screams out. His orgasm gushes out with the two locked in a lover's embrace in the center of the bed, and her head falls forward onto his shoulder. The two, still embracing, fall onto the wet and worn mattress, his cock twitching inside of her as the last of his cum spurts out. He lifts himself and looks down to the girl's face. Her features have softened back to normal. The cracked lips are gone, and she is breathing deeply. She opens her eyes, and he sees white behind bright blue irises. She smiles up at him. The priest says nothing as he climbs off her, his now flaccid cock sliding out from inside her. He turns from the girl and grabs his pants from the floor, digging around in one of the pockets for his cigarettes. He taps one out from the pack, fishes for his lighter, and once found, lights the cancer stick. He takes a long draw and tilts his head up and lets out a plume of smoke. He hears the girl stirring on the bed and feels a small, gentle hand touch his back, but he doesn't turn to her. He slips his legs into his pants, and with the cigarette clenched in his teeth, he shoves his feet into his boots. Once in place, he grabs his shirt from the floor, but doesn't put it on. The Sexorcist stands and reaches over to the dresser to grab his collar before walking to the door. Turning the knob, pops the lock out, and he swings the thin wooden door open. Outside in the hallway is the faces of many crying, concerned family members. They look to him for confirmation that he has done it, that he has fixed their daughter, and she is herself once again. He doesn't look at any of them as he pushes his way past them. He knows they'll know soon enough. They rush into the girl's room as he goes, and he can hear the screams of joy and cries of relief as he walks down the hall, his head down in exhaustion, a trail of cigarette smoke lingering behind him.
Forced Abstinence by Todd Love, found in the collection Howling of the Damned. Mother had taught sewing at an early age to her only begotten son, and she hated every second of it. But he had to learn. It was the family way. Teaching was the easy part. It was the practice and repetition that her son lacked a certain luster for, because he was always distracted. Robert longed to have adventures with the other boys from school and from around town. Their tales of weekend camping and fishing trips pulled at Robert's desire to be manly, to be someone's son besides his mother's. Sadly, Robert's father had vanished, and his real mother had died, a fact Mother was not afraid to bring up when Robert was moaning about his lost boyhood. Mother, Robert's great-grandmother, hated to have her age rubbed in her face. Robert was made to call her mother in private and in public settings. Robert hated his great-grandmother for many reasons, but this one most of all. She had repeatedly corrected him in front of his school friends, the ones that pitied Robert, the ones that made fun of him behind his back. They hung around Robert for the sole purpose of gathering stories to use as weapons against him, traumatizing him for the rest of his life. What Robert did not know back then was that misery loved company. Robert, I have taught you needlework for a reason, a most important reason that I have not shared with you until now. You are old enough to understand such things as desire and lust. Robert, listen closely. I desire you. I have spent many nights lusting after your youthful body. I am ashamed of giving into my need of having you, and I hope you can forgive me. I was denied love as a child by my parents. I was denied love as a young woman by local men. I was only a receptacle for their love fluid. One of those men got me pregnant, which enabled me to continue the family name. Now I have you to raise by myself, and I am owed, Robert. You are going to have to pay the price. You will love me one way or the other. He watched in horror and disgust as his great-grandmother pressed the long sewing needle between her legs. The needle was used for sewing yarn into hats and mittens for the winter clothes drive for St. Vincent's Church. The rounded tip pushed her nightgown inward. When the needle pulled back, the nightgown pulled free, slick with wetness. Robert, I am still a woman with needs. Father Callahan always told me, even as a little girl, that my slit was the church and my clit was the steeple. He would ravage me and your great-uncle until he could hardly stand. He told us it was our Christian duty to pour out our sins into him so he could save us from eternal damnation. To avoid any awkward situations between us, unlike what happened to me as a young woman, I will need you to help me with something vital to keep my salvation. I want you to sew me shut. You have to do this, son, or I'm afraid I will have to kill us both. I know in my heart what I want from you is a sin, one of the greatest of all sins. I need you to deliver me from my temptation. Mother lay on the kitchen table, nightgown pulled up over her chest. Robert glimpsed her sagging breasts and hair-covered areolas. Her nipples were long and appeared to be chewed pieces of 2-week-old steak that had fuzzed over with mold. You will have to use the leather needle, Robert, and the spool of wire next to it. There will be blood, but a sacrifice has to be made. Are you ready, child? He started to form the word grand in his mouth and quickly remembered what happened the last time he made that mistake. Yes, Mother. Fear washed over him. The consequences of not obeying were brutal and swift. After a beating, she would place Robert in a footlocker until he followed his mother's commandments. After your mother died, your father took care of me for a time. Eventually, he abandoned us, leaving you behind to pick up where he left off. He used me, son, sticking his dirty business inside all my holes. I begged him to sew me up, but he refused. Now you have to, and you have been such a good boy. He threaded the wire through the eye and lifted the leathery flap of skin. You have to lift the folds, Robert. They have to be drawn tightly together. Robert obeyed, and his fingers fumbled with the folds of his great-grandmother's business. That's what she called people's private parts, their business. The inner fold was still damp from its encounter with the yarn needle. He used the binder clips to keep the folds of flesh close together. Mother moaned as the pressure from the clips bit into her. White fluid dripped from her business and disappeared into the crack of her buttocks. Use the beeswax, Robert, and bring me a wooden spoon to bite down on. Robert placed the small jar in the microwave to loosen the wax. He had unraveled the wire. He used his index and thumb to pinch a morsel of wax and slide it over the cold wire. He knew this would help the wire glide through the skin easier. Mother bit down hard onto the wooden handle of her best mixing spoon. Robert passed the needle through. Small droplets of blood formed at the entry and exit of the holes. As the skin grew thicker in the middle, he was forced to use an ice pick and a heavier gauge wire. Cloudy secretion spilled from the spaces between the thread and coated his fingers. Don't you dare wipe those on your pants, young man. You suck those fingers clean. It's gravy pooling in a boat made for your mashed potatoes. Mother's eyes said more than the words ever could. She said, do that. Do what I tell you, or I will kill you. Desire was winning the fight against Mother's morals. She thrust her hips upward and watched Robert taste her. He obeyed and inserted his fingers into his mouth. Just like your daddy, her voice breathed. Robert could hear the evil being forced from her heart and regurgitated into the air that hung around his head, thick as a heavy fog. He closed his eyes shut so tightly he saw dazzling white stars. He could feel Mother's eyes watching him. One by one he sucked his fingers. Each time he pulled the digit out, he could hear her breathing increase. Hands now clean, still clinging to the foul odor of Mother's crotch, Robert finished the last stitch and ran to the washroom, leaving Mother flat on her back to tend to her wounds. She opened the mason jar next to her. With her 3 fingers dug out salve, she rubbed it between her legs. lust pounded the final nail in the coffin. Mother was starving, and she would have her favorite meal, even if it killed her. What are you going to do, boy? It's time for my favorite part. I made your mama watch as your daddy did it. That's what killed her. She slit her wrist, the dumb, simple-minded girl. I was willing to share. Hell, I was willing to teach her what Father Callahan taught us all those years back. Your daddy stayed behind to protect you from me. But eventually he ran off. I heard he ate the barrel of a shotgun. He was weak. He could not have done what you did. I taught you to be strong, fearless. Now get out here and fuck me. That rock-hard virgin cock will shred right through these wires, not like that old shriveled-up priest cock. He couldn't even finish. I had to fuck a dead dick to get off, and I had been waiting for years to try again. The shelf next to the bathroom door was decorated with intricate jars. Inside each container of glass were the decimated remains of male appendages she had collected over the years. Her fingers left clean lines removing the dust from the very first jar she ever placed on the shelf. The penis floated above the silver crucifix. Drool slipped from the corner of her mouth and dripped to the hardwood floor below. Mother could smell the salty memories of the fluid she craved, the fluid she needed to feel alive. Mother brushed her fingertips over the perfect stitches Robert had masterfully sewn into her slit, leaving the steeple alone. She flicked at her own blood-covered fingers, desperately trying to ring the church bell. I foolishly believed Father Callahan rued me for other men. After I killed him and cut the bastard's cock off with a crucifix, I finally understood he had released me from my earthly bonds. He broke the chains that had held me back from who I truly was. I wanted to show you the same freedom, Robert, but now I see you are weak. You are like your mother and father. Robert grabbed the only tool he can find in the bathroom, a small file packed into a miniature sewing kit. It was the first present his great-grandmother had ever given him. He pulled down his pants, exposing his penis. His right hand stretched out his member as his left jabbed the dull file into the tip and the base of the shaft. The file penetrated flesh into the top and out the bottom, puncturing his left testicle. Panic and fear had hijacked Robert's mind, forcing his left arm to move up and down in rapid succession, cutting from the base of his penis to the tip. "Open the door, Robert, or else," Mother's voice hissed through the keyhole. Robert's right arm jerked forward as his shaft severed in half. Both pieces slapped his blood-soaked thighs. "I'm free," Robert felt hard, his head cracking on the bathroom sink. Robert felt pain growing in his groin. He coerced his eyes open, focusing his vision on the blur in front of him. "You silly little thing, you think you stopped me." Robert recognized the voice and the movement the body was making. An arm flowing with grace and speed as it sewed. He lifted his head and watched as his manhood was restored. Mother leaned over her work and sealed it with a long kiss. "It has risen," Mother slapped at the erection and laughed. "We are not finished yet, my boy, not by a long shot." Robert opened his mouth to scream. She lowered her wired-sewn business over his. Mother knew her stitches would hold out longer than the flesh it was keeping together.
Acne? Brain fog? Low energy? Tired of doctors telling you that your symptoms are just in your head and pushing you out of the office without even investigating what could be causing your distress? Let's finally get to the root cause. Take our totally free 3-minute quiz to find your triggers to start living your best life. Purity. Find your triggers, reclaim your life. Try Purity.com. Take the free quiz. Purity. Get to the root of the problem. In just 3 minutes, let's find the cause of your wellness woes. What best describes your health challenges? Check all that apply. Skin issues. Which of the following best describes your skin problems? Acne. Where do your breakouts occur? Cheeks. How frequent are your breakouts? It's constant. Help. Are your breakouts painful? No. How old are you? 35 to 44. What is your gender? Female. Please enter your email address to receive your free results. Submit. Your results are in. You have inflammatory acne. Your skin breaks out on the cheeks and you have no idea why. It happens daily, sometimes monthly. You've tried scrubs and serums and even eliminating foods that you think may be the culprit. Nothing has helped. That's because most women like you have several trigger foods. Finally, find out what is triggering your acne. Our at-home food sensitivity test just takes a couple minutes to self-administer and just a few days to receive your comprehensive results. You could be $50, just $5, $10 pay later payments, and a week away from finally getting the answers you need to live your best life. Stop hiding under makeup. Order today. Your food triggers are: congratulations, you've taken the first step to healing your chronic issues. Your food sensitivities are gluten, grains, gliadin, acajura, fructose, the sugar found naturally in fruits, nightshades, root vegetables, legumes, soy, red meat, poultry, seafood, dairy. Click the link below to access your complete results and get a recipe guide to eat the foods that nourish your unique body and avoid the ones that don't. View my results. Tell us what you think. Tell us about your experience. Have you eliminated your trigger foods? Yes. Have your symptoms improved? Yes. Are you willing to leave a review to encourage others to have a similar positive experience? Yes. We're thrilled you feel this way. Please enter your review below. I admit it was a little shocking to find out I have a lactose, gluten, grain, fruit, and meat intolerance. I never thought I'd be one of those restrictive diet people. It was a little rough at first. An all greens diet? I just didn't feel right without my acai bowl and my turmeric latte. But I got used to sauteed spinach real quick. After 2 weeks avoiding all my triggers, my acne has totally cleared up. I've seen dermatologists and immunologists and gastroenterologists, and they've all just prescribed me birth control, which makes me crazy, and to watch my drinking, which I don't even do. Not only did this diet finally clear up my skin, I'm feeling so much more mental clarity. Even the bloating is gone. All these problems I didn't even know I had just disappeared with the pimples. Thank you so much, Puritea. I will buy anything from this brand. Wellness Warrior 497. OMG guys, ever since I found out I was gluten, lactose, carnitine, and fructose intolerance, it's been a challenge to get all my essential nutrients. I have to exclude so many foods, it's hard meeting all my vitamin and mineral needs. Protein in particular has been tough for me. I'm so glad I found Puritea supplements to fill the gaps in my healthy but restrictive diet. Use my code WW497 for 15% off your first order. Your Super Cricket is on the way. Congratulations, you are among the first to embrace the cricket protein lifestyle. It's sad that we live in a culture that casts such a stigma on eating crickets, but the sad, standard American diet has never included the healthiest foods. Cricket powder is the superfood of the future. This lean protein is packed with essential amino acids and iron. Puritea's Super Cricket is super special because we added chlorophyll to detoxify your blood. When you love it, remember you can sign up for a subscription and save 10%. Order today. Thanks for contacting Puritea Customer Support. How can I support your wellness needs today? I think I'm having a bad reaction to one of your supplements. Which supplement are you taking? Super Cricket. What is your order number? One sec. 147928. Let me look that up for you. I see you bought a 1-month supply of Super Cricket. Yes. Did you receive your order? Yes, that's why I'm messaging. What can I help you with? I think I'm having a reaction. My skin looks a little green. We have a green juice powder. No, not powder. My skin is green. People dealing with inflammation, gut dysfunction, bacterial overgrowth, stress, and hormonal imbalance may experience skin problems. Please take this 3-minute quiz to best match your symptoms with the cause. No, I've already taken the quiz. And the supplement. Now my skin is green. Help! Try our green powder juice supplement. It contains vitamins and minerals clinically proven to cause glowy skin. That does sound pretty good. Hi, I've seen your endorsements of Puritea products. Since you're a clinical nutritionist, I'm hoping you can tell me what I'm experiencing is normal when taking these products. My skin has a greenish tint. It's feeling scaly. Not like dry though, more leathery. But it's not smooth. I've had acne for so long. Maybe this is just scar tissue? Some intermediate stage before my skin totally heals? I've also been feeling cold a lot. It's summer and I keep going outside to bask in the sun. I feel better for a while, then I get chills again. Is that just due to only eating greens and cricket protein? Am I anemic now? I'm getting very concerned, and before I do the nuclear option, see a doctor, I was hoping you could help. Is this normal? What products have you been taking? Thank you so much for responding. Well, I'm on the greens only diet for my acne, and I've been taking Super Cricket to fill the gaps, and I just started the green juice. Oh, hon, that's way too much. So much chlorophyll and way more vitamin C than you were designed to handle. I wish you would have consulted me first. I would have whipped you up a whole custom plan. What you have is a classic case of gut rust. That's when your gut lining has oxidized. Think rusty metal. Pieces of the gut lining chip off like rust and float into your bloodstream. So you've got this flaky rust adhering to your cells. Meanwhile, your gut lining is shredded like a cheap stocking. That causes inflammation, which leads to acne. Sounds like you started a post-gut rust protocol, which is the good stuff, but you're flooding your poor rusty gut with chlorophyll it can't absorb, and that is leaking into your skin. You've got to repair the problem first. Stop the gut rust. How do I do that? Puritea has a phenomenal gut rust away cleanse. Puritea, where your wellness is our wellness. How can I elevate your wellness today? Hi, I've been taking your Super Cricket for several weeks, and I just did a cleanse because that's what your nutritionist said can get rid of the flakes of rust in my gut and be in the shape I need to absorb the nutrients in the Super Cricket, but I don't think I'm having a good reaction. What are you experiencing? What am I not? Oh my god, my hair is falling out. A lot. Not just in the shower. All over the house. And my neck is like swelling up. Like I'm getting fat, but just around my neck. I can't be getting fat only eating greens and cricket protein and doing a cleanse. I read that low iodine could lead to thyroid issues. Did the cleanse clean me out? Is that it? Am I iodine deficient? Excuse me, miss. Are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. I had to catch my breath. Talking is leaving me out of breath. Is that iodine? Does it have to do with my scaly skin and fat neck? Oh my god, is the neck fat crushing my airway? And I can't get oxygen to my blood? And that's why my circulation is all messed up and I'm cold all the time? Do I need iodine? As a dietary supplement company, we are unable to give medical advice. These are questions for your doctor. I don't have a doctor. Honey, most of our customers don't. Too many bad experiences. Yeah, pushing me right out of the office. We've heard it so many times. That's why we have a list of trusted practitioners on the practitioners page of our website. They all carry Puritea products in their practices, and they prefer them to pharmaceuticals. They should be able to provide detailed guidance. Virtual consultation request. Center for Holistic Healing. Name: Andrea Young. Age: 37. Height: 5'4". Weight: 127. Symptoms: bloating, fatigue, chills, anxiety, diarrhea, low appetite, weight gain, weight loss. If you checked other, please describe. Green, scaly skin, neck and chin far. Tongue is splitting in half. OMG, see me now. Turning into a lizard? Our supplements can help you get back to you.
Dog Days by Nicholas P. Robinson. October 3rd, 1987. The tree line at the edge of the hill just beyond Lee's trailer was lit in strobing red and yellow, visible as they approached along the main road. The faint flickering orange glow of flames took a little longer to make out, but they were apparent before they reached the turn onto Lee's property. Rudy accelerated into the turn, onto the rutted gravel road, bouncing in his seat before laying on the gas, the truck shuddering in response. Lee braced himself as best he could in the passenger seat, fighting the impulse to jump out of the cab and race on foot to the smoldering remains of his two-bedroom trailer. Through the open windows of the truck, the acrid smell of smoke became increasingly potent as they neared the cluster of emergency vehicles encircling the home. Not giving Rudy a chance to come to a stop, Lee bolted from the truck and ran through the assembled volunteer firefighters, slipping on the sodden ground but maintaining his footing. "Diz! Logan!" Lee shouted loud enough to be heard over the deafening engine sounds and noisy radio chatter emanating from the trucks. One of the firemen turned his way and attempted to stop him from approaching the still-burning husk of his home, but Lee pushed past the man and only came to a stop when the scorching heat from the ruin seared his flesh and forced him to squeeze his eyes shut against the burning sensation. Rudy finally caught up with him and gently pulled him back to a safe distance, out of the smoke and haze rising into the cool night air. Lee collapsed to the muddy, torn-up ground, sitting hard enough to jar his tailbone, eliciting a wince. Tears were already cleaning paths through the soot accumulated on his face as he stared blankly at the remains of his home. "Sir, is this your home?" Lee shook his head and glanced up to the man speaking to him, realizing this wasn't the first time the stranger had asked the question. The fire chief, accustomed to delayed reactions under these circumstances, patiently repeated the question a few times before receiving a response. "Yeah," Lee said, turning his eyes back to the slowly dying fire. "Well, I'm sorry to tell you, there's not going to be anything left." Staring straight ahead, Lee asked, "What about my dogs? Diz and Logan were in there when I left this afternoon." Diz and Logan were Lee's 5-year-old Doberman pinschers. He'd gotten them from a family friend when they were puppies, after moving back home to be near his parents in 1982. Ill-tempered and not altogether too bright, they were Lee's best friends just the same. Rudy was about the only friend of Lee's the dogs didn't instantly scare off. Even his family members were on edge around the two of them. "Well, there do appear to be remains in the trailer," the fire chief said. Lee inhaled a gasping breath, sucking in a lungful of smoke in the process, and he started coughing. "What the fuck happened here?" Rudy sounded more aggressive than he meant to, but he loved those dogs almost as much as Lee had. "It's too early to tell just yet, but there is evidence of accelerants nearby," the fire chief replied. "We located a couple of gas cans that appear to have been discarded, one in the driveway and another near the far side of the trailer." "Excuse me?" Lee unsteadily rose to his feet. "You're telling me someone started my house on fire with my dogs inside?" "Like I said," the fire chief answered, "it's still too early for us to know for sure, but that's my initial assessment." Lee's mind raced through the possibilities, trying to imagine why anyone would do something like this.
He didn't have many friends, but he didn't have any enemies either. He was still lost in his thoughts when he realized the fire chief was still talking to him. "What was that?" he asked. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay?" Rudy spoke up. "You can stay with me tonight." Lee shook his head. "It's all right, Rudy. No need to put yourself out. Could you just take me to my mom and dad's place?" Rudy nodded his head. "Will I be able to collect the remains of Diz and Logan?" "Of course," the fire chief replied. "Once we've gotten everything extinguished here, we'll collect them for you and deliver them to where you're staying." "Thank you," Lee said. Pulling a small notepad and pen from his pocket, the fire chief asked, "Could I get an address and phone number where you'll be staying?" Lee provided the details before letting Rudy guide him back to his truck. After explaining the situation to his parents as best he could, Lee tossed his smoke-tinged clothing in the washing machine before taking a shower. He waited for the laundry to finish, watching The Tonight Show until he could transfer the wash to the dryer before he fell asleep almost instantly upon lowering his head to the pillow. Had he not been so exhausted and emotionally drained, he might have been plagued by nightmares. But he slept peacefully. It was 9 a.m. when the call came in from the fire department informing Lee that they had the remains of Diz and Logan retrieved from the fire and ready to drop off with him. There was a sliver of good news as well, in that his Jeep had escaped any damage from the fire. It'd need a thorough wash, and it was probably going to smell like smoke for as long as he owned it, but it meant he hadn't lost everything in the fire. The rest of that morning was spent with a shovel behind his parents' house, digging the holes that would serve as graves for Diz and Logan. Glancing over at the plastic sheeting his two companions were wrapped in, he couldn't stop his attention from shifting to dark places, wondering what their final moments had to have been. Lee imagined their confusion and fear as the fire and smoke filled the trailer, the way they probably scratched at the walls and whined in panic and fear, waiting for him to rescue them. He didn't realize he'd been crying until he tried to focus on the depth of the hole and realized his vision had gone blurry. They'd been good dogs, and they deserved better than to die afraid. Lee could only hope that they'd passed out from the smoke near the beginning. Seated in the disturbed soil between the two graves, Lee was overwhelmed not by only the loss of Diz and Logan, but by the fact that everything he owned was in that trailer. He'd lost everything else along with his dogs. Whoever had done this to him, they'd better hope the sheriff tracked them down because Lee wouldn't be nearly as kind. October 20th, 1987. A couple of weeks passed, and there were no arrests made. As far as Lee was concerned, there was no progress at all. He isolated himself in the spare bedroom at his parents' house as he navigated the unpleasant and confusing labyrinth of after effects with the insurance company, the fire department, the county sheriff. Frustrated with the whole damn thing, Lee pulled his jacket from the doorknob, called Rudy, and walked the 2 blocks down to the bar where he usually played pool. He hadn't drunk so much as a drop of alcohol in a while. He'd quit drinking a few years earlier and started attending AA meetings, and he wasn't about to piss away that progress. But he hoped throwing some darts might take his mind off of everything else. The bartender and a couple of regulars at the Bar K came up to him to tell him they heard about what happened and offered their condolences. Lee appreciated the gesture, but the last thing he wanted to do was talk about it. Rudy walked in a few minutes after Lee, and the two of them tossed darts for the next half an hour. Under normal circumstances, Rudy wouldn't be winning more than a third of the games, but Lee wasn't focusing as well as usual. "Have you heard anything yet?" Rudy asked. "Not a fucking word," Lee said, launching the dart at the board. "God damn," Rudy shook his head. "I'm sorry to hear that." There wasn't anything more to say, so they didn't say anything at all as the games continued. When Rudy finally left for the night, Lee sidled up to the bar and settled in to drink soda and listen to some music before heading home for himself. He was just about to leave when he caught the furtive glance from a man he vaguely recognized at the opposite end of the bar. He was a regular, but not someone Lee knew well enough that he could place a name with the face. "Can I help you, hoss?" Lee asked, doing his best to smile and diffuse the situation just in case. Without any hesitation, the guy got up from his stool and walked over to where Lee was sitting. "You're the fellow who had his house burnt down the other day, ain't you?" The smell of booze and bad breath wafting off the man was almost enough to turn Lee's stomach. Lee wasn't sure where this was going, but he nodded his head solemnly. "Well, you know, that same night this guy tried to come in here when I was standing outside smoking a cigarette. This man, he smelled like smoke and gasoline, so I laughed and told him to steer clear because he was likely to go up in flames if he came near my camel." "This was the same night the fire happened?" Lee was interested now. "Yes, sir," the man replied. "I know it was because my brother-in-law works for the volunteer crew who got called out there to put your trailer of yours out." "Have you told anyone about this?" "Well, I'm telling you right now," the drunk said. "But no, I ain't told no one else because no one else asked, and they wouldn't listen to me even if I tried." Lee didn't know how to reply to that. The man was a drunk, but a broken clock was still right twice a day. The man continued talking, taking Lee's silence as confirmation he could go on. "But anyhow, this guy acts spooked when I point out how he smells, and he turns tail and heads back the way he came." "Can you tell me what he looked like?" Lee asked, not sure if it was worth asking the drunk what he'd seen a couple of weeks earlier. "Sure can," the drunk grinned as he replied. "I've seen him here before." The drunk's description was better than Lee could have hoped for, and it only took a couple of minutes before he was able to match that description with a man he recalled clearly from a week or two before the fire. That motherfucker. Lee excused himself and exited the bar. He'd seen the man who'd started the fire right there at the bar, the last time he'd been playing pool. Lee knew where to go to find out who the guy was. He only hoped he could get the information from the younger woman. He recalled the place he'd dropped her off more than a month before, and he remembered the events leading up to that moment clearly. No good deed goes unpunished, and Lee muttered to himself as he thought about how the whole thing had started. September 17th, 1987. Lee Melvin didn't drink, but the Bar K was the best of two bars in the small town that the small town had to offer, at least for pool or darts. So that was where he spent his time, surrounded by one of the vices he used to love so much. It had been a rough handful of years following his 3 tours in Vietnam. He'd re-upped for the additional tours less out of a sense of patriotism or a belief in the right and just cause of the war than because he'd developed a taste for the heroin in Vietnam. And he wouldn't have had the easy supply stateside. He'd taken to drinking instead when he'd gotten home. But that was all behind him now. Lee could spend hours in a bar without any temptation to buy himself anything harder than a soda. Hank Williams Jr. was playing on the jukebox when Lee heard the man's voice raised in anger before the speaker self-consciously transitioned to a harsh whisper that conveyed the same ire, but at a hiss that barely registered over the sound of the music inundating the bar. It wasn't uncommon to hear arguments breaking out at the Bar K, occasionally developing into fights. But the persistent, irritable buzzing was still going on intermittently when Lee finished his game with a scratch on the 8-ball, so he decided to check it out. As George Strait was singing about dancing to Merle Haggard on a Saturday night, Lee made his way to the bar where he'd have a clear view of whatever the situation might be. He ordered a Pepsi and tried to surreptitiously watch the argument taking place between a man and a woman in a shadow-squeezed booth near that far end of what served as the dining area. The disagreement continued for a while, as Lee monitored the situation before the man finally stood and abruptly yanked his girlfriend or wife to her feet, dragging her toward the rear exit. The guy was crushing the woman's wrist a little too tightly for Lee's comfort. No doubt she'd end up with a bruise there, the sort of thing that would have her wearing long sleeves even if the day happened to be unseasonably warm. It'd be a companion to the faintly shaded bruising still visible around her left eye socket, where her makeup failed to conceal the almost but not quite healed bruise. Lee knew he was going to get involved, against his better judgment. It was bad timing on the part of the abusive boyfriend or husband, whatever the fuck he was. Lee was sensitive to that sort of thing. It was only a couple weeks earlier that Lee and his 2 younger brothers had met up with their brother-in-law as he was arriving home from work to let him know that if he ever laid a hand on their sister, or the older of their 2 nephews again, they'd kill him. The youngest of the 3 brothers had found out about the abuse in his sister's household, and he'd immediately informed Lee and Lance. There was no hesitation on their part. They'd held off until their sister had gone out for bowling leagues and waited for her husband to get home. None of them laid a hand on him, as strong as the temptation was, but they'd made it clear that no one would find what was left of him if it happened again. They had to hope their sister would never hear about the intervention because Lee imagined she'd appreciate it about as much as she'd enjoy a full frontal lobotomy. It was with that incident fresh in his mind that Lee swallowed the last of his Pepsi before he followed the man and his abused partner outside into the poorly lit gravel parking area behind the bar. He couldn't see them at first, wondering if they'd somehow managed to pull out of the parking lot in the little time he'd taken coming out after them. But then he heard a scuffing in the gravel off to his left. He slowly approached, sticking to the deeper shadows to remain unseen. But he burst into action immediately upon seeing the man holding the woman against the side of the late 70s Ford LTD by her throat. Lee slammed the palm of his right hand against the man's ear, stunning him enough to release his hold on the woman as he staggered back from the blow. Gently nudging the woman and placing her behind him, Lee squared up between her and the man who was at that moment shaking his head rapidly to restore his senses. "She's leaving with me, buddy," Lee said. "Who the fuck are you?" The man's slurred speech was further garbled by the dizziness he was experiencing as a result of Lee hitting him, but the question was intelligible enough. "I'm just a guy who doesn't like seeing a woman manhandled like that." Lee slowly backed away from the man, leading the woman with him until they reached his Jeep. He refused to take his eyes off the seething drunk until they were pulling out of the parking area and hitting the road. "Where can I take you?" Lee finally asked, as they got a quarter mile down the road. "Thank you," the woman said. "You're welcome." Lee waited for her answer, but when he glanced back to the passenger seat, the woman was asleep, probably passed out as far as he could tell. She was more of a girl, he thought, probably barely into her 20s, and she'd already gotten herself mixed up with the sort of man who'd treat her like that. "Well, fuck," he muttered to himself. "I guess you're coming home with me." As he pulled off onto the gravel road leading to his trailer, he snickered to himself for a second before sighing and saying, "Hope you like dogs." Lee opened the door to the trailer and returned to the Jeep to retrieve the girl. He negotiated the circuitous route through the living room as Diz and Logan excitedly circled him and tried to sniff the stranger he'd brought into the home. After depositing the young woman on his bed, he closed the bedroom door behind him and gave the dogs the attention they insisted they required. Laid out on the sofa in his living room, Lee finally fell asleep an hour later, with Diz curled up near his feet and Logan sprawled out along the edge of the couch, just before the television filled the room with quiet static as the broadcast day ended. He woke up to the young woman playing with Diz and Logan on the floor. They appeared to have taken to her well. Enough for the stranger in their home, alternatively assaulting her face with their tongues and rolling over to present their bellies for scratches. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to wake you." Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Lee sat up. "It's okay. How are you feeling?" He glanced at her wrist and neck, the bruising from the night before much clearer in the daylight, streaming in through the windows. "I'm all right," she replied, quickly turning her eyes to the floor when seeing where Lee had focused his attention. "We just fight sometimes, Sean and I. He gets angry when he's been drinking." "Well, now that I know his name, how about yours? I'm Lee." "Susan." "Is there somewhere I can take you, Susan?" "I can go to my sister's house," she said. "That's where I usually go after Sean and I've been fighting." "You should probably stay away from that Sean guy," Lee said. "People like him don't tend to get better on their own." "I know," Susan said. Lee felt almost certain that she'd end up back with him in a matter of days, if not hours, but it wasn't his business to tell her what she should do. It wasn't as if his own life hadn't consisted of a series of bad choices for quite a few years. Well, you're all right with me if Diz and Logan like you, Lee said with a smile on his face. They're really sweet dogs. You might be one of the only people who agrees with me on that point, Susan. She excitedly scratched at the top of Logan's head between his ears. Not exactly the vicious guard dogs one would expect looking at them. That's right, you two. Lull her into a false sense of security. Diz and Logan, knowing from Lee's tone of voice that he was talking to them, began to shake their rear ends, the bobbed tails frantically waving back and forth. Well, let's have some breakfast, and then I can take you to your sister. That would be great, Susan said. Pancakes and bacon sound okay to you? I'm starving, she replied. That sounds fantastic. October 21st, 1987. Lee vaguely recognized the woman who answered the door. She looked enough like Susan that she was obviously the sister he'd dropped the young woman off with the month before. Hello there, ma'am. My name's Lee Melvin, he said. I was hoping I could talk with Susan if she's here. Susan ain't here, the woman said, her tone curt. Is there any chance I could get a phone number or an address from you? Lee knew it was a long shot, but he had to try. He was so close. A month or so back, I dropped her off here after she'd gotten in a fight with this guy, Sean. Come in, Lee. My name's Shelley. Shelley led him to the living room and gestured to the love seat where Lee sat down. She seated herself in a recliner across from him. Susan's in the hospital with a brain bleed, Shelley said after a deep sigh. She went back to Sean a week after you dropped her off here. Fuck. Lee couldn't help himself. Sorry about the language, ma'am. It's okay, she said. I've said far worse since I got the call from the ICU. Sean, Lee asked, the question hanging in the air. Shelley nodded her head sadly. Well, damn, Diz and Logan really seemed to like Susan. Shelley stared at him, unsure what he was talking about. Never mind, Lee said. When did it happen? Just a couple of weeks back, Shelley said. Sean claims she slipped in the kitchen and hit her head against the counter, but I know better. Lee didn't have a response to that. He'd heard these excuses echoed in AA meetings from both the victims and their abusers. If you don't mind my asking, Lee, why did you come looking for Susan today? He didn't trust himself to concoct a lie, not one she wouldn't see through. At least Lee figured the best option was the truth. Well, I was hoping she'd be able to be here with you and she could tell me where to find Sean. And why are you looking for Sean? Lee breathed deep and prepared for the risk he was about to take. Someone burnt my trailer down the beginning of October. The one guy who had any information for me described Sean perfectly. Told me how he showed up smelling of gas and smoke the night the fire happened. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts and halfway expecting Shelley to kick him out of her house, but she didn't say anything. My dogs were in the trailer when it happened, and I lost everything else I owned as well. Shelley didn't say anything for a couple of minutes, staring at her hands clasped in her lap. The silence was oppressive. Lee was worried that he'd crossed a line by telling her as much as he had. Are you going to hurt him? Shelley finally asked. I'm not sure I should answer that, Lee said. I think you misunderstood me, Mr. Melvin, she said. I want you to hurt him. Tears welled up in Shelley's eyes before she could continue. I want you to kill him, she said, her final words obscured by sobs. Lee smiled warmly before saying, I think I can manage that. Shelley provided him with all the information he needed, including Sean's schedule at work. As Lee descended the front steps of Shelley's house, he began formulating a plan. October 25th, 1987. All of his shopping and preparations taken care of over the previous couple of days, Lee was waiting in the bushes outside Sean's garage when he pulled the LTD in. The man didn't see anything coming when Lee came up behind him as he was pulling the garage door closed, and he probably didn't feel a thing as the homemade blackjack connected with the back of his skull. He crumpled to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Lee quickly ran to the alley where he'd left his Jeep parked, pulled around the corner, drove up to the garage, and hauled Sean into the back seat. He didn't see any neighbors, but that didn't mean no one had noticed, so he quickly bound the man's wrists with duct tape and took off before any looky-loos might have a chance to call the sheriff's office. They had a long drive ahead of them, and while he didn't expect anyone in law enforcement to follow him where he was going, there was always the slim chance someone might be careless or bold enough to follow the Jeep where Lee was going. The gravel road turned into a rutted dirt path as Lee guided the Jeep deeper into the mountains and forest west of town. The trail they were following could only loosely be described as a road, but Lee had navigated the old fire trail enough times that he knew the twists and turns by heart. Bouncing around in the back of the Jeep, Sean came to after 10 minutes of rough road conditions had knocked him around like a pinball, most recently slamming his shoulder into the passenger side window. "What the fuck?" Was that a question or an exclamation, Sean? Lee grinned as he glanced up the rearview mirror to check on his passenger. "Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck is this?" "You've sure got a lot of questions back there, little Firefly." "What are you talking about, asshole?" Lee slammed on the brakes and turned on the dome light before turning to face the man in the back seat. "You know damn well what I'm talking about, you pissant motherfucker." Lee's voice came out as a growl. The look of recognition on Sean's face spelled it all out for Lee, and there was no question he had the right man. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, and for the first time Lee wondered if this man had expected him to be in the trailer when he saw it ablaze. "We're taking a trip, you and I," Lee said, his tone more relaxed. Popping a cassette into the tape deck, Lee said, "Let's have some tunes for our adventure." As Jimmy Buffett's Cheeseburger in Paradise began playing, Lee began to laugh at the inappropriate soundtrack. Not for the first time, he started to wonder if he might have come entirely unhinged by recent events. Jerking the bound man from the Jeep, Lee unceremoniously tossed him to the cold, hard ground. The chill in the air was enough to see his breath, but not quite enough to be truly uncomfortable. Not that Lee was at all concerned about Sean's discomfort. With the Jeep's lights turned off, Lee's eyes were slowly adjusting to the darkness. The half-moon was playing peekaboo with the thin wisps of cloud dancing through the sky, and he figured it would be sufficient for the night's festivities. "Don't fucking move," Lee said as he went around to the back of the Jeep to extract the things he'd purchased for this adventure. "I'm fucking sorry, man." Sean sounded like he might be crying, but Lee couldn't see well enough to make out the tears. He didn't bother responding as he finished putting everything together. "I'm so sorry," Sean said again. "You don't know what sorry means yet," Lee said. "But you will." As Lee returned to the front of the Jeep, placing the compound bow on the hood, he could tell Sean's eyes had adjusted to the forest darkness as well, because the man started screaming. "We're halfway to the middle of nowhere, Sean, buddy. So I wouldn't bother with the screeching if I were you." He continued screaming until his voice grew hoarse. "I told you," Lee said. "Best you can hope to attract with all that hollering's going to be a hungry mountain lion, maybe a bobcat or a coyote." Sean gulped loud enough that Lee could hear it from where he stood a few feet away. He laughed for a few seconds. "I'd probably just leave them to it if some odd animal decided you'd make for a good midnight snack." Lee bent down over the bound man with a hunting knife in his right hand. Sean attempted to wiggle backward and away from him, but Lee slapped him with the open palm of his left hand. "Knock that the fuck off, moron. I'm liable to cut you instead of this duct tape if you keep moving around like that." Sean stopped attempting to get away, and Lee sliced through the tape, freeing the man's hands. Standing again, Lee returned to the front of his Jeep, where he retrieved the bow from its place on the hood. He gestured for Sean to get off the ground, and the cowed man complied. "Here's how this is going to play out," Lee began. I'm going to give you a head start to get the fuck out of here. After 5 minutes, I'm coming after you. Sean whimpered, and that was followed by a faint sound of water dripping on the ground. Did you just piss your pants? Lee asked. Sean looked away, and Lee couldn't hold back his laughter. We haven't even gotten started, and you already pissed yourself, Lee said, fighting back laughter. This isn't going to go well for you at all, son. I thought you were a tough guy beating up on a woman and starting a man's house on fire. Sean didn't reply. Where's all that piss and vinegar now? Lee asked, before he chuckled again. Well, we know where the piss is, I guess. You don't have to do this, Sean said. His voice quivered with fear. Oh, I think I do, Lee said. More than that, I want to do this. Sean started crying, and this time Lee's eyes had adjusted sufficiently that he could see the tears glistening in the moonlight. Knock that shit off, Lee said. He was so irritated that the words came out as more of a snarl. Now when I say go, you need to start running. Please don't do this, Sean said. His voice was hollow. Somewhere inside, he knew there was no stopping the man who dragged him out here. Go. Sean hesitated for only a split second, and he was off. The trees were ghostly gray all around him, and he was just about to cross from the clearing into the relative security of the nearest copse of aspen or birch when he felt an excruciating, searing agony in his right calf mid-stride. As he attempted to put his weight on the leg, he collapsed and stumbled forward. Dirt and dead leaves ground into his open mouth and swallowed along with chipped teeth that shattered against the rocks and stony ground. Lee approached him, laughing hysterically. Pulling the arrow from Sean's calf without any consideration of the damage he was doing, Lee wiped the bloody projectile clean on Sean's shirt. Leaning down close enough that Sean could feel Lee's hot breath on his cheek, he whispered, You burnt my dogs alive, with no chance to escape, and you believed I would actually give you a chance? Wincing in pain, Sean looked up at the dark silhouette standing over him. They were just dogs, he said. The next sensation Sean felt was a heavy blow against his temple, and everything faded to black. It wasn't dark anymore, Sean could tell before he opened his eyes. There was heat, too, and the crackling of a fire. It's about time you fucking woke up, Lee said, just as Sean struggled to sit up from where he was sprawled on the ground. The agony in his leg was enough to force a cry from his parched throat. Hurts a bit, doesn't it? Lee asked. Fucking of course it does. Hey, there's some of that spirit, Lee laughed as he slapped his knee. This can't be over some fucking dogs, Sean said. I'd be careful what I say if I were you, Lee said. The earlier amusement drained from his voice. This isn't just about Diz and Logan, though. This is for Susan and Shelley, too. I'm so sorry, man, Sean said. I've learned my lesson. I ain't a teacher, Sean, Lee said. And this sure as shit doesn't look like a classroom to me. Sean tried to get to his feet, but dropped to the ground again as soon as he attempted to put weight on the injured right leg. Oh, fuck, that hurts. It's about to get worse, Lee said as he came at Sean with the hunting knife in his hand. Lee stayed with the fire, stoking it and adding more wood and kindling throughout the night. Once he'd adjusted to the smell of burning flesh, it wasn't so bad. It was the scent of the hair singeing that made him feel sick for a little while, but that didn't take long to dissipate. Stacking some stones around and above the fire allowed him to create a sort of white trash kiln, and there wasn't much left of Sean when he was done. There wasn't much left of the man before he'd even started feeding his remains to the fire. But he'd stayed alive longer than Lee expected after he'd started, cutting off parts of him, beginning at the extremities. The hunting knife hadn't been the best tool for the job, maybe, but Lee had been a hunter long enough that he knew he just needed to get in between the joints. Oh, how that man had screamed as he'd lost his fingers and then his toes. Lee had been careful to cauterize each new detachment along the way, hoping to keep both Sean alive a bit longer and give him a bit of a sense of what it felt like to burn. In the end, Lee was confident that he'd made his point. Scattering the ash and charred bone all around the forest near the clearing, Lee figured it was possible someone might come across one or more of the pieces of Sean, but he doubted there was any way to identify the man from what he was leaving behind. And even less chance it could be connected to him. Even if the sheriff came knocking, Lee was content with how things had played out. Each bone he'd tossed into the trees, well, he imagined he was tossing it to Diz and Logan, and that thought made him smile even as it made him sad. Author's notes. Dog Days is a true story up to a point. My Uncle Bob interrupted an altercation one night between a husband and wife or a boyfriend and girlfriend at the /J Bar and Grill in Piedmont, South Dakota. Getting the woman away from the abusive partner was just the sort of thing he would do. Unfortunately, his intervention subsequently led the angry man to tracking down Bob's mobile home and setting the house on fire. Bob was not home at the time, but his two Doberman pinchers, Liz and Dugan, were trapped in the trailer when it went up in flames. The arsonist did indeed find his way to the /J after setting the fire, smelling of smoke and gasoline. In the true story, this is what led to his arrest. Naturally, there are a lot of details that I fabricated along the way, most notably the events following Lee discovering the identity of the man who started the fire and killed his dogs. I was, of course, not present at the bar when Bob intervened with the couple, nor was I present when he arrived home to find his trailer gone. The events are true, while the details are entirely the product of my imagination. Liz and Dugan were indeed ill-tempered dogs. While I thought they were beautiful, they were also aggressive and scared the hell out of me as a kid. I was a kid, after all. It wasn't just me, though. Those two dogs put most people on edge because the only person in the world they seemed to love was my Uncle Bob. Bob's history before the events at the /J isn't entirely dissimilar from those of Lee's background leading up to the event at the Bar K. Not only did Bob serve 3 tours in Vietnam, he was awarded for his actions during the time with the Army. This is from the South Dakota Department of Veterans Affairs. Robert M. Roseland was awarded the Air Medal for heroism in December of 1968, after he and fellow crewman Joel S. McDaniel risked their lives for the success of their mission. The citation from Roseland's award reads as follows: "For heroism while engaged in aerial flight in connection with military operations against a hostile force. These men distinguished themselves by exceptionally valorous actions while serving as crew members aboard UH-1C helicopter, supporting a Special Forces reconnaissance team besieged by overwhelming enemy forces. Upon arriving over the team's location, they pinpointed enemy positions and placed effective machine gun fire on them. The enemy gunners returned fire, yet these men fearlessly leaned out of the aircraft to continue firing. During the extraction of the team, they provided suppressive fire which drove the advancing enemy force back. Their courage and professionalism contributed immeasurably to the success of the mission. Their actions were in keeping with the highest tradition of the military service and reflect great credit upon themselves, their unit, and the United States Army." I like to think that, to Bob, his actions in Vietnam were no different than those at the /J that fateful night. They were just the right things to do, and he did them without question. While I was growing up, Bob was a father figure to me in ways my own father was not. After losing his home and his dogs, he moved to Montana, and it was a highlight of my childhood when I got to take trips there during the summer months to spend time with him. Between Bob, my two other uncles, Terry and Doyle, and their father, my maternal grandfather, also named Bob, I had plenty of positive male role models in my life. It was in tribute to both my grandfather and my uncle that I named the character Lee Melvin. My grandfather's middle name was Leo, but I liked Lee, just the sounded better. And my uncle's middle name was, of course, Melvin. Knowing how I feel about my dogs and the sort of person Bob was, I can only imagine the anger and anguish he felt knowing that his two dogs died the way they did. I felt like Bob deserved a bit of that John Wick brand of justice, so I gave it to him in this story. It's what I would have wanted for myself. Bob's daughter and I both agree that he would probably appreciate this transformation into sort of a redneck John Wick. Lee's first physical interaction with Sean when he boxes his ears was a tribute to Bob as well, a man who consistently threatened to box my ears until I looked like Spock. Additionally, the Jimmy Buffett cassette wouldn't have been far off from the truth. The sheer number of times I heard songs like Cheeseburger in Paradise while I was in the car with my uncle is virtually incalculable. Bob passed away in May of 1996, when I was 17 years old, only a couple of months before my oldest child was born. The last time I saw him was in a veterans hospital in Fort Harrison, Montana, shortly before he was taken off the ventilator that was keeping him alive. This is Nicholas P. Robinson, and that was Dog Days. Thank you.